Hakabune recalled that he first met Kamigami Mikoto in the summer of his third-grade year. He noted that he was the timid-looking kid standing beside her introducing himself as Hakabune Takase, and mentioned that they had been together ever since that day. He remembered that back in elementary school, Mikoto was full of energy and always cheerful and bright. He explained that she was always optimistic and pulled him forward no matter what, admitting that even back then she was all he could think about. He confessed that to him, Mikoto was like the sun itself. He noted that once she got to middle school she became even more amazing. He described her as beautiful, outgoing, and the top of her class in both academics and athletics, shining so brightly it was almost blinding. He reflected that everything shifted once they entered high school. The afternoon sky loomed over the top of their high school building. Hakabune stretched his arms at his desk, letting out a tired sigh and telling himself good job for surviving the day's classes. He stood up from his chair and decided it was time to head home. He suddenly stopped when he felt someone tugging on his sleeve. A voice softly called out to get his attention. Mikoto nervously asked if he wanted to go home together, quickly asking if that was a no, which made Hakabune realize just how much she had changed. Hakabune noted that Mikoto had started acting strange as she nervously asked if he would even want to walk home with someone like her. He quickly assured her that he was perfectly okay with it. Mikoto asked if she was really not a bother or a burden to him, leaving Hakabune to realize that her personality had completely flipped, making him wonder if she was even the same person. Hakabune insisted that he really didn't think she was a burden and suggested they go home together. Mikoto happily agreed, though Hakabune felt an almost indescribable heavy atmosphere settling around her. Mikoto hesitated, adding that there was something else, prompting Hakabune to question what she meant. She nervously stammered, asking about what they would do after this. After stumbling over her words, she brought up that the game they played together last time was really fun. Hakabune understood and asked if she wanted to come over and play again to continue where they left off, making Mikoto nod eagerly in agreement. Hakabune explained that since they were childhood friends, they had always spent time playing video games together since they were kids. He added that even now they still hung out and played games just like they used to. Mikoto plainly announced that she had won the match, leading Hakabune to awkwardly ask for one more round. Mikoto giggled and declared that she had won again, while Hakabune sat in silence. Mikoto shot a quick glance at Hakabune, catching his attention. She teased him, calling him a loser and asking if he was frustrated. Hakabune remembered that Mikoto had always been good at everything, realizing that he had never actually beaten her at a game before. Deciding to brush it off, he announced he was taking a quick break to go grab a drink. Hakabune was caught off guard when Mikoto suddenly grabbed him firmly from behind. He yelled out in surprise, telling her she scared him. Mikoto immediately backpedaled, frantically explaining that she didn't mean it like that just now. She pleaded with him in a panic, clarifying that she wasn't making fun of him and apologizing profusely for upsetting him, begging him not to start hating her. Hakabune agreed in bewilderment, as he noted the absolute biggest change in Mikoto's personality. She desperately offered to do absolutely anything to make it up to him, confirming to Hakabune that she was now entirely terrified of being hated by him. Hakabune noted that her eagerness to be useful was honestly to the point of being pathological. He then awkwardly asked if she could grab him a drink since he was feeling a bit thirsty. Mikoto happily told him to wait for her, while Hakabune admitted to himself that there was no way he could ever hate her. As Hakabune waited, he wondered if she was okay since she was taking a while. When Mikoto finally returned, peeking from the door, he greeted her, but immediately noticed her empty hands and asked where his drink was. Mikoto looked at him with teary eyes and confessed that she had messed up. She explained that she poured too much into the glass and couldn't carry it. Hakabune asked what the heck she was doing, to which she stammered that she just wanted him to have a lot to drink. Hakabune found himself thinking that, despite everything, she was just way too cute. Later at school, Hakabune stood in the hallway wondering if the store still had any of that sazai bread left when someone suddenly got his attention. He turned to see the class rep, asking her what was up. She pointed out that he still hadn't turned in his cultural festival feedback survey, prompting Hakabune to realize he had completely forgotten about it. Hakabune scratched his head, trying to remember where he put the survey. The class rep told him to hurry up, while Mikoto sat quietly at a desk in the background. Hakabune suddenly flinched in realization. He noticed Mikoto staring intensely right at him. He recalled that one of Mikoto's specific traits was that she got extremely anxious whenever he talked to another girl. Hakabune panicked, realizing he had to figure out a way to make sure he didn't make Mikoto even more anxious. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He confidently decided that he just needed to make it abundantly clear that he had absolutely zero interest in the conversation with the class rep. He silently apologized to the class rep, resolving that he was willing to act like a cruel man for Mikoto's sake, leaving the class rep looking at him with mild confusion. Hakabune crossed his arms and let out a dramatic sigh, complaining aloud about what a pain it was. He coldly stated that if he found the paper he would just scribble whatever on it and turn it in. The class rep plainly agreed, saying that was fine and she couldn't be bothered with it either. Hakabune internally screamed, wishing she would get angry and tell him to take it seriously, reflecting that his inherently good nature made him terrible at trying to act cruel. Hakabune suddenly froze, letting out a startled gasp of pure terror. He realized with absolute dread that Mikoto was walking up directly behind him. He panicked, convinced that if this situation continued, Mikoto was definitely going to cry. He frantically imagined her sobbing and accusing him of being mean and not caring about her at all. Sweating profusely, he concluded that if he ever made Mikoto cry, he would never recover, sealing his own doom. The class rep noticed his pale face and asked if he was feeling okay, while Hakabune frantically wondered what to do as Mikoto grabbed his shirt from behind. The class rep noticed Mikoto and greeted her, asking if she was Kamigami. Mikoto gasped in surprise, while Hakabune panicked, wondering what the class rep was trying to do. The class rep pointed out that Mikoto had not turned in her survey, either, making Mikoto realize her mistake. Mikoto nervously apologized while hiding behind Hakabune. The class rep noted that it was both of them forgetting again, just like at the last class decision meeting. The class rep sighed playfully and told them that they really did suit each other. As the class rep walked away, she told them to figure it out together and turn it in by the end of the day, leaving Mikoto blushing with joy. Mikoto happily repeated that the class rep said they suited each other, leaving Hakabune completely at a loss, but relieved that his worries were ultimately for nothing. Sometime later, Mikoto started coughing. She sat up in bed and realized she had caught a cold. Looking at her phone, she giggled to herself, noting that missing school made her feel a bit lonely since she couldn't see Hakabune in person, but there was an upside. She happily reflected that catching a cold wasn't so bad because Hakabune was more worried than usual and giving her extra attention through his text messages. Pausing to think, she decided she wanted even more of his attention and resolved to exaggerate her slight fever to him. She typed out a message claiming her fever was around 41 degrees Celsius and hit send. Almost immediately, her phone chimed with a reply. Meanwhile, Hakabune read the messages, initially just hoping she was okay, before realizing the severity of a 41-degree fever and completely panicking that it was a medical emergency. Mikoto giggled at how quickly he replied, but her amusement vanished when she read his message apologizing for texting her and telling her to hang in there. She panicked, realizing the conversation was ending, and frantically scrambled for a way to fix the situation and keep him talking. Desperate, she quickly typed back that she actually wasn't feeling hot, but rather cold instead. Reading her confused follow-up message about feeling hot or maybe cold, Hakabune screamed in sheer terror, believing she was so sick she couldn't even tell her own body temperature anymore. Hakabune urgently told Mikoto to hang on and that he was coming right now, sprinting out of the room because he firmly believed it was a life-threatening emergency. Mikoto read his message saying he was coming over and gasped in shock. She panicked, realizing he was actually coming, and that she didn't even really have a fever, dreading what would happen if he found out she was lying to him. She imagined Hakabune looking down at her with pure disgust, calling her a vile woman for lying and stating he hated her now, which made her scream in horror. The doorbell suddenly rang, repeatedly shocking Mikoto that he had arrived so incredibly fast. Mikoto opened the door slightly as Hakabune frantically called out to ask if she was okay, while she internally resigned herself to her fate, believing it was all over, and she was going to die, wanting to at least see his face one last time. She nervously stammered and confessed the truth, admitting she didn't actually have a high fever but was just so happy he was worried about her. Hakabune simply replied that he understood and that it was a relief. Hakabune smiled tiredly and told her he was seriously relieved she was okay, admitting he genuinely thought she was going to die or something. Mikoto stared at him in stunned silence with tears in her eyes. She tearfully thanked him and apologized, prompting him to ask her what was up. Sometime later, Mikoto silently followed close behind Hakabune in the hallway. She poked him in the shoulder twice, making him flinch in surprise. When he turned to look at her, she feigned innocence and looked away, claiming it wasn't her. Hakabune asked if that was her just now, but Mikoto asked what he was talking about and completely denied it. Hakabune simply accepted her answer. Mikoto giggled quietly to herself while Hakabune watched her in silence. Hakabune noted that her behavior meant she was in a good mood, which was a good thing, but he broke into a sweat realizing this was her signal demanding his attention, and feeling that reacting to it would mean losing. Hakabune stubbornly resolved not to react, even though he secretly found her ridiculously cute, as she reached out to poke his arm again. Mikoto poked his cheek with a questioning look while Hakabune continued to ignore her. She repeatedly poked his cheek, as Hakabune stood completely still, clenching his jaw and remaining steadfast in his silence. Mikoto puffed her cheeks and let out a small, annoyed pout. Hakabune finally broke, throwing his hands over his face in defeat, prompting Mikoto to cheer in victory. Mikoto jumped onto Hakabune's back, covering his eyes with her hands and giggling as she playfully asked him to guess who it was. Hakabune grimaced and let out a strained groan as she held her hands firmly over his face. He looked confused as Mikoto's hands slowly slid down his face. Mikoto confronted him, clearly upset, as she demanded to know why he had been ignoring her this whole time. Clinging tightly to his back, Mikoto asked if there was something he disliked about her. She desperately promised to fix whatever it was and become the perfect girl for him if that was why he was mad. As Mikoto tearfully vowed to change everything about herself, Hakabune quickly turned around to stop her, frantically assuring her that it wasn't like that at all. Hakabune sincerely apologized, explaining he was just being stubborn for no reason. He reassured her that there was not a single thing he disliked about her and begged her not to cry. Mikoto stood quietly in silence, taking in his words. Mikoto's face instantly lit up as she asked to confirm if that meant he didn't hate her and wasn't mad. Hakabune smiled brightly and agreed, adding that he had seen many different sides of her. Hakabune reflected that ever since they were kids, he had always been completely weak to her tears, admitting that he never stood a chance once she pulled out that trump card. Mikoto immediately went back to poking him from behind. Hakabune finally gave in to her demands, conceding that he couldn't deny he had come to accept this weakness as a good part of himself. As they walked together, Hakabune started to mention something he just remembered, but suddenly turned around and let out a surprised shout. Hakabune froze, staring in absolute shock. Hakabune frantically asked if she was okay, as Mikoto's face was fully exposed, revealing a bleeding nose and a large dark scar covering her right eye. Confused, Mikoto grabbed her nose as it throbbed with pain. The large scar completely covered the right side of Mikoto's face around her eye. Hakabune cursed at himself in extreme distress, blaming himself for letting this happen again because he wasn't careful enough. Hakabune quickly stepped in to wipe the blood from her nose, insisting it was his fault, and he would stop the bleeding. Mikoto questioned what he meant by again, and assured him she was fine, guessing it just bled easily since the same thing happened last night. Hakabune silently noted that the heavy scar on the right side of her face was usually kept hidden from view. Hakabune reflected that the scar was something Mikoto got during middle school, explaining that she had a strange pull, almost like a gravitational force that naturally drew people to her. He noted that what that pull attracted wasn't always good, describing how the jealousy, resentment, and envy from others slowly ate away at her. He revealed that her scar was the tragic result of those negative emotions boiling over into a horrible incident. He confessed that Mikoto wasn't to blame and that the responsibility was entirely his. He explained that back then he was embarrassed about his feelings for her and intentionally distanced himself, even though he had noticed something was off and that something strange was happening to her. He realized with heavy guilt that the reason Mikoto had changed was because he, the person closest to her, didn't protect her. He resolved to protect her before anything else from now on, though he still felt it would be far too presumptuous for someone like him to actually confess his feelings to her. Hakabune checked on her, asking if her nose still hurt since the bleeding had stopped, and urged her to tell him if anything else was wrong. Mikoto swayed slightly, claiming she might be feeling a little dizzy while secretly reveling in the feeling of pure happiness. She slyly suggested that injuries weren't so bad and asked if he could stay with her and watch over her for the rest of the day. Mikoto thought to herself that whenever she was hurt, Hakabune gave her all of his attention. She remembered that her middle school life was the worst, recalling how Hakabune avoided her and how she wanted to die after getting her scar. However, she noted that the scar brought him back to her, as it finally made him start looking at her again. She reasoned that his attention was purely out of pity, because her face was all messed up and ugly, believing there was no way someone like him would ever actually fall for someone like her. She accepted that he was only with her out of pity, confirming to herself that she already knew that fact. She thanked him aloud, making Hakabune blink in slight confusion. Internally, she resolved that she had to make absolutely sure he would never hate her. As she enthusiastically offered to do anything at all to repay him, Hakabune sighed and told her it was his fault this time, not hers. Meanwhile, she frantically thought that she had to make sure he didn't get tired of her, believing she had to remain someone pitiful just for him to stay. Hakabune smiled softly, still believing it would be far too presumptuous to hope she might actually return his feelings. At the exact same time, Mikoto stared at him intensely, thinking that even someone like her still desperately wanted to stay by his side forever. Mikoto stood outside a building in the evening as an unseen person called out to her. Another girl with crossed arms stood nearby, asking if she was ready yet, while Mikoto glanced over silently. Mikoto stood by the walkway railing, looking at her phone, then smiled warmly as she replied to her friend. Someone suddenly called out to Mikoto. A girl named Mitaka, Take's younger sister, suddenly hugged Mikoto from behind and cheerfully greeted her, asking how things had been lately, and if she had made any progress with her older brother, leaving Mikoto visibly startled. Mikoto nervously stumbled over her words, explaining that Take was always so kind and constantly helped her whenever she was in trouble. Mitaka eyed Mikoto, suspiciously humming in thought as she scrutinized her. Mitaka bluntly stated that her brother only had an okay face and was completely hopeless otherwise, complaining that she still had to wake him up every morning and that he would be lost without her. She then noted that Mikoto had odd tastes, leaving Mikoto slightly confused. Mitaka confidently declared that she was used to it and didn't mind, while Mikoto just stood there in silence. Mikoto smiled fondly and admitted that she didn't care what anyone said about Take, simply stating that she loved everything about him. Mitaka flinched and stood completely speechless. Mitaka awkwardly gave a thumbs up and stammered that while that might or might not be true, the older brother Mikoto knew was just a small part of who he really was. Mitaka tried to give an example but stumbled on her words, prompting Mikoto to step closer with an intense stare and ask if she meant how he acted at home when she wasn't around. Mitaka nervously pointed and agreed, praising Mikoto for being smart and catching on. Mikoto then asked her to because she was very curious too. Mitaka smugly agreed to make an exception and tell her, starting to explain that at home all her brother ever did was talk about Mikoto. Halfway through the sentence, Mitaka suddenly realized what she had just revealed and panicked. Mitaka groaned in defeat as Mikoto leaned in uncomfortably close, insisting it was fine and urging her to tell her anything because she wanted to know more about Take. Mitaka shivered and groaned in visible discomfort, leaving Mikoto confused. Mitaka suddenly screamed that it was totally unfair, accusing them of always being alone together and doing things without her knowing, complaining that they were leaving her out and making Mikoto flinch. Mitaka threw a tantrum, crying out that she wanted to hang out with both of them. Suddenly, a hand chopped her firmly on the head, demanding to know what she was doing. Take told his sister to stop bothering Mikoto, then apologized for being late and for his sister's behavior as Mikoto happily greeted him. Mikoto asked Mitaka if she could talk to her for a second, prompting Mitaka to grumpily ask what she wanted. Mikoto apologized if she upset her and confessed that she really liked Mitaka too, warmly suggesting that they be friends from now on, which surprised Mitaka. Mitaka teared up and admitted she totally misjudged Mikoto, explaining she thought Mikoto would be the type of girl who treated every other girl around her brother as an enemy. She called her own assumption mean and asked if Mikoto really wanted to be friends. Mikoto smiled gently and agreed, explaining it was because she was Take's little sister. Mikoto held a pen in her hand and quietly said, "All right." Mikoto stretched her arms above her head and announced that she was finally done, while Hakabune watched her in silence. Mikoto breathed a sigh of relief and apologized for dragging him into the assignment, nervously asking if he hated doing it. Hakabune stared silently for a moment before frantically denying it, insisting that it was a great review for him too. He quickly added that, when it was just the two of them, they could easily help each other with the things they did not understand. Mikoto giggled and said that if he said so then maybe it was true. Hakabune let out a quiet sigh as they sat together while Mikoto watched him silently. Mikoto leaned in closer and asked if she was actually just bothering him, but Hakabune frantically denied it, thinking about who Kamigami Mikoto really was to him. When Mikoto asked if he was sure, Hakabune noted in his mind that, while he would not say exactly what she was incredibly large, he reflected that because she usually wore baggy clothes, it was hard for others to tell, but as her childhood friend he knew her size was comparable to Mount Everest. Hakabune suddenly slammed his fists onto the table and scolded himself for having dirty thoughts about her, startling Mikoto. As Hakabune cursed himself for his perverted thoughts and resolved to protect his precious childhood friend, Mikoto worriedly asked if he was feeling sick or if it was her fault. Hakabune tried to force a smile and maintain self-control, telling her that he was completely fine, while Mikoto asked if he was absolutely sure. Despite constantly telling himself to stay calm, his composure began to slip. He looked down in sheer frustration, realizing that his physical arousal simply would not subside. He felt incredibly pathetic and powerless because his mind knew better, yet his body refused to listen, getting easily turned on by the everyday presence Mikoto exuded. He silently apologized to Mikoto in his mind, feeling like complete trash for his thoughts. Mikoto broke his train of thought by calling his name and asking if the room felt a bit warm to him. Hakabune nervously suggested turning on the air conditioner, but Mikoto told him it was fine and decided to just take off a layer instead. Mikoto pulled off her outer layer while commenting on the heat, which left Hakabune staring in absolute shock. He realized right then that trying to forget about his thoughts was completely impossible. At that moment, he came to a firm decision. Later that night, back in his room, he reached for a box of tissues. He let out heavy breaths, completely exhausted and sweating. Suddenly, his little sister barged in to tell him dinner was ready, causing Hakabune to scream in terror and shout at her not to barge in, leaving his current dilemma entirely unresolved. Hakabune noticed Mikoto smiling warmly and asked if something good had happened to her, to which she quietly agreed with a giggle. Mikoto looked at her phone and explained that her mother had been talking to her a lot more lately and even started messaging her, surprising Hakabune. Hakabune remembered that Mikoto's mother was a single mom whose husband passed away when Mikoto was in the 3rd grade, prompting her to bury herself in work to escape the grief and leave Mikoto largely neglected. He recalled going over to her house often back in elementary school, but he almost never saw her mother, only finding notes on the wall with dinner money left behind. Hakabune figured her mother had changed as well, likely realizing she failed to protect Mikoto after seeing her scar, and noted he could not blame her since he carried his own heavy regrets too. Mikoto happily announced that her mother had messaged her again and insisted they look together, but when Hakabune saw the barrage of anxious messages, he immediately felt that something was seriously wrong. After waving goodbye to Hakabune, Mikoto returned home and was immediately greeted by her mother, Kamigami Misaki, who sweatily expressed relief that she made it home safely, making Mikoto remark that it was a bit dramatic. Misaki anxiously asked her daughter if she was hungry and suggested they eat dinner together, to which Mikoto hesitantly agreed. Misaki eagerly explained that she had ordered Mikoto's favorite food for delivery from a restaurant, so it would definitely be delicious, while Mikoto listened in silence. When Mikoto thanked her for the meal and offered to wash the dishes, Misaki completely panicked and yelled that it was far too dangerous because she might cut herself on a knife or fork, insisting on doing it herself. When Mikoto tried to protest, Misaki leaned in with a wide-eyed stare and told her that she did not have to suffer anymore, leaving Mikoto entirely speechless. Misaki continuously hovered over her, offering to help with her homework, read her a picture book, and even suggesting they take a bath together, leaving Mikoto feeling increasingly overwhelmed. Seeing that it was already late, Mikoto let out a yawn and tucked herself into bed, looking forward to seeing Hakabune again the following day. Just as she reached for her phone to make a quick good-night call, her mother suddenly opened the door and asked if they could sleep together. Mikoto stared at her mother's desperate expression and let out an annoyed sigh, feeling the suffocating weight of her mother's sudden attachment. They lay down under the covers, but Misaki stared intensely at her daughter the entire time, causing Mikoto to turn her back to her in discomfort. In the middle of the night, Mikoto woke up as she felt a hand suddenly tugging at her collar. Mikoto asked what her mother was doing as Misaki pulled back her collar to look closely at her skin in the dark. Misaki recalled the painful memory of her daughter standing before her with a heavily bandaged face, leaving Misaki sweating in distress and crying out to ask why this had happened to Mikoto. Misaki angrily demanded to know why Mikoto had not come to her for help or told her before things got that bad. Mikoto tearfully screamed back that it was because her mother was never around. Misaki gently caressed Mikoto's hair and promised she would be there for her this time and give her everything she could, not before telling her not to hold back, but Mikoto silently realized that was not what she wanted. As she began to nod off, Mikoto thought about how her mother was the one desperately seeking love to make up for her past failures, realizing her presence was just to satisfy her own guilt. Still, she decided that was okay because her mother's presence alone made her happy, so she whispered a good night and prepared to call Takase. Meanwhile, Hakabune sipped his drink and glanced at the clock, wondering if it was about time for her call. Suddenly, his phone began to vibrate with an incoming call from Mikoto. Hakabune quickly picked up the phone and cheerfully greeted her. Mikoto apologized for calling so late again, admitting she had felt a little lonely before going to bed. Hakabune reassured her that it was perfectly fine and suggested they talk for a bit, noting to himself that they did this 4 to 7 times a week. He reflected that talking with Mikoto until she fell asleep had become a normal part of his daily routine, admitting that while it might sound exhausting, he enjoyed it and ended up worrying whenever she did not call. He reasoned that while their arrangement might not be normal, it was just one part of what youth meant to him. After more than an hour had passed, Hakabune called her name and noticed she was only offering sleepy mumbles in response. Hearing her soft snoring on the other end, he smiled and decided it was time for him to go to sleep, as well moving to hang up the call. Hakabune flinched in absolute shock when a voice suddenly pleaded with him not to hang up. The person on the other end introduced herself as Mikoto's mother, thanking him for looking after her daughter and asking if he had a moment to discuss her school life. Hakabune awkwardly agreed, completely stunned by the unexpected speaker. He sighed in exasperation at the thought of going into overtime talking to her mother, but decided that if it was for Mikoto's sake, he could listen to what she had to say. As the clock ticked past 4 in the morning and the sky began to brighten, her mother continued to ask endless questions about Mikoto's interests and behavior at school, leaving Hakabune completely drained by the never-ending conversation. Hakabune could not believe that they had been talking for 4 straight hours, noting that the sun was starting to rise, and that his repeated attempts to end the call had been completely blocked by her persuasive speaking skills. Misaki apologized for keeping him so long, explaining that she felt terrible about her past neglect and desperately wanted to make it up to her daughter by learning more about her. Hakabune realized that she was simply trying her best as a mother, so he decided he could not fault her and resolved to stay on the line a little longer. Misaki suddenly began to cry, hysterically blaming herself entirely and apologizing to Mikoto, leaving Hakabune to realize that she was completely spiraling. While internally begging her to stop, Hakabune gently urged her not to be so hard on herself, reassuring her that her current efforts to connect with Mikoto were already very admirable. He was met with sudden silence on the other end of the line, followed quickly by the unmistakable sound of soft snoring. Hakabune reacted in pure disbelief and frustration, screaming in his mind about what was wrong with this woman after realizing she had fallen asleep on him. He let out a heavy sigh as he checked his phone to see it was already nearly 6 in the morning, deciding to crawl under his blanket to try and get at least an hour of sleep before starting the day. His little sister suddenly burst into his room with a bright smile, loudly announcing that she had woken up early and came to give him a morning wake-up call. Hakabune stared back at her in dead silence with massive dark circles under his eyes, disappointing his sister, who complained that it was no fun since he was already awake. Unable to contain his exhaustion and stress, Hakabune grabbed his sister and bit her on the head, prompting her to scream and complain that he was taking all his frustration out on her. Hakabune stood in his room on Saturday, thinking to himself that the day had finally arrived for Mikoto to come over to his house. He reflected on how their typical hangouts usually involved her simply dropping by after school to play games, prompting him to analyze what was actually different about this Saturday visit. Realizing that Mikoto would be spending a significant amount of time in his room, Hakabune resolved not to underestimate the situation and determined to do everything he could to prepare while he had the chance. He proudly revealed his first preparation, a memory foam cushion intended to reduce fatigue from prolonged sitting and keep Mikoto comfortable. Looking at his empty wallet, he noted that although the cushion cost him 10,000 yen, he did not mind since it was a necessary sacrifice. Next, he set up an air purifier that he had borrowed from the living room, thinking to himself that if Mikoto ever complained about his room smelling bad, he would throw himself into the freezing ocean in winter. After turning on the air purifier and sniffing the air to test it, he smiled in absolute satisfaction. Finally, he walked downstairs to retrieve his secret weapon, which was 10 baked puddings bought directly from Mikoto's favorite cake shop. Hakabune smiled as he thought about how Mikoto would love the puddings, imagining them eating together in sweet comfort and joy, but his expression instantly warped into pure shock. He stared in absolute disbelief at the near-empty fridge, realizing that all 10 puddings had completely vanished. He frantically wondered if some supernatural event or a rift in space had occurred to make 10 puddings disappear when his little sister Mitaka suddenly walked in and waved, announcing she was back. Hakabune immediately asked her if she had seen the 10 puddings in the fridge, but she happily gave a thumbs up and admitted she had eaten them all because they were delicious, causing him to rage and call her a gluttonous demon. He panicked, wondering if he should go buy more, but realized it was impossible because Mikoto was arriving in an hour and the round trip to the cake shop took over 2 hours. Staring grimly ahead, he resolved that if things had truly come to this point, he had only one option left. He determined that he would just have to bake the puddings himself, grabbing a whisk, gathering the ingredients, and tying on his apron. Mitaka curiously asked if he was making chowan mushi, but Hakabune angrily yelled back that he was not, promising her that she would not be getting a single bite of whatever he made. Mitaka then held up his vibrating phone and noted that Mikoto's mother was calling him, prompting Hakabune to stop whisking in confusion. Mitaka remarked that having her number was creepy, making Hakabune frantically explain that he had no choice because she had begged him on her knees before he answered the call to ask what was going on. Misaki answered on the other end, nervously explaining that Mikoto seemed to actually have a real fever this time. Hakabune repeated her words in surprise while Mitaka watched him closely as the mother confirmed the news. Misaki explained that, while she wanted to let her daughter go, her own anxiety would make her sick if anything happened, especially since Mikoto was throwing a tantrum and demanding to go, meaning she could not come over today. Hakabune politely accepted this and asked her to tell Mikoto that he hoped she felt better soon. After hanging up, Hakabune slowly called out to his sister, making her ask what he wanted in a startled tone. Looking completely lifeless and defeated, he quietly offered to make her some chowan mushi and asked if she wanted some. Mitaka could only stare at him in sheer shock, having never seen her brother so completely and emotionally destroyed before. When they finally met again, Mikoto apologetically expressed her deep regret for not being able to hang out the other day, but Hakabune assured her that her health came first, prompting her to happily reveal a bag full of sweets she brought, so they could eat them together. Hakabune cheered that sweets after school always tasted better, making Mikoto smile as she asked if she had successfully made him happy, to which he enthusiastically agreed, and suggested they eat them immediately. Suddenly, a dark looming figure with glowing glasses materialized directly behind them, freezing both of them in sheer terror as a creepy shadow fell over them. The class representative spoke up from behind them, dryly commenting on how wonderful it was to have sweets after school. Hakabune screamed in surprise at her sudden appearance while the class representative stared down at them in dead silence as Mikoto stood quietly by his side. Hakabune nervously apologized and offered to go somewhere else, which left the class representative looking up at him in utter confusion. When Hakabune turned to Mikoto and suggested they find a different spot to sit, the class representative suddenly ordered them to wait. She held out her hand and insisted that they could not leave, prompting Hakabune to look back at her in confusion and ask why they had to stay. When Hakabune pressed her for a reason, she nervously adjusted her glasses and stammered, thinking to herself that she absolutely could not reveal the real truth. She knew she could never admit that her real motivation was that she secretly shipped the two of them together. She berated herself for being so foolish, realizing that they looked so cute together. She simply could not help but say something, despite swearing to herself that she would never interfere with her favorite couple. She groaned in embarrassment about being an annoying fan crashing their date, while Hakabune and Mikoto stood by watching her in complete silence. Demanding they just stay where they were, she crossed her arms, prompting Hakabune to protectively hold his snacks and ask if she was trying to steal their food, which she immediately and frantically denied. The class representative mentally begged him to just ignore her, noting how nervous Mikoto was while she clung tightly to Hakabune's arm. She thought about how Hakabune had always been too soft on everyone since middle school, and how she had to cover for him in the past, urging him to focus solely on his time with Mikoto instead of talking to her. Watching them, she could not help but smile warmly and think about how adorable it was to see Mikoto clinging so tightly to his shirt. Hakabune gently reassured Mikoto that the class representative was not an enemy, which made the class representative internally scream for them to stop flaunting their cuteness and just get together already. She stared intensely at them, thinking about the two of them. She reasoned that they were both clearly in love but far too stubborn about it, likely holding on to foolish doubts about not being good enough for one another. She acknowledged that their hesitation was understandable given what had happened in the past, but she respected that they had still chosen to move forward together even if things were messy. Believing they were only one step away, she wished they would finally break down the barrier between them. Hakabune yelled after her in pure confusion, demanding to know where she was going, to which she frantically screamed back that she was heading to the toilet. Hakabune stood in bewilderment, wondering what that had all been about, while Mikoto quietly noted how fast she was, as the class representative desperately prayed in her mind for them to hurry up and start dating already. Later, they sat together inside an empty classroom after school, where Mikoto happily unwrapped a sandwich and eagerly licked her lips at the sight of her food. She took a large, enthusiastic bite of the sandwich and chewed happily, fully enjoying her after-school meal. Hakabune leaned his chin on his hand and silently watched her eat, letting out a soft, affectionate smile. Looking toward the clear blue sky outside the window, Hakabune gently called out her name, prompting Mikoto to turn around with a questioning look. Hakabune casually remarked that people who eat cutely are really nice, catching Mikoto completely off guard while her mouth was still full. Mikoto processed his comment into a panicked chain of negative logic, concluding that if he liked cute eaters, he must like someone else more than her, which would inevitably lead to him hating and abandoning her. She internally screamed in absolute terror, concluding that her only choice was to die, while Hakabune watched her sudden panic in complete confusion and asked what was wrong. Clasping her head in distress, she resolved that she could not let that happen and desperately needed to find a way to prove she was more valuable to him than any other girl. Mikoto nervously called out his name, prompting Hakabune to turn back to her with a questioning hum. While Hakabune was actively taking a sip of water, Mikoto bluntly blurted out that she thought her chest was probably much larger than that of any other girl. Hakabune immediately spat his water out in sheer shock and completely lost his composure, while Mikoto stared closely at him with an intense gaze, asking if he did not like larger chests. Sweating and blushing profusely, Hakabune frantically admitted that he did not dislike them, and in fact absolutely loved them, which made Mikoto smile with relief, thanking God that her plan had worked. She then leaned in even closer and asked if he wanted to touch them, though she instantly panicked internally, knowing she could never actually do such a thing. Staring downward, she nervously murmured that she thought it would be fine if it was him, which left Hakabune letting out a completely shocked gasp. Mikoto leaned her entire body forward directly into his personal space, backing a heavily blushing and sweating Hakabune completely against the wall. Hakabune frantically stammered that she could not just spring something like that on him out of nowhere, while his mind was completely consumed by a chaotic battle between his desires and his conscience. As Hakabune tried to calm himself and wondered what on earth she was thinking, he noticed that Mikoto's eyes had gone wide, and she was blushing intensely, clearly overwhelmed by her own bold suggestion. Hakabune pointed a finger at her and demanded to know why she was the one blushing when she had been the one to bring it up in the first place, causing a heavily embarrassed Mikoto to stammer an apology and explain that she had simply gotten caught up in the moment. Hakabune stood in complete sweating silence while Mikoto hid her face in her hands and let out an embarrassed groan. Fortunately, the school bell suddenly chimed, causing both of them to look up in surprise and relief. Hakabune frantically gestured that class was starting, and they had to hurry back, to which Mikoto quickly and nervously agreed. As they walked, Hakabune felt relieved that he had managed to avoid answering her question, though he still felt unsettled. Hakabune walked ahead and wondered why on earth Their conversation had devolved into discussing her chest again while Mikoto covered her ears behind him and lamented that she had completely messed up. Back in his room, Hakabune lay on his bed and let out a deep sigh, but the memory of her asking if he wanted to touch them flashed vividly in his mind, keeping him wide awake in distress. He held his phone above his face, looking completely exhausted and unable to find peace. He finally came to a decision and silently agreed to move forward. The next day, Hakabune stood outside looking incredibly nervous, but he suddenly flinched when he heard a loud clanking and thudding sound coming from the mailbox area. He instantly took off, running at full speed with a highly intense expression. He reached the mailbox and lifted the flap, quickly retrieving a large brown envelope from inside. He eagerly opened the envelope and pulled out the contents with a nervous smirk, only to freeze when a voice suddenly asked him from behind what he had received. He turned around slowly to find Mikoto standing right there looking up at him with a pleasant, curious smile. Hakabune screamed in absolute terror and quickly clutched the envelope tightly to his chest, frantically demanding to know why she was there. Mikoto sheepishly admitted that she had been wondering what he was up to and casually walked over to his house asking if he found it creepy, but Hakabune quickly assured her it was not as he frantically hid the envelope behind his back. Mikoto peered at him suspiciously and asked why he was hiding something if that was the case, leaving Hakabune sweating profusely as he tried to force a strained smile. When Mikoto slyly asked if it was a dirty magazine, Hakabune froze with wide blank eyes as his soul practically left his body in sheer embarrassment. Confirmed in her suspicion, Mikoto eagerly grabbed his arm and asked what kind of things he liked so she could match them to make him like her more, causing Hakabune to blush furiously and yell that she was an idiot for joking about such a thing. Hakabune cried out in alarm as the envelope suddenly slipped right out of his hand. The magazine landed flat on the floor with a thud, fully exposing its cover titled after a busty bangs covered childhood friend, leaving Mikoto staring in absolute shock. Mikoto slowly repeated the title under her breath, blushing and stammering in complete bewilderment at what she was seeing. Covering his deeply blushing face, Hakabune defensively argued that it was not that weird, and that he was still a normal guy. Mikoto paused and looked up thoughtfully, letting out a quiet hum while processing the situation. She blushed and hesitantly asked him if that was indeed the specific type of person he was into, realizing something about herself. Hakabune told her to shut up while covering his face in shame, while Mikoto looked at him and worried that she might not actually be the one he loved. She noted to herself that he still looked at her in that way before gently asking if she could borrow his hand, making Hakabune nervously agree while asking why she wanted it. Smiling softly, she reached out and firmly grasped his hand. Mikoto guided his hand and pressed it directly against her chest, looking up at him with a blushing, affectionate smile, leaving Hakabune absolutely frozen in a state of pure panic. Suddenly letting go, Mikoto quickly dashed toward the doorway and peeked back with a playful smile while a completely overwhelmed Hakabune shouted after her in a panic. Waving from behind the door frame, she cheerfully said goodbye and promised to see him tomorrow. Hakabune stood completely motionless in his room, his face burning bright red in silence. He slowly glanced down at the newly purchased magazine in his hands, letting out a weak, awkward laugh. He let the magazine slip out of his hand, muttering that it could not possibly beat the real thing, before slumping his head against his front door with an exhausted groan. Mikoto looked up with intensely dedicated, teary eyes and promised that she would do absolutely anything for him. Hakabune confidently held out his hand with a sparkling smile, proposing that she marry him and promising that he would definitely make her happy. Mikoto stared blankly with a warm blush, realizing with a sigh that the romantic proposal was nothing more than her own wild daydream. Mikoto covered her blushing face in extreme embarrassment, frantically berating herself for being so conceited and delusional. Mikoto tried to cover her eyes and claimed she was not looking and saw nothing, but she could not help but take a sneaky peek before panicking once again. Rin reached forward and handed over a copy of the story, quietly inviting the reader to go through it. She held it up with a subtle knowing expression on her face. When Hakabune had previously touched Mikoto's chest during their encounter, the sheer shock caused him to collapse with a high fever shortly after she said goodbye. The cause of his sudden illness was not mere excitement, but rather a severe cognitive conflict, as his brain struggled to process the touch as real while his mind insisted it must have been a daydream. This mental friction created so much chaos that his brain completely overheated. His mother Hakabune Miyako checked his temperature and ordered him to stay home due to his terrible fever, but Hakabune desperately protested that Mikoto was waiting for him and he had to go. Miyako smiled with a menacing dead-eyed expression and flatly told him that he would die if he went out, threatening to kill him herself if he did not stay in bed to rest. Hakabune sat silently in his bed, clutching his blanket in absolute terror. Mitaka suddenly opened the door to his room and announced that Mikoto had arrived, asking what they should do, which shocked Hakabune. Miyako calmly offered to handle the situation herself, but Hakabune panicked at the idea and yelled that it was not okay, arguing that Mikoto had traveled all this way and he needed to show his care. Miyako suddenly put him in a firm chokehold and smiled while telling him that sick people should behave, ignoring his struggles and complaints about her harsh treatment. Meanwhile, Mikoto stood nervously in the entryway, worrying about why Hakabune was not coming out and wondering if something had happened, anxiously squeezing her hands to her chest. She sweated in pure anxiety, desperately wondering if she had done something completely outrageous the day before. Miyako suddenly slid silently right up behind her, gently calling her name. Mikoto let out a startled scream while Miyako simply stood there smiling and humming happily. Mikoto nervously addressed her as Hakabune's mother, and Miyako explained that her son was currently bedridden because many things had happened. Mikoto flusteredly suggested she should go home so as not to cause any trouble, but Miyako insisted she come inside, grinning that her son was weak right now, and it was her perfect chance. After apologizing for the intrusion, Mikoto stared in absolute shock to find Hakabune standing right there, looking perfectly healthy, cheerfully waving and asking what she meant by him feeling sick. When Mikoto pointed out that his mother had claimed he was bedridden, Hakabune nervously laughed it off and insisted she was just joking and that he was completely fine. Miyako suddenly struck him on the back of his neck, causing Hakabune to collapse flat on the floor. With a thud, she coldly advised him that acting tough would only make his condition worse, prompting her groaning son to complain that she was the one beating him up the most. A heavy silence settled over the traditional house under the clear sky. Lying in bed, Hakabune muttered that his mother was completely crazy, making Mikoto giggle. However, she quickly grew intensely worried and offered to die with him if anything happened, which made him sweatily reassure her that he would recover soon. Mikoto looked down sadly and apologized, explaining that she had really wanted to be helpful to him, but felt she had been no help at all. Hakabune smiled warmly and assured her that was not true, telling her that simply seeing her face made him feel much better, though he silently wondered why her presence was so comforting when she was the very reason he got sick. He softly confessed that she was always in his heart, causing Mikoto to stare at him in stunned silence before completely panicking in a blushing frenzy. Realizing what he had blurted out, Hakabune sat up in a panic and tried to play it off as just a dramatic way of showing his gratitude for her coming over, while Mikoto looked away in extreme embarrassment. Hakabune hid his face behind his blanket, completely embarrassed for blurting out his inner thoughts and wondering if his high fever was to blame. Hakabune gently suggested that she should head home before it got too dark outside, but Mikoto quietly murmured that she would not mind staying over all night, even though her phone was vibrating with frantic, desperate messages from her mother begging her to return home immediately. Hakabune asked Mikoto what was wrong, and she groaned that her mother was contacting her. Hakabune noted that he understood the situation. Hakabune told Mikoto that she should go home because her mother was worried about her, promising that he would be completely recovered by the next time they saw each other. Mikoto struggled with his request, finding it difficult to reject a direct appeal from him. Mikoto agreed to go home to prevent causing further trouble for his family, but before leaving she leaned in close and whispered for him to recover soon, leaving Hakabune completely startled. Mikoto bid him farewell and ran off. Hakabune sat in his bed, completely overwhelmed by her close proximity, muttering that his fever had only gotten worse from the excitement. Hakabune realized that he truly had strong feelings for Mikoto, despite his attempts to deny them, but his train of thought was abruptly broken when his mother slid the door open and asked if they had gone all the way, leaving him shocked and confused. Mikoto stood in silence, observing herself. She noted that her chest was indeed quite large and recalled that Take's preferred bigger ones. She wondered if her body could be her greatest weapon. She resolved that if it ever seemed like Takase might begin to dislike her, she could simply use her physical appeal to get close to him. Holding her phone, Mikoto decided she had no other choice but to utilize her physical charms. Despite feeling a bit embarrassed, Mikoto decided to take and send some suggestive selfies to him, making sure to keep her face out of the photos while she excitedly anticipated his reaction. Mikoto's mother opened the door to announce that dinner was ready, but she stopped mid-sentence and reacted in pure shock when she found her daughter in the middle of changing her clothes. Misaki immediately grabbed Mikoto from behind in a panic, screaming at her that she must never resort to prostitution, no matter how difficult things got. Misaki sobbed hysterically as she held her daughter tight, blaming herself for everything as her mother and begging Mikoto not to do this, promising to carry all her pain and take her place. Misaki desperately declared that she would strip instead of her daughter, leaving Mikoto completely shocked by her mother's extreme proposal. Misaki frantically tried to strip and struggled against Mikoto, who desperately held her back while yelling at her mother to stop and think about her age. After struggling for a moment, Misaki tightly hugged Mikoto to calm herself down, eventually admitting that Mikoto had amazing breasts while Mikoto asked if she was finally starting to relax. Misaki warned Mikoto that prostitution was strictly forbidden, and pointed out how terrifying digital footprints could be, adding that Takase would be incredibly sad as well, which left a blushing Mikoto struggling to explain. Mikoto realized her mother mistakenly believed she was doing something dangerous online. But since she could not exactly explain that her actual plan of sending suggestive photos was any more appropriate, she struggled with how to clear up the misunderstanding. Holding her head in distress over the highly serious situation, Mikoto decided that she needed to call Takase again to ask for his advice. Suddenly, Mikoto stopped in her tracks as she realized something highly suspicious, wondering why on earth her mother even had Takase's contact information in the first place. Later that night, unsettling messages from Misaki and a record of incredibly long phone calls arrived on Takase's phone, leaving him to wonder what was going on. The class representative handed over a stack of notebooks and told the two of them to copy the class notes from the days they were both absent from school. Takase awkwardly thanked the class representative as she pointed out that the two of them always seemed to be absent on the exact same days, while Mikoto silently thought about how pointless going to school was when Takase was not around. The class representative pointed an angry finger at Takase and firmly scolded him not to start thinking that getting notes from her was a normal thing, prompting a nervous agreement from him. She explained that she was only taking notes for them because Mikoto was present, while Takase apologized and admitted he had gotten a bit too comfortable relying on her. Mikoto suddenly spoke up and bluntly asked what the exact relationship was between the class representative and Takase, completely freezing both of them in sheer shock. Takase nervously explained that they simply an inseparable connection from middle school, which made Mikoto force a smile and realize that since she was not with him back then, she naturally had no idea. Takase instantly panicked after realizing he had stepped on a major landmine, because discussing middle school was a taboo topic around Mikoto, while the class representative frantically waved her hands to reassure Mikoto that their relationship was not that deep. In her desperate attempt to explain, the class representative accidentally made things worse by shouting that she was just a convenient woman to him, forcing Takase to point out that her explanation was not helping their case at all. As Takase and the class representative began to bicker and struggle with each other, Mikoto stared at them and quietly wondered if the class representative actually had feelings for Takase and had only taken notes for that specific reason. As Mikoto flipped through the notes, she suddenly paused and stared at a small rabbit drawing in the corner of the page, feeling a strong sense of familiarity, as though she had seen that exact drawing somewhere before. In a flashback, a scarred Mikoto apologized to Takase for making him bring her class notes every day since she was still too terrified to return to school, but he gently assured her it was fine and revealed that he was not the only one helping her. Mikoto recalled that Takase had a habit of drawing that exact same cute rabbit drawing in math class, suddenly connecting the doodles in Rin's notebook to him. Mikoto gasped as she finally made the connection, drawing the attention of both Takase and the class representative, who stopped their arguing to look at her in concern. Mikoto smiled and declared to herself that she had no intention of giving Takase up to anyone else, before casually asking Rin if they were indeed just friends. Rin became incredibly flustered and awkwardly stammered that they were indeed just friends, prompting Mikoto to smile warmly and note that she understood. Mikoto then turned to Rin and sweetly asked if she would be willing to become friends with her, as well surprising both Rin and Takase. Rin gasped in surprise, prompting Mikoto to ask if she was against the idea, though Rin quickly shook her hands and replied that she did not mind in the slightest. Rin explained that from Mikoto's perspective, she probably did not seem like a very good person to be around, but Mikoto simply smiled and reassured her that it was perfectly fine. Mikoto warmly assured her that if it was the class representative, it was completely fine, before asking again if they could be friends. Rin happily agreed to be friends, which made Mikoto express her joy before casually asking what the class representative's actual name was. Rin introduced herself as Kamiki Rin, and Mikoto warmly welcomed her new friend by calling her Rin-chan. Mikoto silently expressed her deep gratitude to Rin for helping both her and Takase. Meanwhile, Takase stood nearby and cried tears of pure joy entirely by himself, completely overwhelmed with emotion, because Mikoto had finally made her very first female friend in high school. Under a bright fiery sunset on a bridge overlooking the city, Takase softly called out Mikoto's name, prompting her to reply with a quiet questioning hum. Takase nervously poured his heart out and confessed his love to her, asking her to go out with him, but his heart stopped when Mikoto suddenly stared back with a cold, dead expression and asked if this was just convenient for him. Looking entirely distorted with her old facial injuries and a menacing glare, she accused him of being a coward who stood by and watched while she was bullied, only to take advantage of her when she was weak, before demanding if he planned to force his own happiness onto her after ruining her future. Takase frantically screamed that he had no such intentions, but she aggressively leaned in with her bloody scar, coldly retorting that what was in his heart meant absolutely nothing if he kept it to himself. As Takase wept and repeatedly apologized, she ruthlessly declared that her entire life was ruined, and she had been horribly injured solely because of him. With a tearful, venomous glare, she shattered his heart by telling him that everything was entirely his fault, and that she could never love him because she had always secretly hated him deep down. Takase suddenly bolted upright in bed with a terrified scream, panting heavily as he clutched his face, and realized that the horrible confrontation had been nothing more than a vivid nightmare. Takase sighed in exhaustion, noting to himself that he had experienced that same terrifying nightmare once again. His little sister slid open the door to quietly announce that breakfast was ready, prompting Takase to reply that he would be downstairs soon. Takase sat completely spaced out and silent, still deeply shaken by the residual fear of his bad dream. At the dining table, his sister chewed her food happily while his mother watched in silence, and his father, Hakabune Renteru, sweatily took a drink from his cup. As Takase continued to stare blankly into space at the table, his family members silently realized that it was once again one of his nightmare days. According to the strict Hakabune family rule, Takase suffered from nightmares about 4 times a month, and on those specific days, the entire family had to treat him with utmost gentleness. Suddenly, his father, mother, and sister all extended their chopsticks to offer him their sausages, eagerly urging him to eat up. When a sweatily confused Takase asked why everyone was suddenly piling sausages onto his plate, his father asked if he liked them, his sister cheered that meat would give him energy, and his mother added that they were a great source of protein. Takase sheepishly admitted that he did indeed like sausages, prompting his sister to loudly call out his name to grab his attention. In an effort to treat him gently, his sister loudly praised him by telling him how handsome and tall he was, adding that her friends talked about him a lot, which left Takase completely taken aback by the sudden compliments. His father joined in to praise him as well, telling Takase that he possessed a good heart and a straight, unwavering core, leaving Takase to awkwardly offer his quiet thanks. His mother then delivered her own compliment by bluntly declaring that he possessed a large physical asset, causing Takase to gasp in absolute shock. While Takase flinched in utter embarrassment, his sister yelled at their mother to at least give him a proper compliment, and his father agreed that there were far better ways to say it, though their mother defensively argued that it was the highest compliment a man could receive. His mother then calmly stated that aside from that physical attribute, there was something else she wanted to tell him, prompting a sweatily nervous Takase to ask what it was. Her expression softening, she gently told him that the past was the past, and could not be redone, advising him to instead focus solely on what lay ahead. She pointed out that there were still plenty of things he could actively do and change, reminding him that even if he had hurt someone precious to him, he had not actually lost them, yet leaving Takase completely speechless. His sister happily nudged him to finish eating and get ready if he understood, prompting Takase to quietly agree while his father watched with a warm smile. When his sister cheerfully asked if he was going to meet up with Mikoto again today, Takase smiled softly and quietly confirmed that she was correct. As he prepared to leave, his mother softly called out his name to let him know that she had one more thing to say, making him pause in confusion. Wearing a sweet but terrifying smile, she firmly ordered him to absolutely make sure Mikoto was happy from now on, threatening to stab him if he failed, which left a sweatily terrified Takase quickly stammering his absolute agreement. His father quietly warned him that their mother would likely follow through on her threat, and from that day forward the frequency of Takase's nightmares slowly began to decline. It had been about 3 months since starting high school, and while Takase had slowly grown familiar with his classmates, there was a strange pattern that had recently begun to bother him. He noticed that whenever he looked toward his male classmates, as they casually chatted amongst themselves, a sudden shift would occur. The moment Takase waved and called out a morning greeting to them, with Mikoto standing right behind him, the boys' faces twisted in sheer horror before they instantly scattered away like startled rabbits. The situation was not any better with his female classmates, either, who simply smiled and walked past him while Takase watched in sheer bewilderment. The girls would completely avoid making any eye contact with him, choosing to completely ignore his presence as they walked by. Takase began to worry if he was somehow hated or if everyone was treating him like he was made of glass, but he quickly realized that this was not the only bizarre thing happening to him lately. When Mikoto suddenly got another nosebleed and asked for help, Takase realized in a panic that he did not have any tissues on him, desperately telling her to hold on while trying to figure out what to do. Right at that exact moment, a brand new pack of tissues mysteriously materialized out of nowhere on a desk right beside his hand. He recalled that this was not an isolated incident and that tissues were not the only items that had mysteriously appeared when needed. On a previous occasion, when Mikoto realized she had forgotten her eraser, Takase had quickly offered to let her borrow his, moving to open his pencil case. To his absolute horror, he discovered that his little sister had pranked him by swapping his eraser for a poop-shaped curry-scented toy, leaving him sweatily fuming, as he remembered her teasing joke about it bringing him luck. He knew there was absolutely no way he could hand such a ridiculous item to Mikoto, but since he refused to go back on his word after offering to help, he stood there in an agonizing dilemma over what to do. Just as a heavy silence fell over the classroom, Takase suddenly whipped his head around, wondering if his senses were playing tricks on him. When Mikoto curiously asked if something was wrong, Takase quickly played it off as nothing, though he sweatily noted how strange it was to feel a presence right before a hand suddenly slipped into his belongings. He looked down to find a brand new standard eraser sitting perfectly inside his pencil case, realizing that whenever a situation arose with Mikoto, the exact item he needed would somehow miraculously show up. While the unexplained phenomenon was honestly a bit terrifying to him, Takase decided to stop overthinking the bizarre occurrences and focus on helping Mikoto, gently suggesting they head to the nurse's office just to be safe. As the two of them walked out into the hallway, a pair of hidden observers quietly watched through the classroom door, whispering to confirm that they had finally left. In the quiet shadows, they proudly congratulated themselves on the successful tissue handoff before preparing to send their usual prayers for the couple. The two of them had absolutely no idea that their entire class was quietly working behind the scenes and closing the net around them to force them together. As they walked together, Mikoto could not stop giggling, prompting a sweatily nervous Takase to ask why she was smiling non-stop, to which she happily replied that she was simply thrilled to have him coming over to her house. Although they frequently hung out after school, their visits were usually disrupted by family members, which is why a sweatily confused Takase noted that she was acting particularly strange as she eagerly offered to open the front door for him. Mikoto joyfully anticipated this exam day, since early dismissal meant her mother was still at work giving them their first true opportunity for uninterrupted quality alone time together. However, their hope for isolation was instantly crushed when her mother opened the door to welcome them home, leaving Mikoto staring back in dead, silent disappointment as she asked why she was there. Her mother nervously explained that she had quite a few unused vacation days from work, though Mikoto desperately wondered in her mind why she had chosen to use them on this exact day. Realizing her plans had been ruined, Mikoto let out a heavy sigh and trudged away to get her room ready, leaving Takase to quietly agree, while noting that her mood had completely plummeted in an instant. Standing awkwardly alone in the hallway, Takase realized he had been left behind with her mother, who silently watched him before asking if she could help him with anything. Misaki looked down in regret, admitting she had no idea he used to visit so often in the past, before calling herself a failure of a mother for leaving Mikoto so lonely back then. After a brief moment of silence, Takase gently looked at her and reassured her that it was not too late, and there was still plenty of time for her to make things right with her daughter. A quiet, contemplative silence settled between them as they stood side by side in the hallway. Misaki suddenly looked up and asked him why he was not scolding her more harshly, catching Takase completely off guard. Misaki frantically urged him to insult her more or even punish her, because of how terrible of a person she had been, prompting a highly startled Takase to sweatily ask what was with her sudden outburst. Misaki sweatily explained that at her age she had nobody left to properly scold her, admitting she felt entirely crushed by her guilt, and that even Mikoto would be fully justified in hitting her. Takase desperately argued that he was not the kind of person who could ever blame or punish others, but Misaki frantically protested and continued to plead with him to punish her. Misaki went on to describe the specific punishment she wanted, pleading with him to spank her multiple times while insulting her for being a vulgar woman, when Mikoto suddenly materialized directly behind her with a dark, menacing smile and asked her what she was doing. Misaki instantly froze in sheer terror as she realized her daughter had heard every single word of her bizarre request, while Takase watched the escalating tension in sweating silence. Mikoto gently but firmly warned her mother that she would get very angry if she kept trying to do strange things to Takase, causing a thoroughly panicked Misaki to frantically wave her hands and deny the misunderstanding. Desperate to save herself, Misaki suddenly blurted out that Takase had asked to stay over for dinner, prompting a sweatily shocked Takase to yell in confusion, while Mikoto instantly lit up with a bright, happy smile. Mikoto hesitantly asked Takase if he was absolutely sure about staying until late, but she quickly blushed and giggled in excitement at the thought of spending so much time together, while Takase silently accepted being used as a convenient excuse since it had successfully cheered Mikoto up. Misaki happily offered to cook anything Takase wanted to eat, and Mikoto proudly added that her mother was incredibly skilled at pretty much everything. When Takase sweatily suggested hamburger steak, Mikoto enthusiastically begged her mother to make it the absolute best, which Misaki eagerly promised to do, leaving Takase to watch their lively interaction in silent bewilderment. Later, as they sat together in the dark watching a movie, Takase praised her home theater system while Mikoto quietly lamented that they were not actually alone, before Takase softly admitted that he felt quite relieved, prompting her to ask what he meant. Takase explained that he was relieved to see her getting along with her mother much better than he had expected, and Mikoto agreed, admitting that while it was awkward at first, she was still her mother after all. She awkwardly confessed that her mother had become completely dependent on her, and seemed emotionally unstable compared to how normal she used to be, which made a sweating Takase silently conclude that they were definitely related. Takase suddenly caught the delicious aroma of hamburger steak from the kitchen, though his train of thought was derailed as he realized he could not stop associating her mother with butts after her earlier outburst. When they finally sat down to eat, Takase took a bite of the beautifully prepared hamburger steak and was immediately blown away, blushing with delight as he praised it for being incredibly delicious and just like restaurant quality. Misaki nervously asked if the food tasted okay, while Mikoto happily stuffed her face and cheered that it was delicious, leading Takase to realize that Misaki was a natural-born genius cook, just like Mikoto, and worry that the family was going to completely win him over through his stomach. Misaki warmly invited Takase to come over whenever he liked so she could always cook for him, but Mikoto quickly eyed her suspiciously and warned her not to think of anything weird, making Takase note how unsentimental Mikoto was toward her mother compared to how emotional she was with him. After finishing his meal, Takase warmly thanked them for the dinner and politely announced that he should head home before overstaying his welcome, which instantly shocked and panicked Mikoto. Before he could take a step, Mikoto tightly grabbed onto his shirt sleeve and desperately pleaded with tears in her eyes for him to stay just a little longer. Takase looked back at her with a gentle smile and softly reassured her that they would see each other again the very next day. Her eyes widening in pure terror and desperation, Mikoto tearfully argued that they could not be certain they would even be alive tomorrow, frantically pleading with him to stay with her right now. As Mikoto clung tightly to Takase's arm in a desperate embrace, Misaki stood a short distance away, quietly watching her daughter's frantic distress. Misaki realized that because Mikoto had enjoyed so much extra time with the boy she loved, today parting with him was only more painful, leading Misaki to firmly resolve that as her mother she had to be useful and honor her daughter's deep feelings. Just as Takase offered a warm smile and playfully reassured Mikoto that he was actually quite tough and was not going to die, Misaki suddenly sprinted in from behind and forcefully bashed him over the head with a heavy frying pan, knocking him out instantly. As a panicked, Mikoto cradled a dazed Takase and demanded to know why she would suddenly hit someone with a frying pan. A sweatily trembling Misaki apologized and sheepishly admitted that she had only knocked him out so he would not be able to leave, thinking it was what Mikoto wanted. Mikoto stared back in complete deadpan disbelief, asking if her mother was actually thinking about her before flatly demanding what she would have done if she had seriously injured Takase, and stating that she did not understand her logic at all. Takase woke up rubbing his head and began to complain about his mother's actions, but when he saw Mikoto sobbing in distress, he quickly reached out and grasped her hand tightly to comfort her. Looking at her gently, Takase decided that he would not let her say something so heartbreakingly desperate just to keep him around, leaving Mikoto to look back at him in dazed confusion. He warmly announced that he had changed his mind and would stay a little longer, after all, catching Mikoto completely by surprise. Mikoto let out a sigh of relief and giggled happily while Takase jokingly credited the frying pan for changing his mind and assured her that he was completely fine, noting that his own mother's karate chops were much harder than that. Rin held up 2 tickets and explained to Mikoto that she had received 2 discount passes to a highly popular theme park called Tokyo Manhwa Land, adding that she was giving both of them to Mikoto, before smugly asking if she understood what this meant. Mikoto thoughtfully asked if Rin wanted her to resell the tickets for profit, which left Rin flatly refusing her guess. Rin explained that Mikoto was supposed to use them to invite Takase out on their next day off, pointing out that it was for a date, which made Mikoto blush furiously and frantically stammer in pure panic at the mere mention of going on a date with him. Despite her panic, Mikoto eagerly agreed to the plan, and soon the two of them arrived at the theme park, where Takase looked around in awe, admitting it was his very first time visiting. Takase warmly thanked Mikoto for inviting him along, admitting he had no idea they even had discount tickets like those, which made a blushing Mikoto smile happily in her mind about successfully securing the date. Mikoto resolved to make sure Takase did not get bored, since he was spending his valuable day off with her, cheerfully raising her arms and suggesting they enjoy every single attraction, which Takase enthusiastically agreed to. To her surprise, Takase happily bought them both crepes, and the two of them walked around enjoying their sweet snacks, completely unaware that Rin was secretly following them in the background. When they walked over to check the park map and find their next destination, they were met with an incredibly massive crowd waiting in front of the main attractions, leaving them both standing at the back of the line, feeling entirely overwhelmed. Feeling overwhelmed by the dense crowds, a tearful Mikoto clung tightly to his sleeve, but Takase gently offered her a bottle of water to help her recover. Takase turned to her with a bright smile and happily declared that today had been incredibly fun, only to panic in surprise when he saw that Mikoto was shaking and looked as if she was on the verge of crying. Mikoto tearfully apologized, explaining that she felt terrible because they had barely gone on any of the rides, due to her getting overwhelmed by the crowds, lamenting that she had completely wasted his precious day off and his money. She sobbed that he must have been bored and annoyed being stuck with someone as useless as her, adding that she had desperately wanted him to enjoy himself so much more. Takase immediately stretched his arms and firmly declared that none of her worries were true, loudly reassuring her that he had a wonderful time. Mikoto looked up with a sweatily hesitant expression, muttering that he did not have to flatter her, since they really had not done much, but Takase sweatily smiled and insisted that was not the case at all. Takase crossed his arms and paused to think of how to phrase his thoughts, before asking Mikoto if she knew about those shooting games featured at festivals, to which she quietly agreed. He explained that he used to play those festival shooting games with his father when he was a child, noting that they never won a single prize, and that he had always considered it a completely unproductive waste of money. He added that his father never once complained about the waste, instead simply smiling and expressing a desire to do it again sometime. Mikoto stared at him in complete silence, causing a sweatily embarrassed Takase to scratch his head and quickly apologize for bringing up such a confusing story out of nowhere. Sweating and rubbing the back of his neck, Takase struggled to clarify exactly what he meant by his analogy. He gently explained that getting their money's worth or riding all the attractions did not matter, because simply spending his time walking around and chatting about random things with her was what truly made the day fun and meaningful for him. He happily assured her that if she wanted to talk about value he had paid for a wonderful day, meaning he had easily gotten his money's worth with change to spare. Explaining that this was how he truly felt, Takase turned to her and gently asked if she had also found their day together fun. After a brief silence, Mikoto smiled warmly and agreed, expressing that she had also had a wonderful time playing together, just like they used to in the old days. Looking out over the beautiful sunset, Takase noted that it would be wonderful if they could visit the park again, prompting Mikoto to happily agree that she wanted to return together. Rin watched them from a hiding spot, feeling relieved that her secret stalking had turned out so well despite her initial worries about overstepping, while it was revealed that she had paid for their tickets entirely out of her own pocket. Lying on his bed later that night, Takase sighed and reflected on how fun the day had been, but he suddenly froze and squeezed his pillow in sheer horror as he began to re-evaluate his own actions. He cringed as he vividly recalled himself trying to act cool by dramatically telling Mikoto that spending time with her was a greater treasure than money, and that he did not need anything else. Sweatily clutching his face in deep embarrassment, he realized that he had said something incredibly lame in his desperate attempt to sound cool. Squeezing his pillow over his face, he tried to reassure himself that Mikoto seemed perfectly fine with it, and that since everything went well it could not have been that bad, happily remembering how she had agreed with him. His panic instantly returned as he suddenly considered the horrifying possibility that she had only given him a polite smile and went along with it, because his speech had been so utterly confusing. Shoving his head under his blanket, in absolute mortification, he berated himself for suddenly bringing up a random childhood story about festival shooting games, angrily cursing his own stupidity. Bolting upright, he resolved that the day being genuinely fun was completely undeniable, deciding that a single moment of intense shame was a small price to pay for such a perfect day off hanging out with Mikoto. Curling up on his bed and blushing deeply, he quietly admitted to himself that he could not help but view the outing as a real date, concluding that even if he had been incredibly cringeworthy, it was completely fine because they both had fun. Takase's eyes suddenly widened as a new unsettling realization hit him. He imagined a horrifying scenario where he had completely failed to suppress his weirdness, grinning creepily at Mikoto the entire day. He panicked even further, desperately wondering if his creepy expression was the real reason Mikoto had ended up feeling sick during their outing. He realized that if his fears were true, what had been the best day of his life was actually the absolute worst day for her, concluding that every single thing he did today had been totally creepy. Overwhelmed by sheer embarrassment, he groaned in frustration and threw his pillow forcefully against the wall. He sat on his bed, panting heavily as he tried to calm his racing thoughts. He slumped his shoulders in total defeat, feeling incredibly depressed and small. He let out a heavy sigh and curled up on his bed in deep depression, wondering if he had simply gotten carried away, and if the day had not actually been fun for Mikoto at all. Suddenly, a chime echoed from his desk, as his phone received a message prompting a surprised and nervous Takase to pick it up and see that it was from Mikoto. The screen showed a heartfelt message from her thanking him and declaring it was the best day ever, while begging to go again, completely contradicting his drafted message of self-doubt and leaving him staring in absolute shock. Letting out a soft sigh of relief, he scratched his head and smiled happily, feeling reassured that he might not have been so creepy after all. Meanwhile, back in her own room, A heavily blushing Mikoto clutched her phone in absolute panic, screaming internally over having actually sent the message and worrying if he would think she was weird. The next day at school, Rin sat quietly at her desk, tapping her notebook before casting a subtle observant side glance across the classroom. She watched as Take stood by the window chatting with Mikoto, scratching his head and blushing while Mikoto happily listened to him. Rin let out a soft smile of pure satisfaction, noting to herself that the distance between the two had definitely shrunk and concluding that her date plan had been a massive success. She quietly hoped that things would continue to progress in a good direction as she watched them interact, noting how warm and bright Take's smile looked. Rin silently observed Take's side profile, thinking about how he always looked his absolute best when he was with Mikoto, and noting how much she liked seeing him make that face. She reflected that what she loved most was how devoted and earnest he was when it came to Mikoto, thinking to herself that Mikoto truly deserved the best, because of how crazy Take was about her. Rin stared forward with a solemn expression, quietly addressing herself as the class representative and contemplating if her feelings for Take were romantic, though she firmly resolved that she only cared for the Take who was wholly devoted to Mikoto. Rin declared to herself that she would keep shipping the two of them, reasoning that any world where Take looked at anyone other than Mikoto would be a total betrayal of the canon. She reasoned that she was not actually in love with Take himself, but rather in love with the pure preciousness of the two of them together, when Take suddenly barked her name and made her scream in startle. Rin clutched her pounding chest in a panic, stammering that she had been so deep in thought that she had not even noticed him, only for a pale and distressed Take to plead with her to help him. Standing before her, Take sweatily and awkwardly confessed that he currently had an erection, leaving Rin to stare back at him in dead, utterly speechless silence. When Take sheepishly explained that Mikoto had been much closer to him than usual, and that her scent had aroused him, an outraged Rin screamed to demand why on earth he was telling her such a thing. Take begged her to cover for him with Mikoto so she would not find out he had suddenly hunched over and left because of an erection, crying that his reputation would be completely ruined if she found out, though Rin dryly reminded him that she was also a girl. Take intensely pleaded with her to do it for Mikoto's sake, but Rin internally raged that this was entirely personal and complained that his handsome face only made things more difficult to refuse. Knowing she could never say no whenever his request involved Mikoto's sake, Rin let out a defeated sigh and reluctantly agreed to cover for him this time. Take cheerfully thanked her and ran off to the restroom while Rin watched him leave and silently reaffirmed her dedication to their happiness. Rin smugly began to fantasize about being a little selfish, imagining herself giving a heartfelt speech as the friend representative at their future wedding. She continued to daydream about becoming the godparent to their future children before giggling and wondering how she was actually going to explain Take's sudden absence to Mikoto. Take stood in sweating shock when a deeply worried Mikoto ran up and asked how his kidney stones were leaving him, to realize exactly what kind of excuse Rin had fabricated. Later that evening, Mikoto soaked happily in her bathtub, blushing as she blissfully recalled Take's telling her that he had a wonderful time being with her. She happily reasoned that if he truly found their time together fun, it meant he definitely did not dislike being around her. Confirmed in her heart, she giggled and buried her blushing face in her arms, silently repeating to herself how deeply she loved Take. As she dried her hair with a towel and happily hoped they could grow even closer, her nose suddenly began to bleed once again, causing her to lose her cool and sprint toward the sink in search of tissues. She stopped dead in her tracks as she looked into the mirror, catching a clear view of her heavily scarred, bruised, and bleeding face. Her blissful mood instantly vanished as she stared at her injuries, forcing a painful smile and pulling her hood over her face, as she bitterly reminded herself that there was absolutely no way they could ever have a normal relationship. She self-deprecatingly concluded that Take only hung out with her out of past childhood goodwill, reasoning that he was simply too kind to abandon someone as damaged as her. She thought to herself that she was desperately clinging to those facts just to keep her hope alive. She feared that if a better girl ever appeared in front of Take, she would be completely abandoned, crying out in deep despair that she did not want to be hated, separated, or left behind ever again. Weeping hysterically with her scarred face fully exposed, she desperately sobbed that she simply wanted to be with Take forever. In her room, she suddenly paused her crying as she heard a noise while the soft sound of sobbing continued to drift through the walls. Meanwhile, back in his room, Takase noticed his phone ringing earlier than usual and was highly confused to find that the incoming call was actually from Mikoto's mother. Takase quickly answered and asked if something had happened, but Misaki frantically begged him to come over for Mikoto's sake, immediately offering to drive over and pick him up. Before he could even process the request, Misaki apologetically revealed that she was already parked right outside his house. Takase slammed his front door open and sprinted outside looking incredibly worried and sweat-covered. He stared in disbelief at Misaki, waving to him from beside her car on the street, muttering about how incredibly fast she had arrived. Shortly after arriving at the Kamigami residence, Takase nervously greeted her, leaving a shocked Mikoto in her oversized shirt to frantically demand why he was visiting her house at such a late hour. Takase awkwardly laughed and admitted he did not really know himself since he was simply brought there, while Mikoto glared at her mother in silent frustration, instantly realizing that her mother had interfered yet again. Fearing that Takase was absolutely furious about being dragged out so late at night, Mikoto frantically apologized and stammered that her mother's actions must have been a massive bother. Takase quickly waved his hand to reassure her, explaining that it was absolutely no problem at all, and that he was simply surprised by how proactive her mother was. He gently confessed that he was actually far more worried that something terrible had happened to her, making Mikoto stare up at him with a warm, blushing gaze. Mikoto smiled sadly and murmured that he was far too good of a person, adding that someone as worthless as her did not deserve such immense kindness. Takase looked at her in confusion and asked what she was talking about, pressing her to tell him what had really happened. But she only offered a sad smile and murmured that she was always taking advantage of his kindness. Takase forcefully stepped forward and firmly corrected her, declaring that he had not come because he was a good person but solely because it was her, and because she was Mikoto. Clutching his chest, sweatily, Takase looked down and softly confessed that she was someone truly special to him, leaving a completely stunned Mikoto to ask if she was only special because they were childhood friends or because she had become so damaged. Takase looked directly at her and admitted that, while those factors were part of it, they were definitely not the entire reason, prompting a quiet Mikoto to ask what the real reason was. Takase sweatily looked down, finding himself completely at a loss for words. Mikoto curiously asked what was wrong, while Takase's mouth moved to explain that the real reason she was so special to him was because he loved her. It was such a simple, short answer, yet he resolved that he absolutely must not say those words out loud. He silently reflected that he was actually the one who had been selfishly relying on her kindness, calling himself a coward who had only stood by and watched her suffer, only drawing closer to her when she was at her lowest. He felt that since she had stayed with him, even though she would have been fully justified in abandoning him, confessing his feelings to her now would be completely selfish and unforgivable. Deciding that his own feelings did not matter as long as Mikoto was happy, he prepared to offer another vague, comforting response that would not cause trouble, even if it meant he might not end up by her side in the end. Unable to contain his bottled-up emotions any longer, Takase suddenly broke down in tears and blurted out that he wanted to be with her forever, completely stunning Mikoto. Takase instantly gasped in sheer shock and embarrassment at his own outburst, while an intensely blushing Mikoto leaned right into his face, desperately demanding that he explain exactly what he meant in clear detail. Takase sweatily panicked because his attempts to hold back his feelings had completely failed, while his sister watched their dramatic confrontation in silence. His sister casually teased that he simply could not hold in all his bottled-up feelings anymore, which made Mikoto blushingly ask if he was talking about lewd things, prompting a thoroughly mortified Takase to frantically deny the dirty implication. Completely overwhelmed by embarrassment, Takase covered his face and yelled that he was going home because it was all too much, while his sister teased Mikoto for pointing out the contradiction of him wanting to stay forever, but immediately leaving. Just as Takase turned around to flee, he flinched in surprise as Misaki suddenly appeared before him. Turning back to Mikoto with a deeply blushing face, Takase softly promised that they would walk together again the next day, just the two of them like they always did, leaving her completely stunned. Mikoto happily agreed, before turning to thank her mother, who was currently making weird, overwhelmed noises in the background while reminding herself to make sure Mikoto got a ride home. Back at home, Mitaka sweetly approached her father to beg for some pocket money, but Rentaro sweatily pointed out that he had just given her some the other day. She playfully argued that she needed more money for necessary cosmetics and girl expenses, only to scream in surprise when a hand suddenly grabbed her hood from behind. Takase forcefully dragged her away by her hood, scolding her for mooching off their father because he was already penniless and under their mother's thumb, which made their father silently thank Takase for handing him a lifeline. Mitaka angrily argued that asking their soft-hearted father for pocket money was her standard strategy, prompting a sweatily nervous Takase to urge her to speak quietly so their father would not hear her insults. Mitaka quickly turned back to her father and clasped her hands with a sweet, affectionate face, desperately pleading for him to help her. Rentaro let out a heavy sigh and looked completely dejected, but he crossed his arms and reluctantly agreed to give his daughter just a little bit of pocket money, making Mitaka cheer in absolute delight. He sweatily reassured them that it was perfectly fine to push himself for times like this, before suddenly reaching his fingers deep into his mouth and throat. Takase and Mitaka could only stand back in pure sweating horror as a barrage of grotesque retching and gurgling noises echoed through the room. After hacking and panting on the floor, Rentaro triumphantly held up a small drool-covered pouch containing his secret stash of money, prompting a thoroughly disgusted Takase to scream to ask where on earth he had pulled that out from. Rentaro proudly explained that he had tied the pouch to piano wire wrapped around his molar and swallowed it to hide it in his stomach, highly recommending the method, since his previous sandal hiding spot got caught, though Takase immediately told him not to recommend something so bizarre. Rentaro then happily handed the newly retrieved pocket money to Mitaka, who cheered and happily threw her arms out to hug her father. Takase sweatily asked if he was truly fine, but Rentaro smiled warmly and confessed that, since daughters inevitably stopped talking to their fathers, eventually getting her attention now, even if it cost him pocket money, was more than enough to keep him going. The very next morning, Rentaro hobbled into the room looking completely pale, wilted, and drained, shocking Takase. Rentaro weakly admitted that Miyako had discovered his secret savings and had subsequently drained even more of his energy than usual, leaving Takase to sweatily note that his father had been stripped of both his money and his life force. Dragging himself away, Rentaro muttered that he would use the very last of his secret savings to buy his wife some sweets as an apology, in hopes of being forgiven, leaving a worried Takase to wonder if he was going to be all right. The following day, Rentaro hobbled in looking even more deeply depleted and shaky, prompting a horrified Takase to scream that he had been drained to an even worse degree. Rentaro offered a weak, tearful smile and explained that, while they had successfully made up, Miyako had been so happy that she ended up draining even more energy from him, while Takase frantically shook his father and yelled at him to pull himself together. Rentaro sweatily complained that Miyako was completely insane, but he immediately blushed and smiled happily when confirming it, making Takase ask why on earth he was getting embarrassed. Rentaro recalled that he had found Miyako incredibly terrifying when they first met, explaining that she had constantly chased him, controlled him, and even trespassed on his property. He admitted that after being together for so long, her presence had simply become a habit, and before he knew it, he was completely head over heels for her, finding every single aspect of her irresistibly endearing. While Takase sweatily noted that their mother was a highly dangerous person, Rentaro only laughed and replied that her dangerous nature was exactly what made her so great, confessing that he was happily heading back to be drained again. Rentaro waved goodbye and headed off to do some writing, while Mitaka suddenly materialized behind Takase and commented on how perfectly their parents suited each other, leaving Takase to ask when she had arrived. Takase let out a heavy sigh, commenting on how incredibly weird their father was for falling for someone so troublesome. While Takase sweatily wondered if their father found life incredibly difficult every day, Mitaka smiled quietly to herself, noting that her brother was actually the exact same way when it came to Mikoto. Under a bright, cloudy blue sky, a brand new chapter began as summer approached at their high school. Walking down the hallway, Takase let out a sigh and remarked on how hot it had been getting lately, explaining that he had finally changed into short sleeves since summer was just around the corner. As Mikoto quietly walked beside him, Takase agreed with her before sliding open their classroom door, only to flinch in surprise as his eyes landed on someone inside. Rin cheerfully waved and greeted them, prompting Takase and Mikoto to offer their own morning greetings, As Takase noted that Rin had also changed into short sleeves because of the sudden troublesome heat. Takase slowly turned around to look at Mikoto, only to find that she was still fully bundled up in her long-sleeved blazer and sweater. Mikoto twiddled her fingers and looked back at him in complete innocent confusion while Takase stared at her in sweating silence. Takase crossed arms and reasoned to himself that commenting on a girl's personal fashion choices would be highly insensitive, deciding that he should definitely keep quiet about it. Before he could say anything, Rin bluntly spoke up and asked Mikoto if wearing that heavy sweater was not incredibly hot, completely shocking Takase, who privately cursed Rin's lack of tact. Takase gritted his teeth in sweating frustration over Rin speaking so shamelessly, furiously wondering in his mind if she had forgotten how fragile and sensitive Mikoto was. Mikoto offered a sweatily hesitant smile and tried to find the words to explain her choice of clothing. A nostalgic memory flashed back to the day of their high school entrance ceremony. On their very first day of high school, Takase had warmly urged her to work hard together with him, making a nervous Mikoto hesitantly agree while wondering if she would really be okay. Squeezing her hand over her scarred face, Mikoto had desperately asked if he found her weird or hated being with her, but Takase had offered a gentle smile and reassured her that she was not weird at all, promising she could always rely on him. Despite his comforting words, a trembling Mikoto had still looked deeply hesitant and unsure of herself. When Takase asked if she was wearing a sweater, Mikoto explained that the loose fit made her feel calm, prompting Takase to brightly praise her by telling her that it suited her perfectly and looked super cute. Mikoto had gasped and blushed intensely at his unexpected compliment, looking up with a radiant smile as she asked if he really thought so. Takase had warmly confirmed his compliment, declaring that seeing her wear it made his first day of high school great, which finally made a happy Mikoto giggle and conclude that high school might not be so bad after all. Back in the present, Mikoto proudly declared to Rin that her sweater was her identity, and she would never take it off, completely shocking both Rin and Takase, who remained entirely oblivious to the fact that he was the sole reason behind her attachment to the garment. Takase sweatily pointed out that she had actually taken it off when she came over to study the other day, catching Mikoto completely off guard. Mikoto sweatily made up a weak excuse about her previous actions being on a whim, since she could never admit she was trying to show off her sweaty blouse to excite him, while Rin sweatily urged her to think of her health to avoid getting heat stroke. Mikoto twiddled her fingers and quietly mumbled that she really did not want to take her sweater off, prompting Takase to stupidly suggest bringing icicles to set up around her desk every day, which made Rin remark that his IQ always plummeted whenever it came to Mikoto. Takase angrily yelled at Rin to ask what she suggested instead, and if she was just going to abandon Mikoto to suffer, but a calm Rin replied that she already had an answer in mind for Mikoto's dilemma. Smiling smugly, Rin held up a duplicate sweater and told them to take a look, which made a panicked Takase mistake it for Mikoto's sweater and frantically accuse her of stealing it, though she immediately called him an idiot. Rin explained in close-up that she had actually custom ordered a sweater identical to Mikoto's, except for one key difference. Rin handed the sweater over to a surprised Mikoto, who took it and immediately noted that something about the fabric felt entirely different. Grinning triumphantly, Rin proudly revealed that she had a special summer version made with highly permeable, breathable fabric, telling Mikoto that she should never force herself to suffer through things she disliked. When Takase sweatily questioned if she would still struggle once the peak of summer arrived, Rin confidently replied that it would not be a problem because she had complete control over the classroom's air conditioning remote. Rin sweatily resolved that she would chill the room ice cold, even if it cost everyone else's lives, making Takase ask if her own IQ was starting to drop too, before the two of them devolved into a loud sweat-covered argument while Mikoto watched. Mikoto quietly tugged on his sleeve and hesitantly asked if he found her in short sleeves weird or not cute, but a blushing Takase quickly turned around and reassured her that summer clothes were also cute in their own way and suited her perfectly. Mikoto stared back at him in dazed, blushing silence, completely overwhelmed by his sweet words. Mikoto happily giggled and announced that she might switch to summer clothes soon after, all making a sweatily pocketed Takase yell to ask what happened to her identity, while Rin watched and silently noted that Mikoto's identity was completely dependent on Takase's opinion. Back in her room that night, Mikoto curled up under her covers, staring lovingly at a photo of Takase on her phone. Remembering his promise that he wanted to be with her forever, she smiled warmly and resolved that she needed to become someone valuable and truly useful to Takase. She giggled and rolled around happily on her bed while clutching her pillow, blissfully repeating to herself that he truly needed her. Suddenly, she sat up and clenched her fists with a highly determined expression, telling herself that she absolutely had to live up to his expectations and must never let him down. She began to sweat in panic as her overactive imagination conjured a horrifying scenario where Takase looked at her with cold disappointment, telling her she was a letdown and demanding that she get out of his sight. Horrified by the thought of being abandoned, she clutched her face in panic before throwing her arms in the air and firmly resolving to work incredibly hard starting the next day. The next morning at school, Mikoto approached Takase and held out a large purple folder, politely asking him to take it. Takase took the folder and curiously asked what it was, to which Mikoto nervously explained that she had stayed up to make comprehensive preparation notes for every single of their classes today. Takase was sweatily shocked and asked if it was truly all right for him to take all of them, but Mikoto blushed and giggled in delight when he praised her intelligence, confirming she had made them just for him. Soon the school bell rang, marking the end of classes and the start of lunch. Takase gratefully reflected on how helpful her notes had been as they studied when Mikoto quietly called out his name and hesitantly approached him. To his absolute shock, Mikoto slammed a massive 3-tiered lacquer bento box on his desk and offered him to try the meal she had prepared. When her expression suddenly turned dejected and she offered to take it back, Takase frantically grabbed the box and promised to eat every last bite. True to his word, Takase stuffed his face and ate furiously while Mikoto watched with a warm, blissful smile. He successfully cleared all 3 tiers, but ended up so completely bloated and stuffed that he sweatily groaned about not even having room for a drop of water. He brightly praised her cooking as absolutely amazing and restaurant level, making an embarrassed Mikoto cover her ears and giggle in pure delight. During afternoon class, the teacher in a red tracksuit announced a surprise pop quiz, drawing loud groans from the entire classroom. Takase received his test paper back, showing a solid score of 85. He stared down at his high score in quiet reflection, while the rest of the class whispered in despair about how brutal the quiz had been. Mikoto quietly pulled on Takase's sleeve to catch his attention. With a proud smile, she held up her paper to reveal a perfect score of 100, leaving Takase completely speechless in disbelief, since everyone had complained about how difficult the quiz was. Takase warmly declared that she was a true genius, making a blushing Mikoto look back in dazed surprise. He brightly praised her again, telling her that she could do absolutely anything once she put her mind to it, which sent Mikoto into a state of pure ecstasy as she covered her ears and giggled. Though she normally suffered from abysmally low self-esteem, receiving a steady stream of sweet compliments from the boy she adored completely turned her mood around. Her heart swelling with confidence, she instantly switched into a cocky teasing mode while Takase sweatily lamented that he had been so confident since math was his strongest subject. With a smug smirk, she playfully teased him and demanded to know if he was frustrated about losing to her, causing Takase to flinch in sweaty annoyance. Takase turned away with an annoyed grunt, causing Mikoto to instantly freeze and gasp in panic. Misinterpreting his silence, she sweatily tried to call his name, but Takase only looked down and softly murmured that since she was so talented and capable of doing anything, she probably did not even need someone like him. Horrified by his dejected words, Mikoto suddenly lunged forward and hugged Takase tightly from behind, causing a startled Takase to yell in surprise. Mikoto tearfully apologized for getting carried away and promised never to do it again, desperately begging him not to leave or hate her, while a sweating Takase listened in surprise. Takase quickly turned around and sweatily explained that he was only joking to tease her back, because she had teased him first, reminding her that they used to do that all the time back in elementary school. He happily reassured her that nothing had changed since those childhood days, but Mikoto stared up at him and softly countered that he had actually gotten way cooler. Takase flinched and blushed furiously at her compliment, while Mikoto giggled and noted that he had definitely changed, though she dejectedly added that she was the one who had turned into a complete mess. After a brief silence, Takase offered a warm, blushing smile and gently assured her that the current him was perfectly happy with the current her. Takase silently resolved to mend his bond with her bit by bit, hoping he could one day confess his love when Mikoto suddenly asked if he had hated the old her, prompting him to frantically wave his hands and deny it. Later, Mikoto stared dejectedly at her phone and worriedly wondered why Takase had not read her message, yet instantly spiraling into anxious thoughts about him ignoring her or hanging out with someone else. Suddenly, Takase's voice sounded directly beside her as he smiled and explained that he had not read it because he was already right next to her, completely startling Mikoto. Giggling in relief, Mikoto happily hugged his arm while a smiling Takase apologized and offered to send a reply anyway, as he mentally reaffirmed his love for her. Rentaru successfully drove the family car and parked, prompting Mitaka to cheerfully praise her father for being so good at backing up. Miyako looked back with a smug, teasing grin and bluntly agreed that his father was indeed extremely good at going in from the back. Suddenly, Rin gasped in pure shock as the wet wipe she was using flew right out of her hand and drifted away in the wind. The wipe landed directly with a splat flat onto Takase's face, signaling the start of a new volume. During a hot day, Mikoto sweatily suggested they play rock, paper, scissors to decide who would go to buy drinks. Takase silently reflected on how Mikoto would have reacted in the past, imagining her instantly clutching her fists and desperately offering to do everything just to be useful to him. As he walked down the hallway to get the drinks, Takase wondered if they were slowly making progress, remembering that he had actually never beaten Mikoto in rock, paper, scissors before. As he turned a corner, he noticed 3 girls standing and chatting up ahead. He dejectedly noted that the 3 girls were essentially acting like sentries, laughing and completely blocking the narrow hallway. Deciding not to overthink the situation, Takase stepped forward and politely asked them to excuse him so he could pass. However, because of his severe exhaustion and sweating, he unintentionally exuded a terrifyingly menacing aura as he asked to get through, completely freezing all 3 girls in absolute horror. When they remained frozen and silent, Takase sweatily worried if they were simply ignoring him, completely unaware that they were actually whispering in utter terror about the terrifying rumors surrounding him. Suddenly, a handsome, short-haired girl placed a hand on Takase's shoulder and sharply addressed the group, startling all 3 girls. She firmly scolded the girls for blocking the hallway and pointed out that they were clearly causing trouble for him. Introduced as the popular prince-type girl Ayame Rei, she offered a cool wink, prompting the terrified girls to quickly apologize to both her and Takase before sprinting away in a panic. Takase offered a sweatily relieved smile and thanked her for her help, but Rei turned back and stared at him with an intensely sharp gaze. Rei pointed at Takase and bluntly scolded him for having terrifying eyes, warning him that staring at girls with such bottomless glares would only make them shrink in fear, which made a sweatily nervous Takase recall his father once telling him his eyes were just like his mother's. Rei asked how he expected to get along with Mikoto with a scary look like that, prompting Takase to sweatily agree and promise that he would try his best to be careful. He paused as his face fell, suddenly wondering why she had randomly brought up Mikoto's name out of nowhere. Rei suddenly launched into an intense lecture about how he did not understand Mikoto at all, leaving a thoroughly baffled Takase to wonder what was wrong with this girl who had suddenly appeared just to lecture him. Rei finally took a breath, asking if he understood her point before casually waving goodbye and walking away, leaving Takase completely dumbfounded by how she had just talked his ear off and immediately left. As Rei reached into her pocket to head back to her friends, her card slipped out and landed on the floor with a soft plop, catching a surprised Takase's eye. Takase called out to her, and when she tried to brush him off by repeating that she was busy, he held up the card and pointed out that she had dropped her student ID. To his absolute surprise, Rei suddenly lunged forward at blinding speed and aggressively snatched the card out of his hand. As Takase stood there completely stunned, sweating and panting, Rei clutched her card tightly, desperately asking if he had seen what was on it. Trembling violently with tears in her eyes, she desperately begged and pleaded with him to never ever tell anyone about what he had seen. Completely taken aback by her sudden panic, a sweatily confused Takase hesitantly agreed to keep her secret. The student ID card revealed a photo of her looking completely plain, wearing glasses and a standard girl's uniform, leaving Takase to wonder what her deal was. Back with Mikoto, she struggled to open her coffee can, but Takase gently called her name and took it to effortlessly open it for her, making her smile warmly. Mikoto happily took a sip and praised the flavor, and Takase offered a soft smile as he agreed with her. He quietly watched her drink falling into a contemplative silence. He dejectedly looked away, struggling with a strong desire to ask Mikoto about her relationship with Rei. Since Rei had specifically mentioned Mikoto's name, he desperately wanted to know who she was to her, unable to get the question out of his head. Mikoto looked over in confusion while Takase silently reasoned that if it was something about her past that he was oblivious to, then Rei was likely someone she had met during middle school. Staring at his dejected reflection, he worried that asking Mikoto about her middle school years might bring back painful memories of her bullying and end up hurting her. Takase groaned in frustration, realizing he could not just carelessly ask about Mikoto's past, when Mikoto suddenly noticed his stress and asked if something was wrong, prompting him to sweatily lie that it was nothing. The unresolved questions continued to deeply trouble him, prompting him to resolve that whenever he was in such a bind, he had only one logical person to consult. He decided to ask Rin for advice, and she smirked as she confirmed she indeed knew Iyama Rei, leaving a sweatily relieved Takase to sigh in gratitude. Rin suddenly lunged in, extremely close to glare at him, demanding to know why he was suddenly showing interest in someone other than Mikoto, forcing a sweatily startled Takase to explain that Rei had brought up Mikoto first, making him curious if they knew each other from middle school. Rin leaned back and crossed her arms in thought, confirming that Rei was indeed connected to Mikoto in a certain way, which caught Takase's complete attention. Rin airily summarized that, to put it simply, Rei was a deluded fence sitting suck-up, forcing a sweatily taken back Takase to suggest that her description was a bit too harsh. Rin explained that back in middle school, Mikoto was highly charismatic, and that Rei was simply one of those drawn to her charm, hanging around near Mikoto, and likely believing they were close friends. Rin dejectedly revealed that when Mikoto eventually got cornered, Rei ran away out of fear of getting targeted herself, subsequently playing nice with the bullying group, while pretending not to even know Mikoto, which left Takase listening in grim silence. A heavy contemplative silence settled over them as Takase processed the grim details of Mikoto's past. Suddenly, Rin aggressively pinched his cheek and forcefully yelled at him not to get all mopey, reminding him that he was the one who had faced the situation, and ultimately reached out to save Mikoto. Rubbing his sore cheek, Takase sweatily pointed out the logical inconsistency, asking why she happened to know so much about Mikoto's personal past, completely flustering Rin. Rin sweatily screamed that she had thoroughly investigated everything about both of them, furiously declaring that the fact that someone like Rei was now making a flashy high school debut as a prince type pissed her off before, angrily declaring the conversation over. Rin turned away with an annoyed grunt, prompting a sweatily apologetic Takase to offer his sincere gratitude and acknowledge that she truly always helped him out, which made her quietly look back. Twiddling with her braid, a deeply blushing Rin turned away and quietly mumbled that he was a dummy. Later that evening, Mikoto cheerfully waved goodbye as they parted ways for the day, prompting Takase to smile warmly and offer his own farewell. Mikoto blushingly called back that she might call him tonight, and after a smiling Takase promised not to forget, she cheerfully ran off toward home. As he walked down the street under the warm sunset, Takase suddenly froze in a panic, realizing he had left his phone back at school and would have to return to retrieve it. He quietly slid open the classroom door, intending to quickly retrieve his phone, only to freeze in utter surprise when he saw a lone figure sitting in Mikoto's desk in the dark room. Takase stood frozen in the doorway in absolute sweating horror, watching Rei writhe and pant heavily while sitting directly in Mikoto's seat, desperately muttering her name and craving her residual warmth. Staring in complete sweat-covered disbelief at the bizarre scene, Takase could only ask himself what on earth she was doing. Takase opened his mouth to say something but paused and quietly called out to her, catching a sweatily startled Rei off guard. Rei instantly sat back down on the chair in a stiff, awkward posture, sweatily gesturing and assuring him that there were absolutely no abnormalities there, and that it was simply a great chair. Takase dejectedly corrected her, pointing out that she was the only abnormality in the room, before demanding to know what she was doing in Mikoto's seat. Heavily blushing and sweating, Rei furiously screamed to demand what he was even doing there at such a late hour, prompting a sweatily startled Takase to explain that he had simply forgotten his phone. Rei aggressively accused him of being a terrible man for leaving Mikoto behind earlier, crying about how frustrating it was that a guy like him got to spend every day with Mikoto, which made Takase quickly try to deny her claims. Rei sweatily screamed that he must be doing inappropriate things with her, prompting a horrified Takase to yell back and ask what on earth she meant by that. Rei covered her face and wept in deep frustration, bitterly asking why it had to be him who got to be with Mikoto. Crying hysterically, she tearfully confessed that she also loved Mikoto just as much, if not even more, than he did. Takase stood in stunned silence, completely taken aback by her emotional confession. Clutching her head, she bitterly lamented that if she had not been such a cowardly, gloomy loser then she could have saved Mikoto without running away even without him. She wept that she had run away out of fear of being ostracized, hiding behind a fake prince-like persona, even now, before violently slamming her head in frustration and cursing her own cowardice as Takase watched. Staring dejectedly with tears in her eyes, she quietly asked how he was able to go all out and dedicate himself so completely to someone else, admitting that while she hated him, she envied his courage most of all. She softly confessed that she had wanted to be just like him, but Takase quietly looked down and responded that he was not anyone worth envying. Takase looked down in regret, confessing that if he had only reached out to Mikoto a bit sooner, things might not have turned out so terribly, advising her to stop trying to be like someone as full of regrets as him. Standing in the quiet room, he firmly stated that there was still one thing he wanted to make clear to her. He looked directly at her and confidently declared that he definitely loved Mikoto far more than she ever could. Rai's eyes widened in surprise as she admitted that she finally understood his deep affection for Mikoto, though she confessed it terrified her because she was afraid he would take Mikoto away from her forever. Takase stared back with a fiercely determined expression and promised that he would never lose to her, declaring he would gladly put his life on the line to make Mikoto happy. Rei clicked her tongue and clicked her teeth with a smug smile, telling him that if he was going to keep running from Mikoto, he should just keep running, proudly boasting that she was pretty sure Mikoto actually liked her anyway. Rei angrily pointed at Takase and argued that back in middle school, she was the one Mikoto spent time with, and who greeted her every day, insisting Mikoto definitely loved her, but Takase smugly called her an idiot and pointed out that Mikoto was simply nice to everyone. Looking at her handsome, direct posture, Takase quietly thought about how radiant she was, sighing to himself that he never actually had a chance from the start. Rei resolved that she still needed to move forward too, before calling out to Takase to grab his attention. Looking down sadly, Rei confessed that she wanted to apologize to Mikoto and finally stop running away, prompting Takase to smile gently and tell her to do whatever she wanted. Rei smiled warmly and agreed that she would do what she wanted, though she hesitated, as if she had a further request. Rei sweatily clasped her hands together and confessed that she was too scared to meet Mikoto alone, pleading with him to mediate the meeting, which left Takase to offer a sweatily hesitant agreement. Rei instantly lit up with pure joy, loudly praising him for being a nice guy after all, and thanking him for being such a big help, while Takase stood by looking sweatily overwhelmed. As the sunset stretched over the school, Takase casually asked what she had been doing earlier, to which Rei bluntly explained that she was just feeling the residual body warmth of Mikoto's chair, leaving Takase completely dejected by her bizarre explanation. Later that night, Mikoto blushed as she spoke on the phone in her room, asking Takase if he would say good night to her before she slept, and she squealed in delight when he warmly complied. After thanking him, she playfully whispered a quick kiss before hanging up, giggling that she was just kidding. Takase stood sweatily stunned in his room, completely shocked to hear the distinct sound of a sharp tongue click coming from the other end of the line. The next day in the hallway, Rei stood completely frozen and sweatily dejected, while Mikoto stood right beside her in silent, polite confusion. Rei sweatily peeked toward the classroom, where Takase stood silently mouthing encouraging words and clenching his fist to reassure her that she could do it. Mustering her courage, Rei forced a sweatily bright smile and called out a greeting to Mikoto, waving to say that it had been a while since they last spoke. Mikoto tilted her head with a blank stare and politely asked who she was, instantly freezing Rei in sheer sweating horror. As Rei began to pant in sheer panic with tears in her eyes, Takase forcefully whispered in a panic that she had completely changed her appearance, meaning Mikoto would never recognize her unless she explicitly said her name. Clutching her chest and panting heavily, Rei tried to calm her racing thoughts and agreed that it was indeed true while a confused Mikoto watched her. Blushing deeply and fidgeting, Rei quietly introduced herself as Ayama Rei, causing Mikoto's eyes to instantly light up in surprise, as she happily exclaimed that she had not recognized her and welcomed her. Rei offered a sweatily forced laugh, relieved that Mikoto still remembered her, while Mikoto gently asked if there was something she needed from her. Fidgeting and sweating, Rei mentally scolded herself to stop running away and just speak her mind regardless of how Mikoto would respond. Rei dejectedly bowed her head and offered a quiet, sincere apology to Mikoto. Tears fell from her eyes as she admitted that she had been her friend but ultimately betrayed her by pretending not to know her, begging for her forgiveness. Mikoto stared at her in silent confusion for a moment before tilting her head and asking exactly what she meant by those words. Rei gasped in surprise while Mikoto offered a gentle sweat-covered smile and confessed that, although she did not quite understand, she was not angry at Rei at all. Rei frantically cried out to remind her that she had pretended they weren't friends, went along with the crowd, when Mikoto stopped coming to school and even gossiped about her behind her back, leaving Takase to watch sweatily in the background. Mikoto paused to think before scratching her cheek, sweatily smiling as she noted that since Rei had never done anything to her directly, she had never really thought much about it. She gently told Rei that she must have been carrying that heavy burden of guilt all this time, warmly adding that it must have been very hard on her. Rei screamed in pure comical shock, protesting that she was the one who had acted terribly, which made a sweat-covered Mikoto awkwardly back away. Mikoto offered a bright, happy smile and thanked her for the apology, warmly declaring that she fully forgave her, leaving Rei standing completely frozen in stunned silence. Rei sweatily muttered to ask if things were really okay to end like this, and Mikoto folded her hands in relief, happily asking if that was all she needed to say. With a blank, sweating stare, Rei quietly confirmed that this was indeed all. Rei's expression instantly deflated like a popped balloon as a puff of white smoke escaped her mouth, prompting a sweatily startled Mikoto to yell in concern. As Rei began to weep softly in relief, a panicked Mikoto clutched Takase's sleeve and frantically asked what she should do, prompting a sweat-covered Takase to gently suggest just leaving her be. Tears streamed down her face, but Rei offered a peaceful, quiet smile, finding her long-standing resentment finally resolved. She silently reflected on the situation, thinking to herself that if that was truly the case, she envied her just a little. Walking together under the sunset, Takase scratched his head sweatily and apologized for suddenly bringing an old acquaintance like Rei into their day, making Mikoto smile and admit she was surprised. Takase noted that she had indeed changed quite a lot, prompting a sweat-covered Mikoto to quietly agree. Mikoto admitted that she had gotten anxious when he suddenly brought a completely unknown girl over, explaining that for a moment she truly thought the day had finally arrived when he would abandon her. Takase softly pointed out that meeting Mikoto had seemed incredibly important to Rei, while Mikoto walked beside him in silence. She reflected in her mind that while she had not forgotten about Rei, she was no longer someone she thought about, finding it strange that Rei had been so deeply troubled by her past guilt, even though Mikoto itself was not worried about it. Her eyes falling onto his profile, Mikoto quietly wondered if Takase also stayed with her out of a similar sense of guilt. She recalled always believing that he stayed with her simply because he was sweet and gentle, but now she feared that his presence might actually stem from some lingering guilt. She dejectedly thought to herself that she did not want him to feel forced to stay with her out of guilt or suffer, because of her wishing that his presence was not motivated by his regrets over her past injury. Stepping forward, she quietly called his name, prompting him to offer a questioning hum. Mikoto brightly assured him that she was not worried about anything, warmly declaring that she could never possibly hate him. She explained that simply being with him made her so incredibly happy that she often got terrified of losing him, being hated, or being separated once again, while Takase stared back in stunned silence. Revealing a warm, scarred smile, she declared that she simply did not want him to hate her, playing her fears off as her just being insecure for no reason. She urged him never to apologize to her or feel guilty, reassuring him that he had never done anything wrong. Staring back with a deeply dejected look, tears suddenly began to pool in Takase's eyes, completely startling Mikoto. Panic-sweating, Mikoto frantically waved her hands and apologized, crying that she had suddenly sounded all high and mighty, and said something incredibly self-centered, though Takase quietly assured her that was not the case. Takase softly repeated that it really was not like that, and a quiet silence fell over them as they continued walking under the evening sky. Reaching her front door, Mikoto waved and promised to see him tomorrow, adding that she might call him tonight, which made Takase offer his own dejected farewell. Staring dejectedly at the sunset, Takase reflected on how incredibly kind she was to say all of those comforting things for his sake, resolving that his guilt was a personal problem he still needed to face himself. Sliding open his front door, he resolved that he needed to stay strong and face his inner struggles. His sister slid open the door with a bright smile to welcome him home, only to freeze in pure shock. Takase stood before her with tears streaming heavily down his face, completely silent and miserable. Closing his tear-filled eyes in sheer frustration, he silently cursed his own weakness in his mind. A silent text bubble appeared on a black background, pleading with the listener not to act like they were the one who had saved them. Mitaka cheered excitedly at the top of her lungs, throwing her arms up to celebrate the arrival of summer break. She happily yelled to her mother about summer break, who calmly agreed before she turned to dance around her father with the same exciting news, getting a quiet agreement from Rentaro as well. She then playfully lunged and wrapped her arms around Takase to celebrate, but a sweatily annoyed Takase pushed her away and grumbled that it was just a completely normal summer break. Mitaka happily ran around declaring that it was a special summer vacation and expressing her immense excitement while their mother called out to get her attention. Miyako calmly pointed out that Mitaka had entrance exams next year, meaning half of her break would actually be spent attending summer prep courses. While Mitaka comically threw a tantrum on Takase and complained about how unfair it was, Miyako turned to Takase and noted that since this was his first high school summer break, he should have some fun, while he could asking if he had any plans. Takase crossed his arms and thoughtfully murmured that he did not really have any particular plans. The moment he said that, Miyako silently and instantly materialized directly beside his cheek with a terrifying blank stare, causing a sweatily shocked Takase to flinch in pure terror. Takase frantically backed away and screamed that she was terrifying, while Miyako stood in silence with a menacing aura, prompting Mitaka to pat Takase's shoulder and call him an idiot. Mitaka firmly scolded him and insisted that since it was summer break, he had no choice but to go have tons of fun with Mikoto and make sweet memories together, leaving Takase completely dumbfounded. Mitaka eagerly listed all the classic summer activities like festivals, pools, fireworks, and the beach, adding that they could even stay up all night gaming together, while Takase sweatily smiled at her enthusiastic ideas. Miyako suddenly slid close again and smugly whispered about their first night together, forcing her sweat-covered husband to quickly urge her to control herself. Blushing sweatily as he scratched his head, Takase sheepishly admitted that she was right, and that he indeed wanted to do something summer-themed with Mikoto. Miyako offered a warm, satisfied smile and declared that their summer plans were officially decided, causing Takase's eyes to widen in pure sweat-covered terror as he asked what exactly was decided. Miyako offered a highly smug, knowing grin and quietly declared that they were going to bring back that specific thing. Meanwhile, in her room, Mikoto worried that visiting Takase every day during summer break would be annoying, but she quickly blushed and giggled as she happily fantasized about spending a deeply romantic summer vacation together, swayed by the hot summer heat. She comically covered her face in extreme panic to stop herself from imagining a sweaty half-naked Takase leaning in to suggest they do something naughty, screaming at her own overactive imagination to stop. Suddenly, her phone began to vibrate loudly on her desk, completely startling her as she looked at the screen in pure shock to find an incoming call from Takase himself. Mikoto happily answered the call, thrilled that he was reaching out, while Takase apologized for calling out of the blue and asked if she was free this summer break, catching her completely by surprise. Mikoto excitedly declared that she was incredibly free, prompting Takase to say he was glad to hear that, before asking if she remembered going camping with his family a long time ago. He blushingly asked if she would like to go camping together with his family again, since they had not gone in recent years, making Mikoto's heart soar as she enthusiastically declared that she would absolutely go. Back at Takase's house, Miyako smugly handed over Rentera's tiny allowance, leaving her dejected husband to stare at his empty wallet while Mitaka sweatily commented on how pitiful he was. Miyako delivered a highly outrageous and smug declaration about how she even controlled her husband's physical desires, prompting a sweat-covered Mitaka to yell at their father for being so pathetic. The school bell rang to mark the end of the day, and the teacher stood at the podium to announce that summer vacation started tomorrow, warning everyone not to get too wild before dismissing the class. Fidgeting and blushing, Mikoto asked if their summer plans were finally starting tomorrow, and a sweat-covered Takase offered a nervous, blushing smile as he confirmed she was right. Rin silently watched the two of them walk ahead, as Mikoto excitedly suggested they talk as much as possible on the way home, noting how incredibly restless and eager they both seemed. Rin sweatily grumbled about how extremely restless they were, quickly deducing that there was definitely a massive, incredibly romantic event planned for the two of them during their summer vacation. Smiling smugly, she huffed in pure satisfaction as she anticipated how deeply their relationship would finally progress over the summer break. She fell into a quiet silence as she watched their retreating figures walk down the school pathway. Clasping her head and clenching her teeth, Rin quickly spiraled into absolute sweating frustration over how intensely curious she was to know what they were doing, struggling to resist her urge to follow them. Unable to restrain her intense curiosity any longer, she wept and yelled that she was a troublesome fan, as she suddenly sprinted away at full speed, leaving Takase and Mikoto to watch in surprise. In her room, Mikoto happily packed her bag for the upcoming trip when her mother slid open the door and enthusiastically asked if she had packed sunscreen, offering to lend her some. Mikoto paused and sweatily asked her mother if she was planning to come along on the family camping trip, completely freezing in shock when Misaki sweatily asked if she was not allowed to go. A completely deadpan, sweating silence settled over the room as mother and daughter stared blankly at each other. They both remained completely speechless, letting out synchronized, confused gasps. A white car sped down the highway as Takase looked out and remarked on heading to a summer resort with a lake. Takase commented on how nice it was that the resort was on her grandfather's land, noting from the map that it looked like a beautiful spot with fresh air, while Misaki happily added from the driver's seat that she had always wanted to visit a hidden gem tucked away in the mountains. Mikoto let out a heavy sigh as Takase silently noted that despite her earlier complaints about only being the driver to drop them off, Misaki had indeed come along for the entire trip. Humming happily in her sunglasses, Misaki asked if they really needed two separate cars, noting she could have easily gotten a larger vehicle to drive his entire family together. Takase sweatily insisted that their arrangement was completely fine, silently horrified at the thought of putting her mother and his own mother in the exact same vehicle together. Mikoto clutched her fists in panic and yelled at her mother to not cause any trouble for Takase and his family, firmly reminding her that she was not supposed to be there and would have to sleep in the car at worst. Misaki happily revealed that she had already booked the villa right next to theirs, so she could rush over if anything happened, making a panicked Mikoto yell at her to focus on the road, while a pale Takase noted that she was a monster of pure initiative. Trying to shake off his worries, Takase resolved to pull himself together and focus on enjoying his precious summer vacation with Mikoto. He thoughtfully reflected on how long it had been since they last spent summer vacation together, remembering their gap in middle school, and how their last summer in their third year of middle school was far from fun. Resolving to make this the best summer ever and fill her life with wonderful memories, Takase was pulled out of his thoughts when Mikoto tapped his arm to get his attention. Mikoto blushingly reminded him of the sandy, shallow shores of the lake they were visiting, where they used to play as children, while Takase nervously looked at how close she was as she prepared to tell him something else. She quietly whispered that she had brought an amazing new swimsuit and promised to secretly show it to him later, leaving a sweatily shocked Takase completely frozen in silence as the car sped toward their destination. Under the clear blue sky, they arrived at Humiyaku Lake, a beautiful spot formed by spring water from the mountains that was known to be significantly cooler than ground level. Mitaka eagerly held up a custom guidebook she had made detailing the various activities like fishing, playing in the shallow water, and walking along the shore, and pointed out the sweetfish list to Takase. They were greeted by the land manager Take's 27-year-old Aunt Kimin Yuko, who happily welcomed them and expressed her joy at seeing them again after nearly 4 years. Take offered his greetings, and a smoking Yuko complimented him on how big he had gotten before noting that Mikoto's overall vibe had completely changed since she last saw her. Yuko comically laughed and made a highly inappropriate comment about wanting to grab Mikoto's breasts, forcing a sweat-covered Take to tell her to have some tact, while privately noting that she would probably remain single forever. When Mitaka asked where Mikoto was, Take explained that she had gone to drop off her luggage with her mother, but he sweatily panicked when Mitaka pointed out that their parents might be crossing paths and meeting each other right at that very moment. Realizing the extreme danger of their mother's meeting, Take's face twisted in absolute horror before he suddenly sprinted away in a blind panic, leaving his confused sister to yell after him. As he sprinted away, Mitaka frantically asked what he meant by things being bad and what was wrong with Mikoto and their parents. Take screamed back that it was not about Mikoto, but rather about Mikoto's mother. Panicking about the worst-case scenario where his mother might attack Misaki on the spot, Take desperately reflected that his mother had always adored Mikoto and definitely did not have a good impression of Misaki after everything that had happened. He cursed himself for letting his guard down, having originally planned to act as a buffer between them when they finally met. He arrived to find his mother Miyako staring silently and blankly ahead, while an intimidated Misaki and a confused Mikoto stood frozen in front of her. Completely out of breath, Take dropped to his knees as he and Mitaka finally caught up, finding themselves caught right in the middle of the intense standoff between the two mothers. He nervously called out to his mother, paralyzed by the horrific realization that the two absolute worst people to ever cross paths had finally met. To his absolute shock, the two women simply bowed to one another, politely introducing themselves as Take's and Mikoto's respective mothers, and exchanging completely normal greetings. Take stared in bewildered disbelief, as he noted how surprisingly normal they were acting, while Mitaka smiled in relief, and suggested that their mother was just being considerate and acting like a proper adult so Mikoto would not feel bad. Miyako suddenly turned to Take with a bright closed-eye smile, and cheerfully ordered him to take Mikoto elsewhere and have fun with her immediately. Maintaining her polite smile, Miyako added that she had some things she needed to discuss in private with Mikoto's mother, prompting a terrified Take to freeze in utter shock. Miyako sharply glared at him and demanded to know why he was still standing there, forcing him to quickly agree to leave, while Mitaka quietly promised her brother that she would keep a close watch on the two mothers. As they walked away together, Mikoto curiously wondered what their mothers were talking about, prompting Take to nervously suggest they were discussing dinner plans. When Mikoto proudly mentioned her mother had brought good meat that she had picked out herself, Take forced a polite smile and agreed he was looking forward to it, while internally screaming in sheer terror. Mikoto stared at him in concern, timidly asking if he was feeling unwell, or if he simply did not want to be with her, which made Take quickly snap out of his panic and brightly assure her that was not the case at all. He warmly resolved that there was no point in worrying about their parents anymore, and that what truly mattered was the present moment. Walking closely side by side, their hands gently brushed against each other as Take silently pressured himself to come up with something interesting or funny to say to her. Take quickly apologized, thinking he had accidentally bumped into her, but a deeply flustered Mikoto frantically waved her hands and insisted she was the one who should be apologizing. Blushing profusely, she timidly looked up at him and nervously suggested that since they were finally alone, her hand was feeling a bit lonely. Take awkwardly laughed and asked what she meant by that, playfully teasing her by asking if she was actually joking about wanting to hold hands, before suddenly freezing as he realized what he had just casually said out loud. A heavy, completely awkward silence fell between them as they both stood frozen and blushing furiously. Mikoto frantically grabbed her head and screamed apologies, crying that there was something wrong with her for saying something so weird and sudden, while a deeply embarrassed Take yelled at her to just forget it and pretend the interaction had never happened. Mikoto suddenly interrupted their panic by loudly insisting that they should indeed hold hands. Overcoming his embarrassment, a deeply blushing Take extended his hand toward her, frantically rationalizing that they used to hold hands all the time as kids, so it was not weird at this point before boldly asking her to take his hand. As they finally clasped hands and continued walking, Takase silently marveled at how soft her hand was. Beside him, Mikoto shyly looked at their linked fingers and noted how big his hand felt, offering a quiet, nervous agreement. They strolled together along the scenic lakeshore with Mikoto anxiously praying in her mind that her hands would not get too sweaty during their peaceful walk. Reaching the water's edge, the two of them happily waded into the shallows and playfully began splashing water at each other under the calm evening sky. Looking around with a nostalgic smile, Mikoto happily recognized the location and pointed out to Takase that this was the exact spot where they used to play in the water together as children, prompting him to look around and casually ask if this really was the place. Mikoto giggled and reminisced about when Takase was much shorter. She recalled scaring him from behind, causing him to panic and fall on his rear in the water, completely soaking his underwear because he had not changed into his swimsuit yet, while the young Takase cried out for her in tears. Takase gasped in embarrassment at the sudden reminder, prompting Mikoto to panic. She frantically waved her hands and apologized, explaining that she had gotten carried away and was not trying to tease him, but was simply feeling nostalgic. Takase quietly agreed as the memory returned to him, noting that he had indeed been smaller than her at the time. Mikoto added that the shallow spot was perfect, making it safe enough even for someone as small as she had been back then. Takase warmly recalls how much fun they had when the two of them wore their swimsuits together in the past, prompting Mikoto to shyly reveal that she has brought one with her this time as well, catching him completely by surprise. Mikoto reminds him that she had already mentioned the new swimsuit while they were in the car, leaving a highly flustered Takase to stammer in shock, as she smiles and promises that it is a truly amazing one. As Takase stammers to ask when she even got it, Mikoto reveals that she is already wearing the swimsuit underneath her shirt, leaving him completely stunned as he looks at her. Mikoto softly explains that she bought the swimsuit specifically to show only him, leaving Takase to frantically resolve that he must respond like a proper gentleman before she leans in close and directly asks if he wants to see it. Takase quickly agrees to see it, internally telling himself that she is probably just teasing him with a joke, only to panic when she immediately begins pulling up her shirt to show him right then and there. Mikoto pulls up her shirt to reveal her new swimsuit, presenting it directly to Takase. She looks at him with a nervous, heavy blush and quietly asks how it looks. Takase completely freezes in panic as his mind frantically races to find a single smooth thing to say, silently panicking that she is killing him and filling his head with indecent thoughts. He finds himself completely distracted by her chest, desperately urging himself to squeeze out any words at all. Unable to think of anything else, a deeply blushing Takase simply mutters that it is hot. Mikoto instantly turns bright red and hides her face in her shirt, realizing she has completely embarrassed herself. As Takase awkwardly mutters that he sees a blushing, Mikoto nervously suggests that he can look more from a closer distance, catching him completely off guard. Takase steps closer and awkwardly mutters his amazement, while Mikoto smiles sweatily and agrees that it is amazing. As their hearts pound in the intense silence, Mikoto suddenly pulls her shirt back down and apologizes, declaring it is far too embarrassing after all, while Takase quickly agrees that it is indeed an incredibly amazing swimsuit. Smiling nervously, Mikoto internally wonders what she is supposed to do next now that she has actually shown him the swimsuit. Still unsure of what to do, Mikoto hesitantly asks if he wants to see it again, prompting a completely shocked reaction from Takase. A little while earlier at the villa, Miyako and Misaki sit across from each other in tense silence, while Rentaro and Mitaka anxiously peek in from the doorway. Rentaro casually remarks that Mikoto's mother looks just like her, prompting a panicked Mitaka to scream that it is not the time to be so carefree as they are standing right on the edge of a war zone. Misaki politely offers her gratitude to Miyako for always taking care of Mikoto, to which Miyako responds with a sharp smile, noting she has been looking after her since way back and does not mind at all. Misaki sweatily mentions that Mikoto told her about how Miyako acted as her parent when she was failing as a mother, prompting Miyako to coldly confirm that it is true and demand to know her point. Misaki suggests paying Miyako back for child support if possible, causing a furious Miyako to drop her polite smile and sharply warn her not to insult her. As Rentaro and Mitaka sweat in horror at the undeniable war zone, Misaki frantically bows and apologizes, only for Miyako to coldly state that if she wants to apologize, she should do so to Mikoto instead of her. Miyako coldly demands to know what she is doing, pointing out that, while losing a beloved husband is painful, Mikoto is still her daughter, and the child she had with the man she loved, firmly stating she cannot selfishly abandon her or remain so half-hearted. Miyako leans in close and menacingly declares that if she continues like this, she will simply take Mikoto into her own family, leaving Misaki completely frozen in absolute shock. Mitaka asks her father if they are even financially able to adopt Mikoto, prompting Rentaro to thoughtfully suggest he will just have to write more erotic novels, leaving a sweat-covered Misaki to desperately plead that they cannot do that. Misaki screams in sheer panic before dejectedly looking away to admit she has been a terrible mother, but still truly loves her daughter, tearfully recalling how there is still time to make things right. Tears streaming down her face, Misaki vows to make up for the past, to prove she is worthy of being Mikoto's mother, pleading to let her remain in her daughter's life, so she can become the best mother in the world. Miyako quietly listens before closing her eyes with a soft grunt, reminding Misaki that no matter what, she is Mikoto's mother and not her. Miyako reaches into her pocket to pull out a folded piece of paper, recalling she had something specific to discuss, and hands it over to a confused Misaki. Watching from the doorway, Mitaka anxiously asks if her mother is handing over drugs, prompting Rentaro to smile and ask who she thinks her mother is. Miyako warmly explains that the paper contains recipes for Mikoto's favorite foods, telling Misaki she will need them as her mother, which leaves a tearful Misaki completely speechless. Overcome with emotion, Misaki happily calls her by her first name, though Miyako coldly tells her to stop trying to close the distance by talking so casually. Wiping her tears, Misaki happily lists off the dishes like hamburger, steak omelette, and baked pudding, excitedly declaring she is good at making them, and will make Mikoto smile, which Miyako quietly acknowledges was indeed the case in the past. Miyako reveals that Mikoto used to beg her for those specific dishes because they were the ones Misaki always made, firmly repeating once again that Misaki is her mother. While Miyako turns away with a quiet grunt, Misaki weeps into her tissue to apologize to Mikoto, before gathering herself with a serious and determined expression. As Misaki enthusiastically thanks Miyako and promises to do her best, an aggressive growling sound interrupts them, leading Mitaka to sheepishly rub her stomach and apologize for being hungry. Mitaka aggressively flatters her mother by shouting that she is a gorgeous, legendary beauty, though Miyako simply smiles and responds that her useless compliments will not work on her. Mitaka continues her extreme flattery by calling her parents the most perfect couple in the world, successfully prompting a smiling Miyako to reach for her wallet. With a highly smug expression, Mitaka proudly holds up a 5,000 yen bill she successfully managed to squeeze out of her mother. Mitaka happily skips away with the grocery bag, excitedly chanting about premium marbled beef and beef tongue. Back at the table, Aunt Yuko and Mitaka stare in pure excitement at the massive spread of food, while a smiling Misaki warmly tells them she bought plenty and urges them to eat as much as they like. Mitaka enthusiastically lunges to wrap her arms around Misaki and screams that she wants to be her child instead, instantly causing a menacing vein to pop on Miyako's smiling face. Miyako calmly points out that marbled beef is high in fat and calories, warning that it will cause weight gain, and is the absolute worst enemy of beauty, quickly bringing a halt to Mitaka's excitement. Mitaka wonders aloud if that is why Mikoto's mother has a more voluptuous body than her own mother, leaving Misaki to sweat in silent worry, while Miyako wears a dark, closed-eye smile. Miyako suddenly strikes Misaki from behind, loudly declaring that she has an undisciplined body, which causes Misaki to scream out in pain. Mitaka puffs her cheeks and tells her mother to stop the violence before apologizing to a sulking Misaki and trying to cheer her up by explaining that she is simply too funny to resist. Misaki blushes heavily and shyly confesses that she does not mind, because it actually felt really good, leaving a completely dumbfounded Miyako to mentally brand her as a perverted woman. Hearing approaching footsteps, Mitaka excitedly announces that the two of them are finally back, while Aunt Yuko playfully suggests they must have been lured in by the smell of meat, leaving Mitaka sweatily staring in shock. Takase and Mikoto return to the group looking extremely embarrassed and sweatily flustered, creating an incredibly awkward vibe that leaves everyone else completely confused. Miyako instantly clings to Takase with a smug smile, repeatedly asking if they actually did it, while an excited Mitaka demands to know what happened as Rentaro watches sweatily. As Aunt Yuko presses Mikoto to tell them how it went, a deeply blushing Takase sweatily looks away and begins to explain what actually happened. Miyako reacts with a terrifyingly blank stare as a completely dumbfounded Mitaka asks if he is kidding about just staring at Mikoto's swimsuit for over 30 minutes, which a sweat-covered Takase silently nods to confirm. When they ask why nothing else happened after all, Mikoto did, a deeply blushing Takase furiously screams in his defense that he cannot just do those kinds of things, insisting that such intimacy is meant for after they actually start dating. Miyako glares at him with absolute terrifying contempt, harshly calling him a big useless ornament with a pair of cowardly balls, while Rentaro quickly pats her shoulders to try and calm her down. Rentaro warmly supports his decency, revealing that he similarly waited until his wife turned 18, even when she ran at him naked, but gently advises Takase that ignoring Mikoto's feelings is not good, either asking if he at least properly complimented her swimsuit. Takase nervously admits that he might have come off a bit creepy, prompting Rentaro to sweatily reassure him that everyone has at least one creepy trait before Mitaka, Miyako, and Aunt Yuko jokingly bring up Rentaro's own writing habits and cheerfully lead the group away to start the barbecue. Turning to her daughter, Misaki quietly calls out to Mikoto and warmly asks if she managed to successfully show him the swimsuit. Mikoto blushes happily and giggles as she confirms she did, repeating how he said it was hot before warmly confessing that she simply did not want him to hate or abandon her, and was originally willing to accept any kind of relationship just to stay together. Mikoto happily confesses that she has realized she wants to be greedier, leaving her emotional mother to touch her cheek and tearfully murmur about being a bad girl. Misaki wipes away her tears and warmly offers her complete support, but she instantly deadpans and flatly rejects the idea when Mikoto playfully mentions she brought another swimsuit for her to wear as well. As Mikoto watches with a warm smile, meat sizzles on the grill until Aunt Yuko suddenly snatches the last remaining piece right out from under a sweatily shocked Takase, playfully announcing she will take it if he is not eating. As Takase furiously screams that he was saving that specific piece of meat, Aunt Yuko smugly declares that meat is war before Miyako claps her hands to draw everyone's attention to something more important. Takase asks what could possibly be more important, only for Mitaka to suddenly present a large pack of fireworks and excitedly yell for them to play with them. Rentaro waves them off, promising the adults will handle the cleanup so the kids can go have fun, prompting a waving Mitaka to thank her father, while a sweat-covered Takase notes the adults are another anxiety-inducing group. Yuko remarks on how reliable adults are, prompting Takase to point out that she is an adult too, though she counters that people in their 20s are basically still kids before a cheerful Mitaka suggests they get started on the fireworks. Mitaka asks Mikoto if she prepared a bucket of water, prompting a confused Mikoto to wonder if they really need one, and if it is fine to play without it. Mikoto, Takase, and Yuko firmly insist that a bucket of water is absolutely necessary to prevent the mountain from catching fire, causing a disappointed Mitaka to groan. Takase asks Yuko where the bucket is, and she explains it is in the storage shed in the annex, prompting Takase to realize that is near the place he walked with Mikoto earlier. Takase tells everyone to wait while he goes to retrieve the bucket, but a blushing Mikoto quickly asks if she can tag along with him. Takase points out that it is dark and dangerous, but Mikoto insists she will be fine, while Mitaka watches them with a knowing smile. Mitaka happily orders the two of them to go together, declaring she will wait behind and do a weird dance, prompting a sweat-covered Takase to tell her to be careful. Mitaka mischievously warns them about a terrifying yokai called the Lake Master that allegedly emerges from the lake at night, snickering as she bids them farewell, while Mikoto and Takase stand in sweating silence. As they walk through the dark, Mikoto tightly clutches Takase's sleeve, prompting him to ask if she is scared, which she sweatily confirms. Takase sweatily grumbles to himself about Mitaka saying something so unnecessary, while Mikoto silently watches him. In her mind, Mikoto happily reflects that she is actually just pretending to be scared, so she has a perfectly legitimate excuse to cling tightly to him. Mikoto admits to herself that she feels slightly guilty for using Mitaka's teasing to deceive him, but reasons that such rare opportunities do not come often and resolves to go all out. Squeezing his arm even tighter, Mikoto whimpers that she is scared, leaving a deeply blushing Takase to stammer her name in surprise, while Mikoto internally swoons over how cool he is and wishes she had brought a voice recorder. Mikoto eagerly basks in Take's muscles and mentally scolding herself to act scared because she can barely hide her grinning face. Mikoto happily notes how much bigger Take has gotten, reflecting that he used to be the one clinging to her when a serious Take sweatily promises to protect her no matter what, making her smile warmly. Mikoto happily reflects that his protective cool side has never changed, recalling how he was always there for her and thinking to herself that even though he has grown, he is still the one she deeply loves. Mikoto's gaze drifts downward as she reflects on how much bigger he has gotten, leading her to stare directly at his crotch in surprise. Gulping in shock, Mikoto realizes that even that part of him has gotten much larger, prompting a highly startled Take to scream her name as a heavily blushing Mikoto frantically waves her hands to deny taking advantage of the moment. Take firmly tells Mikoto not to leave his side no matter what, prompting her to respond with a confused hum. Mikoto suddenly stops and stares at the ground in front of them, shocked to see dark red splatters covering the rocks. As Take shines his flashlight on the mysterious substance, a nervous Mikoto stammers and asks him if the dark stains are actually blood. Take casually pokes the substance with a stick and notes that he is unsure, but adds that even if it is blood, it is already quite dry, reassuring Mikoto that they at least missed whoever left it there moments earlier. Mikoto nervously points out that the stained bushes are right next to the shallow water area where they were playing earlier, which Take acknowledges with growing concern. A terrifying realization washes over Mikoto as she asks if it is possible that whoever left the blood had been hiding in the bushes and watching them play. Trying to ease the tension, Take forces a calm smile and suggests they are just overthinking it, rationalizing that their imaginations are simply running wild, and they do not even know for sure if the substance is actually blood. A sudden rustling noise erupts from the nearby dark foliage, causing a terrified Mikoto to scream and hide behind Take, while he sharply aims his flashlight toward the tall grass. Driven by his intense determination to protect Mikoto, Take shifts into maximum combat readiness, focusing all of his heightened senses on whatever is hiding in the dark brush. Meanwhile, hiding safely behind his back, Mikoto breathes heavily and becomes intensely excited by the entire thrilling situation. As Take tightly aims the flashlight and wonders if the noise belongs to a person, an animal, or even the rumored lake monster, Mikoto presses tightly against him and excitedly wonders if the hard object pressing against her stomach is actually his crotch. A tall, dark silhouette suddenly snaps a branch and rises from the tall grass right in front of them. The figure quickly vanishes into the night, leaving a bewildered Take to question what on earth that thing was, noting that it appeared to be walking away on two legs. Mikoto looks down and realizes that the hard object pressing against her stomach was actually just the bottom handle of Take's flashlight. Take loudly assures her that they are safe now, while a deeply disappointed Mikoto casually agrees that it was scary, silently lamenting that her intense excitement was cut short right before its peak. Take urgently suggests they find the bucket and get back to the others quickly, since the area is clearly dangerous, and Mikoto quickly agrees. They step out of the dark woods and slowly open the door to the cluttered storage shed. Take sifts through the messy cardboard boxes looking for the bucket, while Mikoto glances around the room and mentions that she thinks she spotted it. Mikoto tells him to look right behind his back, prompting Take to turn around and happily thank her as he successfully grabs the blue bucket. Take stares in shock as he suddenly spots Rin's face looking back at him from outside the window, letting out a confused gasp. Take yells out the window to ask if it is the class rep, causing a panicked Rin to gasp, before she immediately sprints away into the dark night. Mikoto asks what is wrong and why he suddenly called out Rin's name, while a bewildered Take stares out into the silent night and notes that she disappeared into the darkness in an instant. Sweating in pure panic, Take wonders what on earth he just saw and questions if he simply imagined it, terrifyingly concluding that the rumored lake master might actually be real. Hiding in the dark bushes, a frantic Rin curses and worries that she has been discovered, confirming that the mysterious entity was indeed her the entire time. It is revealed that the true identity of the mysterious bloodstain they found earlier was actually just Rin's nosebleed, which was caused by her extreme excitement, while secretly spying on Takase and Mikoto by the lake. Rin rationalizes that her situation is fine since she at least got to witness a good romantic scene between them before she crawls inside a small green tent to spend the night sleeping outdoors alone in the woods. Back outside with the others, Mikoto crouches down and notes how pretty her sparkler is, prompting Takase to comment on how much she likes them, while she gently agrees that they are calming. Mitaka interrupts to complain that sparklers are far too gloomy and boring, excitedly declaring that she prefers loud explosions and holding multiple fireworks at once in both hands. Aunt Yuko casually tosses Takase a lighter, but as he struggles to get the flame to ignite, an impatient Mitaka violently shakes his arm and demands that he light her fireworks immediately. Mitaka excitedly thanks Yuko as she successfully lights her handful of fireworks using the tip of her aunt's lit cigarette, while Yuko casually tells her it is no problem. Mitaka smugly tells Yuko she should quit smoking or guys will never come near her, causing a strained Yuko to drop her cigarette before she angrily retaliates by throwing a spinning ground firework at her niece's feet, leaving Takase to sweatily observe that the two of them are as close as ever. Hearing the click of a camera, Takase turns to see Mikoto holding her phone and asks if she is taking pictures, prompting her to warmly explain that she already took a few earlier and wants to make a photo album. Takase smiles and calmly agrees that it sounds like a nice idea, but Mikoto suddenly begins rapidly snapping continuous photos of him, causing a flustered Takase to wave his hand and tell her to stop. Mikoto giggles and playfully tells him to take that, as she continues snapping even more photos while a heavily blushing Takase frantically shields his face and begs him not to take so many. Staring down at her phone screen with a deep blush and a loving smile, Mikoto silently wonders to herself if it is truly okay for someone like her to be this incredibly happy. As a montage of joyful photos from their summer trip flashes by, Mikoto continues to warmly question if she really deserves to feel so incredibly spoiled and cherished. Takase falls silent for a moment before nervously calling her name, gently asking her if she thinks this trip has become a good summer memory for her. Mikoto pauses and looks at him with a gentle, loving smile before warmly confirming that it absolutely did. Mikoto's expression darkens into a sly smile as she bluntly replies that it is not enough at all, leaving Takase completely shocked. She reminds him that summer vacation has only just started and expresses her desire for a lot more, causing a terrified Takase to frantically ask if her dissatisfaction is because he acted creepy when she showed him her swimsuit. Mikoto quickly apologizes and nervously admits that she might be getting carried away and being too greedy, but Takase offers a gentle smile and reassures her that it is perfectly fine and that she is right. Blushing warmly, Takase confidently tells her to leave it to him, promising to make tons of amazing memories together that will completely overshadow their primary school days, which Mikoto happily agrees to. Their romantic moment is abruptly ruined when Mitaka yells for him to look at her snake firework that looks like poop, prompting an annoyed Takase to scream at her for interrupting them, while Yuko casually invites them to join in. Takase lets out an irritated sigh as Mikoto warmly suggests they go join the others since it looks fun, and he quietly agrees. As they look at each other, Takase softly reiterates to Mikoto that he is completely serious about his promise. He silently resolves that he will not let their current relationship lose to those sparkling days of their past. He vows to make the absolute best of their time now and ensure that she truly feels the present is their best time together. He firmly decides that once he accomplishes that goal, he will finally tell Mikoto how he truly feels about her. It is revealed that Rin's information-gathering route relies on a mysterious informant heavily implied to be Mitaka in disguise, who warns her that her intel does not come cheap. Later in her bed, Mikoto anxiously stares at her phone and spirals into deep despair when Takase takes more than 5 minutes to reply to her text, only to instantly light up with joy when he suddenly calls her. Takase loudly yells to the class rep that the 4th volume is starting, while Rin smugly closes her eyes and decides to pretend she cannot hear him. Frustrated by her lack of response, Takase decides to write his message directly on her back with his finger, causing her to jolt in surprise. As Takase traces the words that the 4th volume is starting on her back, a deeply flushed Rin takes out her earphone and frustratedly mutters under her breath about his antics. Under the bright blue sky, the group stands by the car trunk as Mikoto asks if a certain spot is fine, which Takase confirms. Mitaka frantically complains that her arms are going to fall off and urges her brother to hurry up while Mikoto easily lifts a bag into the trunk. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Takase reflects on how fun the camping trip was and hopes they can do it again next year before someone suddenly calls his name. Yuko walks over and playfully whines about them, leaving so soon, wishing they could stay for another 10 nights. Takase awkwardly declines the extended stay before bidding her farewell. As Takase tries to walk past her, Yuko quickly steps in front of him to block his path with a smile, repeating her farewell. When he attempts to dodge around her, she instantly sidesteps to block him again. Yuko tightly grabs him and cheerfully repeats her goodbyes over and over, while a panicked Takase demands to know why she will not let him through if she is actually trying to say goodbye. Mikoto sweatily watches the two of them grapple and questions what Yuko is doing, while Mitaka watches them closely with a thoughtful hum. Mitaka casually explains that Yuko is probably just lonely, adding that Takase is actually quite special to her. Mitaka reveals that when she was born, Takase stayed at their mother's family home where Yuko took care of him the entire time, making him feel like a little brother or even a son to her. Finally, breaking free from her grip, Takase dashes past Yuko and loudly bids her a final farewell as he makes his escape. Standing alone, Yuko smiles softly and quietly offers him a genuine farewell for real this time. As Takase and Mitaka walk away, with Mitaka cheerfully saying goodbye to her brother, Mikoto looks back at Yuko and silently notes that she seems lonely. Inside the car, Mikoto tells her mother to drive safely, to which Misaki proudly boasts that she got an O on her driving aptitude test. Looking out the window, Takase reflects on how nice the place is and thinks to himself that he should come back again with Mikoto. Yuko suddenly presses her face against the car window, startling Takase into screaming as she asks him to please come back again. When he frantically asks if she followed them, she cheerfully explains that she just wanted to see him off properly. Yuko cheerfully agrees and says her final goodbyes, prompting an exhausted Takase to sigh and bid her farewell for real this time. As the car drives away and Takase lets out a relieved sigh, Mikoto suddenly gasps in shock. Mikoto frantically taps Takase's shoulder and points out the back window, where they see Yuko still waving at them from beside a private property sign. Yuko continues waving and calling out to Takase, leaving him completely horrified as he wonders how she managed to run ahead of them and be faster than their car. As they continue driving, Mikoto nervously admits that the encounter surprised her, but notes that Yuko has always been a nice person. Takase awkwardly smiles and agrees, mentioning that while she is a bit tactless, her sense of humor makes her much easier to talk to than his own mother. Meanwhile, in the other car, Miyako suddenly feels irritated for some unknown reason, prompting a laughing Mitaka to tease that she might be going through menopause, while Rentaru smiles from the driver's seat. Takase thoughtfully reflects on how long it has been since he last saw Yuko and admits that he actually might have wanted to stay a little longer, catching Mikoto's attention. A trembling Mikoto nervously calls out Takase's name and stammers for him to look at the window. Takase looks out the window and is completely bewildered to see Yuko casually riding a motorcycle right next to their car. Yuko speeds ahead of their car as Takase frantically screams that she is still following them, begging her to stop. Shouting over the wind, Yuko demands that he absolutely must come visit her again and angrily warns him not to wait another 4 years for his next trip. She loudly declares that his big sister will never forgive him if he does, leaving an emotional Takase to softly agree. Leaning forward with a bright, blushing smile, Takase enthusiastically shouts that he will definitely come back again, calling her his big sister, to which Yuko responds with a cool thumbs up as she rides ahead. As they watch her ride away down the open road, Takase turns to Mikoto and asks if she will come with him again next year. Mikoto blushes and offers a warm, happy smile as she agrees. Misaki nervously asks from the driver's seat if she is invited too, prompting Takase to plainly state that it depends entirely on her future behavior, making Misaki whine about how harsh he is. Mikoto sweatily points out that Yuko is actually still chasing them, prompting a confused Takase to look forward and see Yuko riding her motorcycle directly in front of their car while staring back at them. In the middle of summer vacation, Takase reflects on how he was originally fired up to make it the best summer ever on the first day, but now he questions what they have actually been doing since then. Sitting comfortably on the couch with controllers in hand, Takase notes that he and Mikoto have mostly just been staying inside and playing video games. Takase rationalizes their choice by noting that the current outdoor temperature is a terrifying 37 degrees Celsius, making it practically suicidal to go outside at noon without air conditioning during a Japanese summer. Takase admits that staying inside makes it feel no different from any normal day regardless of it being summer vacation, but Mikoto quietly speaks up, sharing that a part of her thinks otherwise. Blushing warmly, Mikoto suggests they switch from playing against each other to playing a co-op game next, which Takase happily agrees to while secretly thinking to himself that a part of him also feels this simple routine is more than enough. Takase excitedly cheers that they beat the game together, and thanks Mikoto for her help, praising how great co-op mode is, while a deeply relieved Mikoto happily stammers her excitement over actually managing to be useful. Smiling brightly, Takase turns to her and enthusiastically holds out his fist to celebrate their victory, leaving Mikoto staring at it in silent confusion. Mikoto stares blankly before hesitantly asking if he wants her to give him a punch to the gut, prompting an exhausted Takase to clarify that he did not mean it like that. Mikoto begins to tremble and panic over her mistake, prompting an apologetic Takase to quickly assure her that it was his fault for doing it out of nowhere and expecting her to understand. Mikoto intensely glares at him with wide, crazed eyes and insists that she gets it now, causing a terrified Takase to stammer and beg her to wait as she abruptly steps closer. To Takase's complete confusion, Mikoto suddenly thrusts her chest forward and forcefully smashes her breasts directly against his extended fist. Deeply flustered and blushing furiously, Takase frantically excuses himself to go to the bathroom, leaving a bewildered Mikoto to quietly agree. When Takase returns, a trembling Mikoto tearfully apologizes for being an oblivious woman and begs him not to be disappointed in her, while a smiling Takase gently explains that it was just meant to be a high five and not a big deal. Takase demonstrates by asking her to put her fist against his, and when their knuckles gently bump together, he happily cheers that they did it perfectly. Mikoto stares at him with wide eyes and a heavy blush, completely struck by the intimate contact. Trembling with extreme excitement, Mikoto enthusiastically swoons over the amazing sense of unity with Takase, feeling like they are perfectly synced through a secret cue, and happily relishes how incredibly good it feels. She sways happily from side to side, completely enveloped in a fuzzy and warm feeling, while Takase watches her with a sweat drop. Mikoto suddenly thrusts her fist out and intensely demands to do it more, leaving Takase to nervously agree as they continue playing, with Mikoto eagerly demanding another fist bump every time they clear a level. They repeatedly bump fists over and over again as Mikoto continuously calls his name, and Takase obediently obliges her demands. Later that night at dinner, a trembling Mikoto cries that her hand hurts too much to hold her chopsticks properly from all the fist bumping, prompting a panicked Takase to frantically yell to call an ambulance. Mikoto calls out to Takase. Mikoto catches up to him and apologizes for making him wait. Takase reassures her that it is fine and suggests they head inside to the library since it is already getting hot outside. As they discuss their summer homework, Mikoto secretly decides to keep quiet about already finishing all of her own work, just so she can enjoy the special opportunity to study together with Takase. Takase leads the way up to the second-floor study room, but suddenly stops in surprise. They run into Rin, their class representative, who is already at the library. Takase happily asks if she is also studying there today. Takase enthusiastically suggests they all study together since 3 heads are better than 1, much to Mikoto's silent disappointment. Rin flatly rejects the invitation, explaining that she is the type of person who can only focus when studying alone. Rin tells them to go do their best together, and Takase understandingly cheers her on to do her best as well. Mikoto is caught completely off guard when Takase and Rin casually exchange a fist bump. Mikoto begins to growl and tremble with extreme jealousy, leaving Rin completely confused by her reaction. A highly determined Mikoto psychs herself up while a nervous Takase watches her in silence. Mikoto turns back to Takase and aggressively holds up a horn-like hand gesture. Takase and Rin stare in complete bewilderment, silently wondering if her strange hand gesture is supposed to represent a Doberman or a sea slug. Mikoto eagerly nods to encourage him, prompting a confused Takase to tentatively mimic her hand gesture. Mikoto and Takase face each other and hold up the hand signs while Rin watches from between them. Mikoto brings their hand signs together so they mimic a kiss, making a squealing sound. Take's completely freezes in blushing shock and embarrassment, while a smug Mikoto smiles triumphantly at her successful move. Rin stands in complete silence with a massive, terrifying nosebleed running down her face. At home, Mitaka notices her father Rentaro looking completely exhausted and asks if he is okay, prompting him to explain that he pulled an all-nighter because he was struggling to make progress on his manuscript. Rentaro tries to reassure Mitaka that he is fine since it was only a single all-nighter, while privately trying to think of a more emotional or nonchalant term to describe his sleepless night. But a worried Mitaka firmly insists that she must report his state to their mother so they can force him to rest before he gets sick. Mitaka runs to call out to her mother, loudly declaring that her father had a one-night stand, leaving a completely bewildered Miyako to ask what she means. Take happily walks back home, reflecting that he managed to finish all of his summer homework thanks to Mikoto and is now completely free to relax for the rest of the vacation. Take is absolutely horrified when he opens the front door and finds Rentaro bound tightly with ropes and subjected to heavy stone-pressing torture. Take frantically demands to know why his father is being subjected to such inhumane torture, while Miyako and Mitaka casually welcome him home. When Mitaka explains that Rentaro is being punished for having a one-night stand, Take instantly agrees that his father is at fault, prompting a panicked Rentaro to scream that it is all a misunderstanding. Rentaro furiously protests that he would never engage in a one-night stand, but a cold Miyako simply orders Mitaka to add another heavy stone slab to his lap, causing him to scream out in pain. Mitaka desperately pleads with Rentaro to just admit his guilt for his own safety, while Miyako coldly demands to know if his secret exploits are the real reason he is getting sick. Rentaro screams at the top of his lungs that the only woman he has ever loved is his wife. Mitaka is completely confused by his dramatic confession, pointing out that love has absolutely nothing to do with a one-night stand, while Rentaro continues to frantically deny her accusations. Miyako glares at Rentaro with an icy smile, suggesting he must have had quite a lot of fun, leaving him to desperately wonder how his situation got so terribly out of hand. Mitaka warns her father that risking his health is not worth it even if he manages to produce something good, which leads Miyako to darkly question if his actions resulted in an illegitimate child, prompting another frantic denial from Rentaro. A suspicious Take steps closer to Mitaka and quietly asks her what exactly she thinks a one-night stand actually means. Mitaka casually explains that it simply means spending a whole night without sleeping, arguing that using the term one-night stand sounds far cooler and more stylish than just saying an all-nighter. As Take sweatily tries to explain the actual meaning of the phrase, an irritated Mitaka furiously yells at him, demanding to know if he is trying to criticize her sense of style. Take leans in close and whispers the true definition of the phrase directly into Mitaka's ear, instantly causing her entire face to turn bright red in pure embarrassment. A deeply embarrassed Mitaka screams at the top of her lungs and runs away in tears, leaving the rest of the family to watch her go. A long, tense silence falls over the living room as they stand around the tied-up Rentaro. Rentaro smugly points out that he was telling the truth, prompting an apologetic Miyako to say she is sorry, but remind him that all-nighters are still unacceptable, which a weary Rentaro completely agrees with. Rin wakes up, stretches, and begins preparing her breakfast by frying an egg and making toast. Just as Rin is about to take a bite of her breakfast, her phone suddenly begins to vibrate, leaving her to grumble that it is probably Take before she glances down in surprise. She is shocked to see a call from Mikoto, and she frantically answers the phone to ask what is wrong and if she did something to upset her. Rin quietly listens as Mikoto speaks on the other end of the line. Rin hangs up the phone and panics in complete shock, realizing that Mikoto is somehow coming over to her apartment all by herself. After pacing around her room in extreme anxiety, Rin hears her doorbell ring and immediately runs to fling the door open. Surprised that Mikoto actually showed up, Rin nervously welcomes her inside. Mikoto politely apologizes for the sudden intrusion, while a nervous Rin admits she assumed Mikoto would be hanging out with Take since they are usually inseparable. Mikoto casually smiles and asks if it is not perfectly normal for a friend to come over and hang out during summer vacation. Rin sweatily agrees, unaware that Mikoto's true motive for visiting is to gather information and figure out the exact nature of Rin's relationship with Takase. Looking around the entryway, Mikoto asks Rin if she lives all by herself in the apartment. Rin confirms she does, explaining that she rents an empty room in a women's college student apartment that her grandmother manages. Rin tells her to take a seat while she goes to make some tea, but Mikoto stops in her tracks when she suddenly spots a framed photograph on the desk of Takase next to a short-haired student. Rin lets out a panicked shriek and frantically waves her hands to explain that the photo does not have any weird meaning and that she only kept it because she did not have a better one, while a quiet Mikoto points to the person standing next to Takase. Mikoto asks why Rin has a photo of the person who was close with Takase back in middle school, catching Rin completely off guard. Mikoto's eyes go wide as she asks if the person in the photo is actually Rin herself, prompting a deeply blushing Rin to confess that it was indeed her, explaining that she had very short hair in middle school and looked completely different. Mikoto apologizes, explaining she always thought Rin was a boy because she only ever saw her from far away, but Rin reassures her it is fine and admits she used to dress that way because she was raised like a boy. Mikoto is puzzled by her words, prompting Rin to explain that her parents wanted a son and tried to raise her as a boy even though they knew it was contradictory. Rin confesses that she hated it because she wanted to wear cute things like other girls but felt pressured to keep her feelings to herself until she finally met Takase in her first year of middle school. Rin recalls telling Takase she was basically a boy and that doing girly things would be weird only for Takase to reassure her it wasn't weird at all and gently suggest that growing her hair out would suit her. Rin warmly reflects that Takase inspired her to be honest with herself, which led to her having an all-out fight with her parents as all her bottled-up feelings finally burst out. Mikoto asks if that fight is why she lives alone, and Rin confirms that they decided to put some distance between themselves for everyone's sake, quickly panicking to clarify that they have not cut ties, but are merely in a ceasefire. Rin softly confesses that she is incredibly grateful to Takase for saving her, though she would never say it to his face, because he would easily get full of himself. Rin reveals that there was a time in the past when Takase was completely falling apart, vowing that she never wants to see him look like that again, and simply wants him to keep smiling and be happy. Rin frantically insists that her feelings are completely innocent with nothing shady between them, prompting a warm smile from Mikoto as she acknowledges Rin's genuine wish for Takase's happiness. Mikoto gently points out that this must mean Rin actually likes Takase. Rin completely freezes in absolute shock at Mikoto's direct conclusion. When a panicked Rin tries to argue, Mikoto counters by pointing out that wanting someone to be happy and feeling deeply grateful to them makes it more of a stretch to say she does not like him. Mikoto leans in close and bluntly tells a startled Rin that she has always found her highly suspicious. Mikoto demands to know whether Rin likes or hates Takase before suddenly pinning her down to the floor. Rin lies on her back in complete shock as Mikoto straddles her from above. Mikoto leans down to demand an answer once again, leaving Rin to sweatily stammer that she doesn't. Covering her face with her arm, Rin reluctantly confesses that she doesn't exactly hate him, which Mikoto flatly complains is far too vague of an answer. Rin flusteredly demands to know why Mikoto even cares enough to ask her such a thing, leaving a startled Mikoto to fumble for an answer. Rin loudly declares that she knows the truth, pointing out that Mikoto is only asking because she is the one harboring those kinds of feelings for Takase. Mikoto nervously stammers that she and Takase are childhood friends and wonders if she actually likes him, while Rin flusteringly yells that asking if it is romantically is completely unfair, prompting Mikoto to accuse her of dodging the question. As Rin gulps in nervous anticipation, Mikoto blushes and admits that she does think it would be great if she and Takase ended up in that kind of relationship. Mikoto leans in with a sly grin and asks Rin if she ever thinks about wanting to have sex with Takase, sending a shocked Rin into a screaming panic. Rin frantically flails her fists and calls Mikoto a slut and a bitch for thinking that way, insisting she would never look at Takase in such a vulgar way, while Mikoto argues that Rin is just being stubborn since it is normal to look at someone you like that way. Rin furiously screams that she is still a virgin, prompting a startled Mikoto to yell back that she is a virgin too, and point out that she did not even ask her about that. Rin points out that Mikoto snapping at her like this means She must like Takase romantically suggesting that it is about time Mikoto is honest with herself, too, leaving Mikoto to tremble and stammer in response. An embarrassed Mikoto screams at Rin to shut up while pushing her chest directly onto Rin's face, leaving a smothered Rin to silently gasp that Mikoto's breasts are so big that she cannot breathe and is going to die. Mikoto groans in frustration before she suddenly realizes that Rin has stopped responding and frantically asks her what is wrong, panicking when she sees Rin has completely passed out with drool running down her chin. Mikoto loudly screams Rin's name in sheer panic. Some time passes as the clouds drift lazily across the sky. Rin suddenly gasps as she wakes up in her bed, and a relieved Mikoto gently puts her glasses back on, admitting she thinks she accidentally caused her to faint. Rin reassures her that she is okay and admits that she also got pretty heated, which Mikoto quietly agrees with, noting that it feels like they both managed to vent their feelings. Mikoto calls out to Rin and softly confesses that her initial desire to become friends with her was actually because she wanted to match Takase. Mikoto explains that she used to force herself to like or hate whatever Takase did just to match him, but clarifies that it is different now, because being around Rin makes her feel like she can someday be truly honest with herself, leaving a surprised Rin in silence. Mikoto looks at Rin and repeats her request, sincerely asking Rin if they can be friends. Rin looks at her for a moment before warmly accepting her request. Mikoto apologizes for the sudden intrusion as she prepares to leave, mentioning that it was interesting to get to know her, while a blushing Rin waves goodbye and happily reflects to herself that she has become friends with someone from her favorite romantic ship. After the door closes, Rin stands in quiet reflection, happily noting that she has made a new friend, before letting out a relieved sigh and telling herself to focus on something else. Rin trots down the hallway and opens her door, letting out a sigh of relief as she looks at a wall completely covered in secret photos of Takase and Mikoto, reflecting on how close she came to being finished if Mikoto had seen that room. Later that evening, Mikoto enthusiastically bursts out of the bathroom after finishing her bath and eagerly checks her phone, giggling to herself that it is finally time to call Takase again tonight. Mikoto suddenly looks down in silence when her phone begins to buzz with an incoming video call from Takase, realizing that he is trying to video call her instead of just sending a regular voice call. Mikoto excitedly thinks to herself that she really wants to try a video call, since she would get to see Takase's face and be 50% happier, but quickly realizes there is a massive downside to it. Mikoto anxiously reflects that a video call means Takase will be able to see her bare face, too, sighing as she worries about how she looks in a close-up right after her bath, and ultimately deciding that maybe they should just stick to a regular voice call instead. Mikoto suddenly gasps in shock as she notices something unexpected. Mikoto decides to challenge herself and take a step forward by initiating a video call instead of a normal voice call. She nervously presses the button and waits anxiously as the call begins to ring. Takase is shocked to receive an incoming video call from Mikoto and quickly swipes his screen to answer it. With his heart pounding rapidly in anticipation, Takase clicks the button to connect the video feed. Takase is met with an immediate close-up of Mikoto's chest on his screen, causing him to scream in complete shock. Takase frantically asks if he is allowed to look at her chest, and explains that normally people show their face on video calls, prompting a flustered Mikoto to realize her mistake and agree to adjust her camera. Mikoto nervously asks Takase if he wants to see her face, and he eagerly agrees over the call, explaining that he would have trouble settling down otherwise. After hesitantly agreeing, Mikoto brings the camera up to her blushing face, prompting Takase to ask why she is getting so embarrassed. Mikoto softly questions if doing this is weird, but Takase reassuringly replies that it is not weird at all and expresses how happy he is to see her face, leaving her deeply flustered. Takase casually mentions that Mikoto went to the class representative's place, but his face instantly contorts in sheer terror as the realization of her visit sinks in. Mikoto nervously asks Takase what is wrong as she stumbles backward while drinking a glass of water, unaware that her state of undress is fully visible on camera. When Takase warns her that her body is on screen, Mikoto playfully dismisses it as a joke, teasingly asking if he thinks there is a ghost in the frame just because they are on a video call. Takase sweatingly replies that it is somewhat similar to that, admitting that he wants to believe her, but struggles to find the words before his eyes go wide in absolute shock at what appears on his screen. As Mikoto slides her pants down with her back to the camera, panicked Take screams at the top of his lungs for her to look behind her because everything is visible on screen. Unconvinced, Mikoto playfully tells him she is not falling for his trick as she turns around and happily raises her glass to cheer him. The next day, a deeply regretful Mikoto trembles at the table as she is presented with a strict ban on alcohol, while her mother sternly explains that this restriction is actually a generous compromise. Mikoto quietly whispers Take's name in the darkness, leaving him to nervously call her name back in confusion, as she slowly leans in and confesses that she can no longer hold back either. Mikoto crawls over Take with a heavy blush and suggests they do something that feels good together, sending a highly flustered Take into a screaming panic. Take suddenly bolts upright in his bed, panting for breath, before he wipes his forehead in relief upon realizing that the entire intimate encounter was actually just a dream. Take sighs in disappointment and laments how hopeless he is, reflecting on how his nightmares have recently decreased only to be replaced by a sudden rise in wet dreams. Deciding that it is still too dark to stay awake, Take lies back down to go to sleep only for his eyes to suddenly snap wide open in shock. Take sits up in bed and carefully reaches down into his blanket to adjust his wet underwear. Staring off in pure dread, Take realizes his underwear is in a state of absolute emergency and sighs in frustration, deciding he needs to sneak out and handle the situation immediately. Noticing it is 1 in the morning, Take reasons that everyone else should be asleep, and slowly opens his bedroom door, resolving to move as quickly and quietly as possible to reach the bathroom undetected. Take turns around to find his sister Mitaka standing in the dark with a wide-eyed stare, holding her phone and creepily asking him what he is doing. A terrified Take stammers that he is doing nothing and fears his secret is ruined, while a creepy Mitaka notes that staying up late is not good, leaving him to desperately wonder why he had to run into her of all people. Take quickly retaliates by demanding to know what she is doing awake so late, teasingly bringing up her embarrassing interrogation of their father, which immediately sends a crying Mitaka into a dramatic tantrum, as she begs him to stop reminding her of it. When Take asks what she is actually doing, Mitaka defensively declares she has a very good reason and proudly pumps her fists, explaining that she is staying up to study and prepare for her summer classes. Surprised by her rare dedication, Take gently advises her that she does not need to push herself so hard in the middle of the night, prompting a hesitant Mitaka to look away and murmur that she has her reasons. Mitaka apologizes and confesses that she is actually quite stressed, explaining that she is terrible at studying but desperately wants to get into a specific high school, despite her teacher warning her that it is currently impossible for her to make the cut. Mitaka quietly admits that she knows staying up late to study does not really help, and is just a desperate attempt on her part, leaving Take in a thoughtful silence before he asks her if she truly wants to get into that high school that badly. Mitaka enthusiastically declares that she wants to go to that high school because it is the exact same school that Take and Mikoto attend, which leaves a startled Take to ask if she really wants to attend their high school. Mitaka explains that although they were her inspiration, she ultimately chose that school of her own volition, and is not just going because they attend, while Take gently advises her that she does not have to make her choice based solely on where they go. Mitaka states that she simply wants to follow through on her own decision, prompting Take to quietly reflect that she has the same stubbornness as their mother, though she proudly boasts that she has an indomitable spirit. Mitaka playfully points out that there is one big problem she does not understand and asks him to teach her, to which Take agrees while his underwear dries stiffly in the background. As the new semester begins, Take sits at his classroom desk and lets out a massive yawn. Take reflects on how quickly his summer vacation passed after meeting up and hanging out with Mikoto, feeling like there were still so many other things he wanted to do. A classmate comments on how deeply tanned Take has gotten, prompting a smiling Take to quietly think to himself that his summer felt short only because it was so fulfilling. The tanned classmate smiles and admits she had not even noticed her tan, agreeing that track club is rough with no days off during summer break, while Take quietly observes how busy club members are before a classmate calls out to him. His classmate Yuichi hands over a manuscript he finished over the summer and asks Takase for his thoughts, explaining that he is submitting an auto manga called Love Kira, which another classmate remarks does not suit him at all. Yuichi notes that it is quite surprising that a former middle school soccer tournament ace striker is now in the manga club, while another classmate points out that Yuichi chose what he liked over what he was good at, before asking Takase if he plans to join a club again. Yuichi mentions that their school heavily pushes club activities and calls Takase a rare specimen for not participating, leading Takase to sweatily explain that he thinks he is perfectly fine without joining a club. Yuichi jokingly suggests that Takase's refusal to join clubs is because of a girl, which a blushing Takase quickly denies by saying it has nothing to do with Mikoto, prompting Yuichi to clarify that there is nothing wrong with his lifestyle as long as he feels he is living his youth to the fullest. After Takase notes that Yuichi looks better than before, Yuichi bitterly declares that he is finished with girls forever and rants about his ex-girlfriend dumping him right after he quit soccer, while a classmate tells him to keep his personal grudges to himself. Yuichi bids Takase farewell and asks for feedback on his manuscript by next week, leaving a quiet Takase to ponder if he is truly living his youth to the fullest, eventually concluding that while his youth is undoubtedly Mikoto, he is still not satisfied. Takase slowly decides to take action, whispering to himself that he will finally confess. Takase resolves to confess to Mikoto the next day, but his thoughts are suddenly interrupted by classmate rumors of an ambulance next door, and dark haunting thoughts questioning if he has any right to make her happy when he was supposed to protect her. As Takase sits lost in his deep thoughts, his classmate suddenly snaps him back to reality with a loud clap in front of his face, demanding his attention. The class representative Rin glares at him and bluntly tells him to stop making such a gloomy face since she hates it, prompting an apologetic Takase to apologize to her. Rin tells Takase to disregard it and warns him that he has an unwelcome visitor, leaving him completely startled as he turns around to see who it is. Ayama Rei suddenly slides the door open and steps into the room. Takase bluntly asks what she wants, prompting her to stutter momentarily, before she smugly remarks that his gloomy face clearly shows his summer break was not very fulfilling. Ayama continues to cross her arms and confidently declare that absolutely nothing happened over his summer break, completely ignoring Takase as he repeatedly tries to ask her what she actually wants from him, until a silent pause falls between them. Ayama suddenly gets extremely close and aggressively demands to know how far things went between him and Mikoto over the summer break. A completely flustered Takase yells in disbelief over her coming all the way to his classroom just to ask that, but she firmly insists that it is a highly important matter. Ayama stutters in a panic and nervously asks if they kissed, to which Takase sweatily asks why she is making it sound so cute. However, she instantly jumps to conclusions and screams to ask if they went all the way, forcing a deeply flustered Takase to loudly protest that absolutely nothing happened. Hearing that nothing happened, Ayama lets out a smug giggle and tells Takase that he still has a very long way to go, mockingly questioning how he managed to do so little, despite Mikoto liking him more than her, leaving Takase staring back at her in pure annoyance. Ayama flashes a cunning smile and confidently declares that at this rate, she will have all the openings she needs to easily one-up him. After a brief silence, Takase lets out a smug smirk and dismisses her as a fool, confidently declaring that the gap between them is already much larger than she thinks, before proudly shouting that he has already held hands with Mikoto and seen her in a swimsuit, which leaves a completely horrified Ayama stammering in shock. Takase points directly at her and smugly boasts that he is only going to pick up his pace from here on out, to the point where she will not even register on his radar. Deeply frustrated and on the verge of tears, Ayama runs out of the room while screaming that she is letting him off easy today, but promises he will regret it, leading a sweat-drop-ridden Takase to marvel that people who actually use such cliché phrases in real life exist, before she angrily tells him to shut up. Takase suddenly calls out Ayama's name as she runs, catching her off guard, before he rubs his neck with a warm smile and sincerely thanks her. A deeply flushed Ayama immediately panics and calls him gross, wildly asking if he is trying to make a move on her as well, before frantically telling him to just forget it and go away. Takase smiles softly to himself as he realizes he had temporarily forgotten his worries before he lets out a tired sigh on his first day back at school and opens the door to enter the classroom, resolving that his new semester starts now alongside Mikoto. Take steps through the door and glances over at the desks, only for his eyes to instantly snap wide open in utter bewilderment. Take finds a large group of highly fashionable classmates completely crowding around Mikoto's desk as they chat with her. Looking at the scene, a sweating Take compares the layout of the girls to a protective shogi arrangement, utterly stunned to find Mikoto completely surrounded by the class Giaris. Take anxiously worries that Mikoto might have been dragged into some sort of trouble by the popular girls, and urgently decides that he has to step in and save her immediately. As the girls excitedly pull out snacks with each other, one of them politely turns to Mikoto and asks if it is all right for them to eat right at her desk, to which Mikoto calmly and warmly agrees. Take is left sweating in absolute disbelief, upon realizing that they are actually asking Mikoto for permission, quickly deducing that she is not being cornered at all, but rather that they are naturally forming a protective shield around her. Take hilariously concludes that Mikoto is actually the king in their group, just as he notices a couple of nervous boys whispering and building up the courage to go over and talk to her, leaving him to sweatily watch them make their move. The two boys nervously ask the group if they would like to hang out after school if they are free, but the surrounding Giaris immediately glare them down with intimidating, intense expressions, while a confused Mikoto simply squeaks in the background. The boys immediately withdraw their invitation and back away, leaving Take to sweatily reflect on the impenetrable defense formed by the castle of Giaris, realizing it is incredibly difficult for anyone to get close to Mikoto. The green-haired Jaru suddenly puts her friend in a tight chokehold, causing her to gag, which leaves a horrified Take to wonder if he is witnessing a sudden internal purge. While Mikoto silently notes how terrifying the chokehold is, she suddenly spots Take and cheerfully calls out his name, causing the surrounding Giaris to freeze in shock as they turn to look at him, while their choked friend slumps down in dazed silence. The Giaris immediately scatter and vanish in an instant, leaving a bewildered Mikoto to warmly welcome Take back and ask if anything happened. After a sweating Take weakly denies it, he smiles and reassures her it was nothing important, silently concluding that their class is still full of absolute mysteries. After school, Take reflects on his long meeting with his homeroom teacher and decides to hurry so he can walk home with Mikoto, but he suddenly stops when he spots Hakubun heading toward the shoe lockers, even though she does not appear to be leaving yet. Take's eyes widen in shock as he realizes Hakubun is standing right in front of Mikoto's shoe locker, and he watches in horror as she reaches her hand inside to grab Mikoto's shoes. Take abruptly bursts out and loudly demands to know what she is doing, shocking a panicked Hakubun, before he angrily accuses her of secretly plotting this after pretending to get close to Mikoto, while she frantically waves her hands and desperately pleads that it is not what it looks like. Hakubun frantically holds up a bottle of shoe cleaner and a brush, begging him to look, before she sweatily confesses that she actually came there to polish Mikoto's shoes, leaving a completely bewildered Take to stare at her in silence and repeat her words in disbelief. Take firmly replies that her explanation still does not justify her actions and calls her behavior creepy, prompting an apology from her. Remembering their protective behavior from earlier, he demands to know what her group is actually trying to accomplish, leaving Hakubun in a tense silence. After hesitating, Hakubun explains that polishing her shoes is not the only thing they want to do, and reveals that back in middle school Mikoto's shoes used to get stolen from her locker a lot, catching Take off guard as he listens in silence. Hakubun notes that while the thefts do not seem to happen anymore, they still take turns keeping watch every single day on a rotation, just in case, leaving Take to quietly murmur his understanding and fall into deep thought over their dedication. Take still questions why they would go to such lengths for Mikoto, prompting a cheerful Hakubun to explain that it is simply because Mikoto was incredibly kind to them back in middle school. As Take listens, Hakubun recalls how kind and cheerful Mikoto always was, sharing that she would immediately come over to talk to them whenever they were in trouble, and that simply chatting with her made them feel incredibly happy. Hakubun explains that because they could do nothing for Mikoto back then, despite owing her so much, they desperately want to support her now to ensure she never has to experience that kind of pain again, leaving a touched Take quietly murmuring in understanding. Takase thoughtfully reflects that he had only ever focused on the painful aspects of Mikoto's middle school days, realizing now that she did not just attract darkness back then, but also gathered beautiful light. Hakubun winks and points a finger at him, telling him to do his best as well, and pointing out that Mikoto looks the absolute happiest whenever she is with him, leaving Takase highly startled by her encouragement. When a blushing Takase asks if that is true, a smiling Hakubun confidently confirms it, prompting Takase to think that this is indeed the warmth Mikoto gathered, though Hakubun suddenly asks if she can warm Mikoto's shoes against her chest, leading an annoyed Takase to flatly reject the idea while dryly questioning if this still counts as light. Takase sighs in deep stress over the upcoming academic tests scheduled right after the summer break, while Mikoto stands beside him in silence. Mikoto quietly tugs on Takase's sleeve to get his attention as they walk together. Mikoto suddenly offers to let Takase hit her to help relieve his stress, leaving him completely bewildered. Takase frantically protests that he would never do such a thing, prompting a startled Mikoto to explain that she thought physical release was the only way to help him calm down. Takase grimly asks Mikoto if he looks like that much of a scumbag to her, causing her to panic and frantically apologize in tears. Takase gently explains to Mikoto that she does not need to go to such bizarre extremes, because simply being with her already helps him relieve his stress. Mikoto is momentarily confused by his words before she suddenly assumes he wants to take out his carnal desires on her, calling that a true extreme. Mikoto begins to panic and pull her hair as she overthinks her value and reason for existing to him, prompting a sweating Takase to tell her to calm down. Mikoto's thoughts spiral even further into despair as she blankly declares that she has no value and should die. Takase loudly protests that she absolutely has value, causing Mikoto to turn around and quietly ask him to explain how. Takase hesitantly stutters that she has many cute sides to her, instantly sending Mikoto into a flustered state of pure joy. Mikoto suddenly doubts him by asking if he says that generic line to everyone, which Takase furiously denies. When Mikoto dismisses the word cute as an easy compliment that anyone can say, an irritated Takase screams that she is cute anyway. Takase continues to aggressively shower her with compliments about how cute she is, while Mikoto pouts and tries to process it. Mikoto's face completely flushes bright red as she becomes entirely overwhelmed by his relentless compliments. As Mikoto completely short-circuits from embarrassment and starts to fall, a panicked Takase rushes forward to catch her in his arms. Clinging tightly to him with a nosebleed, a deeply blushing Mikoto weakly mutters that she is perfectly fine with dying at this moment. The two stand in an embrace in the middle of the hallway. When Takase asks if she is feeling anemic and suggests they find a bench to rest on, he suddenly realizes that Mikoto is holding onto him tightly and refuses to let go. Takase panics as he becomes intensely aware of the physical contact, feeling Mikoto's body and smelling her scent close to him. Takase is filled with absolute dread as he realizes that she is bound to notice his physical arousal if they stay in this position. Takase frantically begs Mikoto to let go, but she holds on with surprising strength and refuses to budge. Mikoto desperately wants to pull away so she does not annoy him, but she finds his embrace completely irresistible. With both of them stuck in an awkward panic, Takase decides he has no other options left and must take drastic action. Deciding to try pulling instead of pushing, Takase hugs Mikoto back with all his might, catching her completely off guard. The two of them suddenly flinch and jump away from each other in extreme embarrassment. A blushing Takase nervously points out that Mikoto has a nosebleed and asks if she is all right, while a dazed Mikoto quietly replies that she is fine while thinking how incredible the hug was. As Mikoto wipes her nose and admits she completely forgot what they were originally discussing, Takase awkwardly reminds her that they were talking about her worth as a person. Mikoto casually smiles and states that her worth no longer matters to her, before suggesting that since she is smart, she could help tutor him for his test prep, leaving Takase to note how sensible her conclusion turned out to be. Later that night, Mikoto remains in such high spirits from the encounter that she begins acting strangely and shaking her head violently. Mitaka complains that she is hungry and asks her mother if dinner is ready, only to realize the house is completely quiet and her mother is nowhere to be found. Standing alone in the quiet house, a panicked Mitaka wildly suspects that her mother has activated optical camouflage to become invisible. Rentaro asks what is wrong, prompting Mitaka to frantically declare that her mother might be using invisibility. Rentaro chuckles and explains that their mother actually went to a parent-teacher conference at school with her brother, which Mitaka vaguely recalls as she asks when she will return. When Rentaro estimates that she will not be home for another hour and a half, an impatient Mitaka begins punching his back loudly, complaining that she will starve to death. After frantically stopping Rentaro from cooking, Mitaka confidently declares that this is her moment to take charge and prepare tonight's dinner herself. Rentaro sits quietly in the living room, reflecting on how he was strictly banished from the kitchen by Mitaka so she could keep her cooking a secret. Rentaro warmly reflects on how much Mitaka has grown and eagerly looks forward to tasting her cooking, admitting he did not even realize she knew how to cook. Mitaka proudly calls out to Rentaro to announce that dinner is finally ready. Rentaro happily asks what kind of dish she made, only to instantly freeze in pale, wide-eyed shock when he sees the meal. Mitaka presents him with an incredibly heavy garlic pork rice bowl topped with a raw egg surrounded by fried chicken, a cricket sesame sauce, and instant ramen. As a drooling Mitaka proudly asks if the meal looks delicious, Rentaro sweatily agrees while internally panicking that she has served him a meal that could actually kill him. Mitaka cheerfully digs into her food while a terrified Rentaro hesitantly tries to eat his portion in silence. When Mitaka boasts about her natural culinary talents and asks for his agreement, Rentaro weak-heartedly agrees while desperately clutching his incredibly heavy stomach. Rentaro internally laments that Mitaka's chosen menu resembles a heavy over-the-top late-night snack made by a college student, finding the massive meal genuinely terrifying and potentially lethal for him. Just as Rentaro starts to feel grateful for Miyako's thoughtful meal preparation, Mitaka catches him off guard by demanding to know whether her cooking or her mother's is better. Mitaka aggressively warns Rentaro not to give a spineless diplomatic answer, forcing a deeply sweating Rentaro to awkwardly search for an acceptable explanation. When Rentaro gently explains that her cooking is simply too rich for him, an angry Mitaka forces him to admit that he simply prefers her mother's food. A pouting Mitaka angrily revokes Rentaro's dessert privileges, while he silently notes that she clearly had plans to eat cake and ice cream herself. Despite the heavy meal and her anger, Rentaro warmly smiles and sincerely thanks Mitaka, telling her that he is truly happy she prepared dinner for him. Mitaka shyly promises to cook for him again, which Rentaro weakly accepts, before he is suddenly hit by a severe stomach ache and spends the rest of the night groaning in the bathroom. When Mikoto invites Takase to stay the night, a panicked Takase quickly refuses by pointing out how improper it is to sleep over at a girl's house, reflecting that this has become their usual routine whenever he visits. Mikoto questions why he would not want to stay over when she used to stay at his house all the time, to which Takase explains that she does not even have an extra room for him to sleep in. Takase secretly blushes as he reflects on his dream of not just staying over, but eventually living together with Mikoto in the future. Mikoto casually suggests sharing her spacious bedroom with him, but Takase's romantic thoughts are instantly shattered when he remembers her imposing mother also lives in the house. Mikoto's mother orders Mikoto to be quiet before warmly suggesting that setting aside a room for Takase in the house might actually be a great idea for the future, catching both teens completely off guard. As the mother and daughter enthusiastically discuss preparing a room for him, a panicked Takase tries to object, only for them to ignore him and run off to get the room ready. A quiet white door slowly swings open. The group opens the door to reveal a dark, dusty study filled with audio monitors, computers, and packed record shelves. Mikoto softly explains to a quiet Takase that this room was once used by her late father. Mikoto reveals that they have kept the room completely locked and untouched for the 7 years since her father passed away. Takase silently reflects on how Mikoto's father was a famous musician, whom he never got to meet, recalling how Mikoto put on a cheerful front back in the 3rd grade despite having just lost her father. Sensing his heavy silence, a sweating Mikoto nervously asks if he is uncomfortable, jokingly laughing that her father would probably haunt them anyway, which a gentle Takase quickly reassures is not what he was thinking at all. Mikoto's mother encourages Mikoto to explain what her father was like, since Takase never met him, and she starts scrolling through her phone to send him a childhood photo, ignoring an embarrassed Mikoto's frantic protests. Takase curiously checks his phone to see the photo, only to freeze in absolute shock upon seeing a highly revealing swimsuit photo of Mikoto's mother instead. As a stunned, Takase stares blankly at the screen. A deeply embarrassed mother frantically apologizes and quickly swipes her screen to find the correct photo. Takase looks at the correct childhood photo of Mikoto, with her father warmly agreeing that her father really did give off the strong vibe of a musician. Takase politely denies any discomfort, while Mikoto's mother smiles and notes that her husband was never really the typical artistic type, despite his profession. Mikoto's mother warmly reminisces about how scatter-brained, earnest, and uncompromised her husband was, explaining how he always prioritized others, until her voice suddenly begins to crack. Mikoto's mother suddenly bursts into loud, overwhelming tears, prompting Mikoto to gently comfort her while quietly apologizing to Takase and explaining that her mother still hasn't fully recovered from the loss. After calming down slightly, Mikoto's mother reflects on how she was previously unable to even get close to her late husband's room, but feels strangely motivated to use it again now that Takase has started visiting. Mikoto's mother suddenly gasps as she realizes that Takase somehow reminds her of her late husband, leaving Takase completely stunned. As a flustered Mikoto yells at her mother to stop, her mother frantically promises she won't get any strange ideas, while a quiet Takase reflects on the image of Mikoto's father. Takase reflects on how Mikoto's father died of a sudden heart attack from the physical strain of his music career, realizing how incredibly painful the loss must have been for both Mikoto and her mother. Takase deeply wonders how a young Mikoto was ever able to put on such a brave, cheerful face and act like everything was fine during such a devastating time. After her mother fully calms down, Mikoto happily returns to ask Takase if he can stay the night, to which a hesitant Takase awkwardly agrees. Takase turns to look at Mikoto with a quiet, serious expression and calls out her name. Takase gently asks Mikoto if she was forcing herself to put on a brave and cheerful face for his sake back when they first met, especially since she had just lost her father. Takase expresses deep regret for never realizing her true pain back, then pointing out how hard she must have been pretending that everything was fine. Takase notes that she had neither of her parents around to support her back, then lamenting how lonely and hurtful it must have been for her to bottle up all her feelings. To Takase's absolute shock, Mikoto flatly denies his assumptions and cheerfully replies that she wasn't hurting or putting on a brave face at all. As a completely bewildered Takase asks how that is possible, Mikoto simply giggles and plays dumb, claiming that she does not even remember why. Takase looks up as Mikoto explains that she was fine because he was there with her. Mikoto recalls that while there were many painful and difficult things going on during that dark period of her childhood, his presence changed everything. Mikoto looks back on how she was able to endure the hardships of her childhood simply because she had him by her side. Mikoto warmly reflects on how Takase was always there caring for her, confessing that back then he was the only thing she could think about. Mikoto softly compares Takase's warm presence in her life to the sun itself. Mikoto giggles and expresses how happy she is that he has returned to be by her side like this, leaving a blushing Takase completely flustered. Mikoto quietly admits that she is deeply terrified of them being separated again, or of him growing to hate her. Despite her lingering fears, Mikoto resolves to change her outlook. Mikoto silently promises herself that she wants to take another step forward in their relationship from where they currently stand. Though she is still scared, Mikoto holds on to the hope that someone like her can someday truly be together with him. Mikoto softly sighs as she feels the warmth of her own feelings. Mikoto gazes forward and silently wishes that she can someday build up the courage to tell him about these feelings honestly. Takase slumps heavily back into the desk chair in Mikoto's father's old room to relax. Takase sits in disbelief, questioning if he is actually staying over when Mikoto has already gone to take a bath, and her mother is enthusiastically preparing a massive dinner. Takase looks down in exhaustion, struggling to process that they went as far as preparing a dedicated guest room just for him. Takase looks back at the childhood photo on his phone, quietly reflecting on the image of Mikoto's late father, before setting his phone down. Takase suddenly clasps his hands together and jokingly begs Mikoto's father to give him his daughter's hand, before laughing sheepishly at his own dramatic behavior. Takase reflects on how surprisingly comfortable and relaxing the unfamiliar room is, finding himself slowly drifting off to sleep. Mikoto returns from her bath to invite Takase to use it next, only to stop in surprise when she finds him fast asleep in the chair. Mikoto gently pokes Takesa's cheek as he sleeps, noting that he shows no signs of waking up at all. Mikoto lets out a mischievous giggle and decides to take advantage of his deep sleep. Mikoto lifts her shirt to expose her bra right in front of the sleeping Takase to tease him. Mikoto finds herself getting a strange thrill from the risky game of chicken checking to make sure Takase is still deeply asleep. Mikoto unclasps her bra under her shirt and slips it completely out of her sleeve. Mikoto then slips her underwear off and triumphantly holds up her undergarments in both hands. Mikoto teases the sleeping Takase by waving her underwear in front of him, playfully calling them both perverts. Just as Mikoto continues her teasing, Takase's nose suddenly twitches, sending her into a quick panic. Mikoto's heart pounds rapidly in fear of being caught, but she sighs in immense relief when she hears him resume snoring. After quietly scolding the sleeping Takase for scaring her, Mikoto looks down and wonders what she should try next. Mikoto turns bright red and freezes as she gazes directly at Takase's slightly parted lips. Mikoto quietly creeps closer and leans her face in with her lips puckered to steal a kiss from him. Mikoto suddenly opens her eyes and panics at how incredibly close her face has gotten to his. Mikoto frantically stops herself and questions if it is truly right for her to have her very first kiss like this without mutual consent or an emotional connection. As Mikoto reflects on how a kiss should be saved for a special moment, Takase's sleeping head suddenly slumps forward and lands directly on her chest. A completely shocked Mikoto stumbles backward and crashes onto the floor, where she lies flat on her back, panting in sheer panic. Mikoto lies on the floor, blushing profusely as she quietly stares at the sleeping Takase. Looking up at him as he sleeps, a flustered Mikoto playfully grumbles to herself that he must like her breasts far too much. Mikoto giggles to herself, teasingly resolving that if he falls asleep next to her again, her last resort will be to playfully pounce on him and make it a done deal. Takase suddenly murmurs Mikoto's name in his sleep and whispers that she is cute, catching her completely off guard and leaving her deeply flustered. Although Mikoto shyly protests that she is not cute at all, she giggles happily and decides to let him off easy for the day before quietly leaving the room. Takase slowly wakes up from his deep slumber and stretches his arms, realizing that he had completely fallen asleep in the chair. Takase stretches and reflects on how incredibly satisfying and refreshing his sleep felt, though he remains completely unaware of what actually transpired. Takase's eyes widen in absolute confusion as he spots Mikoto's black bra left lying on the floor, while in another room a panicked Mikoto screams in realization of her massive blunder. Takase notices a mysterious red thread lying on the classroom floor and curiously begins to investigate it. The thread turns out to be caught on Rin's skirt, pulling it tightly and causing her to let out a startled shriek as Takase continues his investigation. Embarrassed by the sudden tension, Rin delivers a swift, powerful chop directly to Takase's head. Having agreed to the stayover earlier, Takase reflects on how he actually ended up staying the night at Mikoto's house. Takase notes how Mikoto and her mother left him with absolutely no room to refuse staying over, and he sweatily calls his own mother, who immediately gives him permission to stay. Although Takase was caught off guard by the sudden stayover, he thoroughly enjoys a delicious dinner before getting flustered by a sense of immorality while bathing in the warm water Mikoto just used. Takase resolves to stop overthinking the situation, since they are childhood friends, enthusiastically pumping his fist in his pajamas as he celebrates his first overnight stay. After his brief moment of excitement, Takase lies down on his futon, deciding that he needs to get some sleep. Mikoto slowly steps closer to his futon while asking if his futon pillow and room temperature are all comfortable, leaving Takase to nervously stammer that everything is fine. Mikoto sits directly on the floor beside his futon, smiling warmly as she murmurs her understanding. A long, silent pause falls over the room as the two of them quietly stare at each other. Takase flusteredly declares that he is going to sleep and pulls the blanket over his face, but Mikoto quietly remains seated right next to him and tells him not to mind her. Takase frantically pulls the blanket back down to protest that he minds her presence a lot, catching Mikoto off guard. Mikoto gently takes Takase's hand and offers to massage his pressure points to help him fall asleep, making Takase realize in a panic that she has no intention of leaving. As a flustered Takase wonders why she is doing this, he suddenly conjures up a wild mental image of them sleeping intimately in bed together. Takase enters a state of absolute inner chaos, desperately trying to reject his own wild thoughts while realizing he has no idea how to handle the situation. Deciding that escaping into sleep is his only way out, Takase shuts his eyes tightly to pretend he has passed out, which successfully convinces Mikoto that he has fallen asleep. After quietly observing him for a moment, Mikoto lifts the edge of his blanket and climbs directly into the futon beside him, leaving a terrified Takase screaming in silent shock. Lying side by side with her under the blanket, Takase panics over whether this is acceptable, but realizes he cannot move without exposing his fake sleep. Just as Takase's racing heart begins to calm down and he starts to drift off, the door suddenly creaks open to reveal Mikoto's mother smiling inside. Takase panics over the absolute disaster of being caught by her mother in her late father's study, fearing that her impression of him will hit rock bottom. Takase worries that even Mikoto will be completely confused by the situation, while Mikoto herself continues to sleep peacefully next to him. Takase tenderly notes how cute Mikoto looks while asleep, resulting in him staying awake in a nervous sweat for the rest of the night. Young Takase warmly tells Mikoto that she does not need to worry about having a massive group of friends. Young Mikoto stares back at young Takase in absolute bewilderment over his sudden words. When a puzzled Mikoto asks if it is bad to make friends, a panicked Takase quickly scratches his head and apologizes for saying something so confusing. Takase thoughtfully explains that having even just one person who genuinely stays close and understands you from the bottom of their heart is more than enough to make you incredibly happy. Takase proudly pumps his fist and declares that having such a person means you have essentially won at life, causing Mikoto to smile softly. Mikoto happily beams that she is already perfectly fine, because she has him and her mother proudly declaring that she has won at life, which Takase warmly agrees with. When Takase tentatively points out that nobody knows what will happen in the future, a determined Mikoto passionately demands that he stay with her forever, prompting a flustered Takase to promise that he will try his best. In the background of her father's study, the memory of her mother calling out that the car is waiting cuts their conversation short, forcing her father to prepare to leave for his music schedule. Her father warmly waves goodbye as he heads out the door, while a cheerful Mikoto happily wishes him a safe trip. The scene abruptly shifts as a heavy gray rain begins to pour down over the house. Young Mikoto stands with vacant wide eyes as she overhears the surrounding adults whispering in pity about her father's sudden passing and how hard it must be for a child so young. Mikoto reflects on how she didn't cry at the funeral because her father's death was so sudden that her young mind completely failed to process the tragedy. As the painful reality slowly begins to set in like a throbbing wound, a terrified Mikoto desperately tries to suppress her rising emotions. Mikoto begins to weep quietly in the heavy rain, but ultimately resolves to hide her grief, realizing that she needs to stay strong for her mother's sake. Understanding that her mother is hurting the most, Mikoto resolves not to be a burden to her and continues holding back her tears. As daily life inevitably resumes, Mikoto quietly steps into the silent kitchen to greet her mother, only to find the dining table completely empty. Mikoto reads a brief note on the counter stating that her meals are in the fridge, reflecting on how her grieving mother has buried herself entirely in work ever since. Mikoto puts on her school backpack and calls out that she is leaving, staring down the dark, silent hallway with weary, heavy eyes. When Mikoto arrives at school, several concerned classmates and parents surround her to ask if she is all right after her father's funeral, to which she puts on a polite smile and replies that she is fine. As the adults continue to ask prying questions about her father's passing, Mikoto maintains her fake smile while desperately pleading inside for them to stop asking. Determined to bury her overwhelming grief deep inside where nobody can touch it, Mikoto forces a bright smile and reassures everyone that she is fine, desperately believing that she will be okay as long as she keeps smiling. Feeling uncomfortable with the prying questions inside, Mikoto decides to step out of the classroom. She walks down the hallway and notices a boy standing alone near a group, looking deeply troubled and anxious. Although Mikoto thinks the boy looks troubled, she hesitates to approach him, watching quietly as he turns and walks away. Mikoto watches as the boy cautiously approaches the group of kids and nervously calls out to them. To distract the boys from gossiping, Takase sweatily points off in a random direction and loudly asks what is over there. The boys walk over to investigate while Takase lets out a sigh of relief, leaving a watching Mikoto to dryly reflect on how incredibly roundabout his distraction tactic was. The boys quickly realize there is nothing there and angrily scream insults at Takase, who frantically bows and apologizes in tears. The boys dismissively walk away, leaving a tearful Takase behind. Mikoto stands in silent reflection as she watches the crying boy walk down the hallway while rubbing his eyes. The school bell rings to signal the end of the day, prompting the other kids to excitedly run outside to play. Mikoto prepares to head home, quietly reflecting on how there is nobody waiting for her return in her empty house. As she walks past a classroom, she spots the same boy from earlier standing on a chair and diligently erasing the chalkboard. Recognizing him as the boy from the hallway, Mikoto calls out to him, causing a startled Takase to let out a loud shriek. Takase nervously asks what she wants, while Mikoto silently gazes back at him. Mikoto questions why he is erasing a chalkboard he didn't even write on when nobody is watching to thank him, prompting Takase to quietly reply that he simply did it because someone had to. Mikoto remarks that doing things secretly means nobody will ever understand him, which leaves Takase to look away in awkward silence. When Takase hesitantly stammers that Mikoto herself just saw him do it, he is met with her complete silent stare. Takase suddenly shifts his focus and worries if she is doing okay, catching a startled Mikoto completely off guard. Takase quietly admits that seeing her force a smile makes his chest feel tight for some unknown reason, showing that he saw right through her brave front. Takase tells Mikoto that her comment about nobody understanding him made him realize she must be feeling that exact same loneliness herself. Flustered by his own words, Takase frantically apologizes and starts to run away, only for Mikoto to stop him in his tracks by asking if he is walking home alone. Mikoto happily suggests that they walk home together since they are already there, and a blushing Takase shyly agrees. As they walk, Mikoto introduces herself, prompting Takase to his name, which she enthusiastically compliments as cool. The memory blends into the present as Mikoto reflects on how Takase has always been by her side ever since that day. Mikoto silently tells her late father that she has found the one truly irreplaceable person in her life. Mikoto looks tenderly at Takase, silently declaring her love for him and reflecting on how he makes her shine. Mikoto smiles beautifully, realizing that being with him allows her to become her brightest and most dazzling self. The warm memory begins to fade, leaving a dark silhouette of Takase standing alone in the distance. Takase whispers a final goodbye to Mikoto as his figure recedes into the darkness. Mikoto gasps in sudden pale shock at his parting words. Mikoto desperately reaches out and begs him to wait as his silhouette continues to walk away from her. Mikoto frantically screams for Takase to wait and stay with her. Mikoto cries out in panic, demanding to know why he is leaving her before her eyes suddenly snap open. She is tormented by a nightmare of her father, mother, and Takase leaving her together, sobbing hysterically as she wonders if she is a bad girl who made everyone hate her. Tears stream down her face as she screams that she will apologize for whatever she did wrong, begging them not to abandon her. Mikoto completely breaks down, weeping loudly as she buries her face in her hands. As she starts to wake up to the sound of her name being called, she sees Takase looking down at her with a deeply worried expression, asking if she is okay since she is crying in her sleep. A startled Mikoto opens her eyes and rubs them in confusion, quietly asking Takase if he is really there. Takase looks at her gently and reassures her that he has been right beside her the entire time. As Mikoto starts to tear up again, she buries her face against Takase's chest and weeps quietly, explaining that having him right there with her is truly all she needs. Mikoto smiles gently through her tears, reflecting that having his presence alone is enough to make her incredibly happy. Mikoto warmly reminds him that her mother is there to support them, as well as they both glance over at the framed photograph of her family sitting on the desk. Back at the Hakabune residence, Mitaka sits relaxed on the couch, happily reading a manga volume. After happily finishing her book, Mitaka gets up to grab the next volume from the shelf, only to stop in surprise when she notices that volume 5 is missing. Realizing that her brother was the last one reading volume 5, an irritated Mitaka grumbles about him not being home when she needs him before she suddenly spots something else on the shelf. Mitaka pulls an old photo album from the shelf, and her eyes widen in absolute surprise as she flips it open. Mitaka finds an old photograph of their mother Miyako looking incredibly pretty in a school uniform. Rentaro happily joins Mitaka on the couch to look through the album, warmly reflecting on the old memories and explaining that some of the photos were taken by their mother's family. After a brief, quiet pause, Rentaro blushes and happily gushes about how pretty his wife was, prompting an unamused Mitaka to tell him to stop the lovey-dovey talk. Mitaka suspiciously observes that their mother hasn't aged a single bit since her school days, jokingly questioning if she is some kind of monster, while a sweat-dropped Rentaro simply expresses his gratitude as her husband. Mitaka bluntly points out that Rentaro himself looks completely worn out in comparison, which Rentaro sweatily laughs and admits is true. Mitaka concedes that their mother is genuinely beautiful even by today's standards, which a proud Rentaro enthusiastically agrees with. Mitaka confidently pumps her fists and asks her father if she doesn't have the edge when it comes to pure cuteness. Rentaro sweatily hesitates to answer, while a cheerful Mitaka points to her own cheeks to emphasize how cute she is. Just as Rentaro is about to answer, Miyako suddenly slides silently into the room right behind his shoulder, terrifying him with her icy presence. Rentaro screams in pure terror before frantically trying to play it cool, inviting his wife to look at the old photo album with them, while she icily asks about the cuteness they were discussing. Miyako maintains her calm, terrifying smile as she directly asks them what exactly they were saying about cuteness. Mitaka cheerfully throws Rentaro under the bus by declaring that her father said she completely wins over her mother in terms of cuteness, leaving a panicked Rentaro and an icy Miyako in stunned silence. Rentaro sweatily tries to make a bizarre sports metaphor to explain why he compared their cuteness, but Miyako coldly cuts him off by stating she does not need his logic. Mitaka continues to tease her mother by saying her constant intimidation and lack of charm make her completely uncute despite her beauty. Miyako lets out an irritated click of her tongue and falls into a dark, tense silence, leaving Rentaro to tremble in utter dread over what she might do. Miyako clenches her fists, but to Rentaro and Mitaka's shock, she simply turns around and lets out a massive childish pout. Mitaka's memory of her mother as a schoolgirl shows her striking a similar cute pose with her fists against her cheeks. Present-day Miyako rests her chin on her fists and lets out an adorable flustered pout. While a disappointed Mitaka dryly complains that her mother's pout is not cute at all, a deeply smitten Rentaro looks on with starry eyes, completely captivated by his wife's cuteness. Back in the classroom, the class representative Rin Kamiki stands by the blackboard after writing a reminder that the school festival class surveys are due after classes. Rin sighs in annoyance as she reviews her sheets, noting that the only ones who haven't turned in their surveys are Takase and Mikoto. Rin marches over to Takesa's desk to demand his survey so she won't be stuck doing extra work, only to freeze in sudden surprise when she looks at him. Takase looks completely pale and sleep-deprived as he weakly mumbles a morning greeting to her, prompting a startled Rin to point out that it is already past noon. Looking at Takase slumping in exhaustion, Rin realizes that his terrible state is because Mikoto is absent from school today. As Takase mutters melodramatically about having a hole in his heart, Rin sighs in irritation over how incredibly easy he is to read, concluding that collecting their surveys today is a lost cause. Deciding to put his idle state to use, Rin barks at Takase to stop moping and help her with her class representative duties instead. Takase weakly questions what her work is before flatly declining, but Rin firmly snaps back that she wasn't asking for his permission. After school, the two sit together to tally the class votes, noting that the choices of a haunted house and a maid cafe are tied, which they both agree sounds like a massive hassle. When Takase deadpan asks if she will have to wear a maid outfit if it gets chosen, a deeply blushing Rin panics before reluctantly admitting that she would indeed have to do so. Takase suddenly breaks into a wide, mischievous grin and snickers, instantly sending an embarrassed Rin into an angry panic. Takase happily teases her by stating that it would be absolutely hilarious and that he will be taking pictures, prompting a red-faced Rin to clench her fist and accuse him of making fun of her. Takase chuckles mischievously as he looks at one of the surveys, but suddenly freezes in shock. Rin asks what is wrong, noting his unusual reaction. A sweating Takase points out that the survey isn't just for a regular maid cafe, noting the tiny print. The paper reveals that someone wrote bunny in tiny letters right next to the maid cafe option. A shocked Rin yells out, questioning what kind of idiotic idea that is, and if they are serious. Takase frantically confirms it is real, explaining that everyone carefully wrote bunny in tiny letters. Takase nervously asks Rin if she's going to wear a bunny costume, causing her to angrily declare that of course she will not. Takase points out that judging by the votes, the bunny maid cafe will probably win. Rin grabs her head in distress, wondering what they are supposed to do, while Takase nonchalantly notes that if it wins, it wins. Takase then seriously suggests that they should test whether the idea will actually work, prompting Rin to ask how. Takase flatly tells Rin to put on a bunny outfit, causing her to freeze before yelling out in pure shock. A few minutes later, the door creaks open and Takase tells Rin that she can come out now. Rin steps out wearing a highly revealing black bunny girl outfit, trembling with embarrassment and anger. Takase cheerfully confirms that it definitely works and asks where she found it, to which Rin explains that she borrowed it from a girl she met in the drama club, questioning why they even had one. A deeply flustered Rin then simply begs for death. Takase smiles and notes that while the class is pushing it, the idea would definitely be a massive attraction, before he suddenly freezes in realization. A sweating Takase realizes that if the idea wins, Mikoto will also have to wear a bunny suit, admitting to himself that it would make him happy. However, he imagines Mikoto standing in the revealing outfit surrounded by people. Takase breaks into a terrified, angry sweat as he realizes that the entire school would be perving on Mikoto. Takase stares in nervous silence, prompting a suspicious Rin to ask what is wrong. Takase quickly backpedals, telling Rin that bunny maids are a terrible idea and citing standards of public decency. He suggests they just stick to regular maids and apologizes for making her wear the costume. Enraged by his sudden change of heart after making her dress up, Rin violently punches Takase while screaming at him to go die before standing in annoyed silence. Later, Takase arrives at Mikoto's front door to check on her, asking how she is feeling. Mikoto warmly smiles and reassures him that it is just a cold and she should be well enough to attend school tomorrow. Takase hands her the class notes for the day, which Mikoto accepts with gratitude and an apology. Takase tells her not to worry about it and urges her to rest up, which she agrees to. Takase states that he should get going and bids her farewell until tomorrow. A surprised Mikoto agrees, but quickly asks if she can call him later, to which he happily agrees. Takase smiles and promises to see her then, while Mikoto warmly agrees. After the door closes, Mikoto stands alone in the silence of her entryway, sadly reflecting that it truly is lonely without him around. Mikoto decides to contact Takase right away, but stops when she spots a gray bag on the floor and realizes he accidentally left his gym clothes behind. Staring intently at the bag, Mikoto realizes that the gym clothes inside are likely the ones he wore earlier today, causing her to freeze completely. Mikoto scurries down the hallway and suspiciously checks her surroundings before tightly clutching the gym bag to her chest. Pressing herself against the wall, a heavily panting and sweating Mikoto breaks into a wide, feverish smile as she holds the bag close. Mikoto fiercely tugs the bag open and pulls out his white shirt, burying her face directly into the fabric to deeply inhale its scent with wide, manic eyes. Overwhelmed by the scent, a highly flushed Mikoto swoons and declares that Takase's strong scent is practically knocking her out. Treating the clothes with reverence, Mikoto places them on a shelf and respectfully bows down to worship them before triumphantly hoisting the shirt high above her head and declaring it a national treasure. Later that night, a deeply flushed Mikoto tucks herself into bed right next to the gym clothes, happily wishing them a good night before letting out a creepy giggle. Mikoto suddenly shoots up from her pillow in sheer panic, clutching the blanket, as she frantically realizes she nearly cheated on Takase with his own gym clothes. Standing proudly in the doorway, Mikoto confidently flips her hair and laughs, playfully clarifying that the only one she truly loves is Takase himself. A panicked voice cries out in terror, desperately wondering what to do, because Mikoto has completely lost her mind from her fever. Mikoto's mother tearfully talks on the phone, frantically apologizing and declaring that she must report this incident to Takase, while a deeply feverish Mikoto stands behind her with a completely delirious expression. The narration notes that the household fell into a highly dangerous state that night, as Mikoto's mother weeps on the floor while a delirious Mikoto laughs wildly above her. Having severely worked herself up over the gym clothes, Mikoto predictably develops a severe fever and ends up bedridden and panting under her blankets. Mikoto tightly clutches Takase's white shirt to her chest and tearfully complains that her mother is trying to confiscate it, prompting her mother to scold her for moving around while she is still recovering. Her mother confirms that the fever is genuine and warmly promises to stay by her side to nurse her back to health, but is immediately met with a terrifyingly hostile glare from a deeply annoyed Mikoto. Mikoto's mother happily presents her with a hot bowl of rice porridge, cheerfully declaring it the best remedy for a sickness, to which Mikoto forces a polite smile and thanks her. Mikoto repeatedly blows on a spoonful of hot porridge to cool it down, falling into an awkward silence as her mother stares intensely before finally telling her that is enough. Her mother suddenly bursts into tears out of an irrational fear that Mikoto will burn herself on the hot food, prompting a sweating Mikoto to quickly promise to eat it immediately. Her mother frantically protests, terrified that rushing will definitely cause a burn. Mikoto's mother carefully feeds her a spoonful of the porridge, prompting her to open wide. As Mikoto quietly chews, her mother nervously asks if it tastes good, to which Mikoto simply confirms that it does. As Mikoto continues to chew, she silently realizes that the dish she is eating is actually a heavy risotto, not traditional rice porridge. Relieved by her daughter's approval, Mikoto's mother excitedly urges her to eat up, offering seconds. While a sweating Mikoto notes that the heavy meal is far too filling for a sick person, her mother cheerfully insists she eat more, revealing she made an entire pot. 3 hours later, Mikoto smiles awkwardly as she realizes her mother has stayed by her bedside the entire time. She sweats, nervously wondering if her mother truly meant she was going to watch over her for the entire night. Mikoto glances over at her phone resting on the bed, noting how badly she wants to call Takase right now. Deciding to casually shoo her mother away, Mikoto gently reminds her that she has work tomorrow and suggests she should get some sleep soon. Her mother happily waves off the concern, declaring with absolute certainty that Mikoto is far more important to her than work could ever be, leaving Mikoto completely speechless. Determined to call Takase, Mikoto violently pulls her blanket up over her head to pretend to sleep, causing her startled mother to frantically ask what is wrong. After her mother quietly closes the bedroom door from the outside, Mikoto peeks out from under her covers with a small tear in her eye, genuinely touched by her mother's care. Meanwhile, Mitaka holds her hand up and firmly warns Rentaro that her friends are coming over after school tomorrow, ordering him to be on his best behavior. Rentaro stares back in deadpan silence while holding a piece of paper, prompting Mitaka to laugh loudly and tell him to mind his own business. Rentaro silently reflects on how Mitaka has a lot of genuinely good friends, respecting her natural cheerfulness and strong communication skills. He decides not to praise her out loud so she won't get a big head, while Mitaka continues to brag about her friends being generous and demands to know why he is smiling. The next day, Rentaro notes Mitaka's return as she walks through the door and announces she is home. Rentaro watches as Mitaka invites her 2 friends inside. He recalls her earlier warning that she would be having company over today. Rentaro looks at the 2 girls in confusion as they stare back at him with noticeable blushes. Mitaka quickly interrupts, leading her friends away to her room. Rentaro holds his phone and guesses that the 3 of them are probably going to play video games together, while Mitaka glares at him from the slightly open door, suspecting he might try to hover and watch them play. Rentaro smiles warmly to himself, concluding that having friends who want to hang out with her is a genuinely good thing regardless of what they do. Rentaro suddenly looks up at the ceiling as he hears a highly suggestive moan coming from Mitaka's room above. Rentaro freezes in shock as another explicit moan echoes through the ceiling. Deciding it is best not to get involved, he forces a smile and firmly covers his ears to pretend he heard absolutely nothing. Rentaro nervously tries to rationalize the situation, noting that there is absolutely nothing wrong with a same-sex relationship, before frantically wondering what kind of game they could possibly be playing. Rentaro breaks into a cold sweat as he realizes that the main issue with the situation is that they are having a threesome. Rentaro stands frozen in shock as he hears one of the girls ask if it feels good, followed by a passionate moan and another voice begging Mitaka to hurry up and do her next. Rentaro stares in absolute disbelief, internally screaming as he realizes that Mitaka is the one taking charge of the situation. Rentaro imagines Mitaka acting like a total degenerate behind closed doors, completely shocked that despite her innocent and carefree daily demeanor, she is actually a massive pervert. Unable to handle the overwhelming situation, Rentaro firmly decides to stop listening and shoves his earphones into his ears. Later, Mitaka happily waves goodbye to her two friends at the front door as they head home. Mitaka calls out to let Rentaro know her friends have left, to which he awkwardly replies before she gets his attention again. Mitaka stares directly at Rentaro with wide, terrifying eyes and bluntly asks if he was eavesdropping on them. Mitaka suddenly bursts into bright laughter, teasingly asking if he thought they were doing something dirty, leaving a panicked Rentaro stammering for an excuse. Mitaka cheerfully gives a thumbs up and clarifies that she was just giving them a massage, explaining that her massages are famous for being highly effective, and that the two girls are in the same club as her. Rentaro lets out a massive sigh of relief as he realizes the truth, though he quickly denies it when Mitaka teasingly accuses him of thinking about something dirty. As Mitaka turns around with a proud smile, Rentaro suddenly notices a riding crop hanging off her waist. Mitaka enthusiastically presents the horse-riding whip, but falls into an awkward silence and demands he say something when Rentaro blankly asks what she even uses it for. Back in the school hallway, Takase warmly asks Mikoto if she is feeling better. Mikoto apologizes for worrying him, and Takase expresses his relief before someone angrily yells that they are a week behind schedule. An unknown girl scolds the pair for their pure negligence, though she quickly brushes it off with a smile and casually states that things will work out somehow. Takase notices the class representative Rin trembling silently and asks if something is wrong. Rin nervously denies it, but the new girl playfully teases her for getting quiet, prompting Rin to angrily threaten to sew her mouth shut. The new girl cheekily points out that silencing her would only slow down their work, suggesting Rin introduce her to the others to speed things up. When Rin angrily refuses, the girl decides to introduce herself directly. Flashing a cheerful smile and a peace sign, she introduces herself as Ai's Tauko, the head of the school festival committee. Tauko clarifies that her name is Tauko, not Michiko. Takase realizes who she is, noting that she is the completely uncontrollable head of the school festival committee, who constantly violates school rules, making her the absolute worst match for the highly disciplined class representative. Rin angrily scolds Tauko for her terrible everyday behavior and for delaying their class festival exhibit, complaining that she always has to clean up her messes. Tauko casually brushes the scolding off, teasingly calling Rin too stiff. Tauko suddenly reaches out and squeezes Rin's, but cheekily remarking that her butt is quite soft, despite her incredibly stiff attitude. An enraged Rin completely snaps, pulling out an aramid fiber rope and threatening to kill Tauko. A panicked Takase desperately holds Rin back from behind while frantically questioning where she even got the weapon. Mikoto calmly steps in and gently asks Rin to calm down, which surprisingly works immediately. Takase happily praises Rin for keeping a level head, while Tauko watches in amusement, noting how amazing it is that Rin actually listens to Mikoto. Takase instantly snaps and violently restrains Tauko while threatening to kill her. A frantic Rin desperately tries to hold him back, screaming at him to keep a level head like he just told her to do. A new girl arrives and asks for Mikoto, prompting Rin to groan about another annoying person showing up. When the newcomer arrogantly questions if anyone could possibly be more annoying than her, Rin points directly at Takase. The new girl stares in blank, absolute confusion as she watches a furious Takase aggressively restraining Tauko, while Mikoto stands happily behind him. Rin watches in surprise as the notoriously annoying newcomer suddenly becomes completely meek and terrified at the chaotic sight. Tauko weakly begs Takase to let her go and promises to stop doing bad things, while the terrified newcomer stammers Tauko's name, leaving Takase completely confused by the interaction. Takase drops Tauko, who immediately scrambles to her feet and sprints away down the hallway in a blind panic. Takase turns to the new girl Ayama and asks if she did something to make Tauko run away. Ayama awkwardly admits that Tauko is her ex-girlfriend, leaving Takase completely stunned. Realizing she can use this dynamic to her advantage, Rin breaks into a sinister smirk and immediately orders Ayama to sit in on the next school festival meeting, completely ignoring Ayama's frantic protests. Takase sighs and remarks to Mikoto that their school truly has all kinds of chaotic people, but Mikoto simply responds with a blank, polite smile and begins inching away. As Takase tries to discuss the strange encounter, Mikoto continues to smile blankly while quietly shuffling away. Takase quickly realizes that this polite, silent retreat is her exact reaction whenever she desperately wants to avoid getting involved in drama.